carousel, and I think they'll be in the market, and it'll be interesting to see if anybody wants to. Ideally, for both of these teams, they would trade them instead of cut them, and it might be a possibility for Carr. His contract's not quite what Kirk Cousins is. I think Kirk Cousins is going to have to be one where they just cut him, and he'll be a June 1st, and they'll just have to bite the bullet on that one.
The next guy I'm going to mention, he would fit in with the quote-unquote culture and grit and all that kind of stuff. I just don't see them needing him per se, and that would be Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback for San Francisco.
Oh, he would be, yeah, I mean, he would definitely fit. He's a tremendous player, and I'd be surprised if he doesn't rework his deal or they don't rework his deal. He's such a big part of that offense in San Francisco. I would be surprised if he ends up becoming available, but I mean, yeah, culture fit, but I don't necessarily know that that's an expenditure that they need.
All right, I'm going to give you some receivers here.
Okay.
Davante Adams.
No, too much drama.
Tyler Lockett. He's 32 years old.
So this would be one that I would kick the tires on because who do they got now? They've got Jackson Smith and Jigba and obviously
DK Metcalf.
Yeah, DK Metcalf. So he's that third receiver.
He's the $31 million of a cap hit for this year.
Right, for the Seattle Seahawks. But if he's cut, whoever signs him is not going to take on any part of that.
Right, I know. But so he's set to be the fourth largest cap hit of any receiver, and he's their number 3. Probably.
Number 3, and I think he would be a great number 3. It just depends on what you would have to pay him to be that Josh Reynolds type of receiver.
Right. You're assuming that Tim Patrick probably won't be back, right?
I doubt it, but so they're gonna be looking for a number 3.
What about Cooper Kupp?
Again, they wanted to trade him.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to find a trade partner. So if they cut him, would I rather have Kupp over Lockett? Yes. But he's also going to cost more than Lockett.
Christian Kirk for the Jaguars.
No.
I mean, he got a ridiculous deal to begin with.
Yeah, was it $72 million?
Yeah, over 4 years.
Yeah.
He's
been hurt, hasn't been productive.
Yes. Tight end, the Lions don't need. Everything will probably cut. All right, here's an interesting one. Jack Conklin, off the tackle, Cleveland. Now, obviously, with Sewell and Decker, you probably don't need a tackle.
No, but you do need depth at that position. I don't know. How old is Jack Conklin right now?
Doesn't say here.
But so it would all depend on where he is in his career. Could he be a swing tackle that could back up both?
He's 30 years old.
So he is approaching that point of his career where he might be a nice piece to add depending on how much he would cost as a tackle that could back. Because, I mean, Decker didn't make it through the entire year last year. And we've had really nice health with Penei Sewell. At some point, he's going to get dinged up as well.
Do you think the Lions should go after any defensive tackles? Now, McNeil probably won't start this season. You got Reeder, who's
There's only one that I would like them to explore if he's cut, and I don't know if he's on this list.
Okay.
Obviously, being tapped into Washington, I've heard that Jonathan Allen
he's on the list.
Okay, so if he was
my next one.
If he's cut and he enters free agency, I know his productivity last year was a little bit down. And that's one of the things we talked about, both of those defensive tackles. And the fact that they weren't great stopping the run, I think alongside Lee McNeil with DJ Reeder, Hutch, I think it would be a great addition.
I'm not that familiar with this guy's work. David Onyemata of the Atlanta Falcons, it says here, dropping Grady Jarrett. Also a possibility for a Falcon organization that's currently almost $12 million overdrawn, as his departure would free up $16 million. He's a run-stuffing nose tackle. That would be a luxury to have a third.
Yeah.
And you're kind of hoping, praying that, what's-his-face, Broderick Martin develops into something.
Well, keep praying.
Yeah, I know.
I know you're a praying man.
That's right, man of faith. Oh, Lord, please make Broderick Martin a good player, please.
So this one kind of goes along the lines of, would you rather have him or Jonathan Allen if they're both available? Would you rather have Lockett or Kupp if both are available? Jonathan Allen's going to cost more. Kupp is going to cost more. But would I rather have Cooper Kupp as a number 3 receiver? Absolutely.
Edge rusher, there's 2 here with very familiar names. One is even older than the other. One is former Ohio State Buckeye Joseph Bosa.
No. Because he's just
availability.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as he walks out of the locker room, I don't know if he slips and falls or trips, whatever it is, he's just always hurt.
Mm-hmm. I would hope they would cut Khalil Mack, and the Lions would do that.
I think Khalil might be available,
traded, yeah. And the other one is Von Miller.
Too old, too banged up.
Situational pass rusher.
No, I just don't. I wouldn't trust that he'd be available when you need him most.
Do we need a corner?
Yes.
Okay. There's one who's really, really good, but he showed a lot of drama last year. But he might be motivated if he gets cut, especially because it's in the division to sign with somebody like the Lions. Jair Alexander.
I would explore it. I think he's going to cost more than the Lions really want to pay.
Yes.
Given the option, all things being equal, would I rather have Jair Alexander or Carlton Davis? I'll take Jair Alexander.
Yes. Although he was injured a lot of this year too.
He was.
Yeah. How about Jamal Dean of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? You're talking corners.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna explore the Tampa Bay corner market, we did with Carlton Davis. Why not Jamal Dean?
Yeah. He's a pretty good player.
He's a good player, solid player.
Yes. His cap hit is $15.1 million, so they'd be willing to maybe cut him. And the other one on this list is somebody I talked about before, and that's Darius Slay.
Yeah, and this would really come down to how long does he want? What's he looking to get out of the last few years of his career?
He definitely wants to play one more year. I don't know if he wants to play more than that.
Well, so he hasn't been cut yet. He's got 1 year left on his deal with Philly. And if he is, then yeah, I would definitely find out. And I'd be willing to go 2 years with him. And hey, those conversations behind closed doors, because if he retires in the middle of the contract, and we've kind of gone down this road different times in the Lions' history.
Right.
The cap hit's not quite as much as if you cut him. So you could explore different ways to be creative with a contract for Darius Slay.
Yes. Who do you think the Lions are going to just start cutting?
Who are they going to axe?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of guys that were on prove-it deals. That's the kind of the Brad Holmes specialty.
Right, but they were 1 year deals usually, right? So they're not under contract.
They're not under contract to be cut. So I guess I'd have to look at
what about Glasgow?
It all depends on who's available in free agency. Who can they get at that guard spot? Do they want to pay more than they're paying him? Will they get more for what they're paying for?
And they might have to get a guard to replace Zeitler, possibly, too.
Right, because Zeitler's a free agent.
Yes.
So, it depends on how many guys they want to add to that. Or are they good with going with Christian Mahogany at one and Glasgow at the other, but then getting a swing guard as a backup?
All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up at 7:35, John Jansen takes the role of me and asks a very inappropriate question. And Heather with news coming up next. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25, 97 the ticket.
Hey, don't let the cold creep in. It's been really cold for the last few days. If you need your furnace serviced today, do what I did. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. And in fact, I called them yesterday to get a quote on a generator. They're going to stop out on Friday. And everything that they've done for me has been amazing. Plus, they offer a 5-year warranty, so you know that you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details, or you can visit them online at mastercraftheating.com.
Two Grand Slam coming up in 5 minutes. Heather Park coming up right now.
Yeah, a Genesee County Sheriff's deputy has been suspended after allegedly leaving his gun outside Lapeer High School while off duty. This is the same deputy.
Lunchbox?
Yes, we talked about this. So this guy, he's been a veteran of the department for 16 years. It's not his first,
It's not his first day on the job.
No. He was suspended for 30 days without pay. The backstory, Stoney, if you didn't hear, he attended this basketball game at the high school, accidentally left his gun outside. It was found the next morning by a school employee in a lunchbox.
Oh.
Which is, there's more, I still have more questions. I was reading this. I'm like, tell me about the lunchbox. Like, is that where he was keeping his gun? It says nothing about the lunchbox except that's where it was found. It was found in the parking lot.
So I did some asking around in regards to yes, if you're a police officer, you are allowed to carry in schools because if you have a concealed carry, that's one of the places you're not allowed to carry. I don't know why he would even take it off.
I don't know. The whole thing is...
Yeah, and then why would you be so careless to leave it in a lunchbox and then go home and not even realize that you don't have your gun anymore?
Yeah, the whole story. Lots of questions left. Yep. The Pontiac woman who left 3 of her children living alone in really the most deplorable conditions imaginable for years has been charged. 34-year-old Kelly Bryant is facing 3 charges of first-degree child abuse. If convicted, she faces up to life in prison. She is expected to be arraigned today. The Oakland County prosecutor spoke yesterday, basically said their first priority, now that the charges have been filed, are to make sure that these children are doing all right. They want to focus on their safety, on their well-being. Learned a little bit more information. The woman that's been charged, Bryant, she lived in this home with her 4 children in 2019.
4?
Yes. She had a son who is now 9 years old, who she moved out with. That son went to live with his father.
So,
So she had 4 kids. She left 3 behind, took one with her, dropped that kid off at
Dad's house. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, you get to come.
What?
I don't get it. I don't get any of that story.
It's disgusting. Detroit sports fans can now watch the Red Wings, Pistons, and Tigers on Amazon Prime with an add-on subscription. So the add-on will cost $19.99. That's, of course, on top of your Amazon Prime membership, which is $14.99 per month. That $19.99 is the same price as it would have been to watch with FanDuel. So... Okay. Got an option, I guess.
Yeah, streamline it a little bit. It's the same price whether you do it through the app or you do it through Amazon Prime. But
I thought the app was $25. Oh, they only made it.
No, I think it's.
Oh, good.
Yep, $20, $19.99. That penny there.
Yeah,
that's right.
Sounds a lot better, doesn't
it? It's like getting a gallon of gas. Yeah,
it sounds better than paying $20 a month, Stoney. $19.99. Right. It's a steal.
Exactly.
Did you hear what happened to a tourist in Turks and Caicos?
No.
Oh my goodness. This Canadian woman lost both of her hands when she tried to take a picture with a shark. She was snorkeling, right? Just enjoying her time, taking in the beauty of the water, right? And the creatures that live underneath it. She tried to take a picture with this 6-foot shark and it wanted nothing to do with that. It attacked her. Her husband was watching from shore. She was only like 6 feet from shore. So he ran into the water, tried to get this shark to swim away. But she had to have one of her arms amputated below the wrist and then the other halfway up her forearm.
Wow.
It's just simply not worth the selfie. Like, let's use some common sense.
Gosh. I don't think it was a selfie. It could have been her head attack.
It was a sharky.
Yeah. Look, there's a shark coming at me.
But still, oh my gosh, that same day, 2 American tourists were attacked by a shark in the Bahamas. Where's Jim? He's okay, right? He's got both his hands.
Cayman Islands.
Okay, all right, good. So apparently there's been a total of 88 shark attacks around the world last year, 24 of which were provoked by humans. Yes. Travis Kelce, he went all out on Valentine's Day. The numbers are in. He showered Taylor Swift with $100,000 worth of gifts. So he didn't take my advice. He did take one piece of my advice, though. So
certainly didn't take my advice.
He got gold necklaces and diamond earrings and shoes and clothes and candy, which, all right. He also apparently spent $1,000 on roses that I guess last up to a year.
Oh.
Never heard of those magical roses, but
biologically enhanced roses.
Yeah, exactly. But what he did make a homemade card. He did want to make sure he had a little personal message for her. So apparently he made her the card. And now that her tour is over, the Super Bowl is over, they're going to do some vacationing, some relaxing, and discussing of their future.
Yeah, that's a high bar to get over next year. Just saying.
I know. Oh, you set it low.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All
Here's
right.
a chocolate.
All right. Thank you very much,
I took the
Heather.
wrapper off already. Half eaten.
Let's win some money so you can buy somebody Valentine's Day gifts next year. It is the 2 Grand Slam every Tuesday and Thursday here on the Costa and Jansen program with Heather. And the way this works, Heather will ask you 10 questions. You get them all right, you get $2,000. You get $25 for each correct response. We won't tell you if you got it right or wrong. We suggest, if you don't know, pass, to use the time wisely. All right, let's go to Nick. What's happening, Nick?
How's it going, guys? Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are the roads out your way this morning out in Oxford?
Oh, they're not too bad.
Okay, good.
Couple accidents, though.
Well, yeah, I guess hey, it's the cost of doing business on a slippery road, I guess.
Have you played the 2 Grand
Exactly.
Slam before?
I have not.
You have not. Okay.
All right.
Well,
here
good
we
luck,
go.
Nick.
Yeah.
You can do this. So your time is going to start
thank you.
as soon as I start reading the first question. Are you ready?
I am.
All right, here we go. This team currently leads the Big Ten in men's basketball.
Michigan.
Where did Teddy Bridgewater play in college?
Louisville.
Is Ontonagon located in the lower or upper peninsula of Michigan?
Upper.
Ca is the chemical symbol for this element.
Calcium.
Where did Cade Cunningham play in college?
Oklahoma State.
What is 9 times 7?
9 times 7. 63.
What is the nickname of New York's WNBA team?
The Liberty.
What is the nickname of Ohio University?
The Wildcats.
Team USA is playing Team Canada tonight in this American city.
Boston.
Who is the new offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions?
Oh, no. He came from Denver. Morton.
Well, not only
so
did
close.
you get 9 out of 10,
You got 9.5.
9.5. The Ohio University, you said Wildcats, Bobcats.
Bobcat.
Oh, no.
Great job, Nick.
Oh, man. It was very well done.
Yes. When you got calcium, I said, okay.
Here we go. Yes, and the quick math on 63.
Yep.
Oh, that's...
So close.
Very good performance, Nick.
Guys, I blanked on calcium.
So,
Did you?
So that was the only one I got wrong. Actually, I guessed carbon.
Oh, Stoney
I was
got
thinking
9
it was
right
gonna be
again?
carbon
Oh,
or
cool.
calcium.
Yeah. C.
Yeah. I
Carbon,
know.
C.
I think. Well, you went to a better school than I did.
Great job, Nick. Great job. That
Thanks,
was
guys.
awesome.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, hey, stay on hold. We'll make sure that you get paid. But the Thursday
2
Grand Slam is it's brought to you by Stoney, Jansen, and Heather.
Oh, okay.
So 9 out of 10, 9.5. And the one that he missed was obviously the Bobcats. You talked about that. Ohio University. He said Wildcats.
Once he got
Man.
calcium, I said, "Oh boy, he's going to do something."
And
So-
he was cool, calm, and collected the whole time.
He was rolling through these.
Yeah.
And
At the WNBA?
I thought that the Teddy Bridgewater one was going to be the hard one. Where Teddy Bridgewater played in college, because it's not like it was last year, a couple years ago. He
no.
wasn't a draft pick here. Obviously,
Correct.
he was in division, but I thought that was the tough one. And then obviously the lower upper peninsula. Sounded like he knew it, but you got a 50-50 shot.
Right.
He said upper.
The New York Liberty. Look, I mean, WNBA is getting bigger and bigger, and I guess if
Yeah.
you watch SportsCenter, you might know. But
But
that was
I
good.
mean, his sports knowledge showed great bandwidth.
Yes, way to go.
That was exciting.
I was so freaking close.
And I wanted him to get Morton, which he ended up doing.
Yes.
But then I thought it might ease the pain if he didn't get that one, because he was literally 9.5.
Yeah.
So what's 9? Get
9
him?
times 20, 180 and 45, so it's 225. We're not going to give him 227 and a half. 227.50. Did I do my math correctly on that? Is it 225?
Yes. Yeah. How you got there is
9.5's 237.50.
237.
Yeah.
Early ticket text response that from the softies that we should give it to him. He was close enough.
No.
Nope. I'm sorry.
Legally, we'd have to, John Odyssey would fire us.
Hey, here you go.
Yeah.
Now, if it was Stoney's money, it'd be like a lickety split.
Oh, absolutely. I'd even throw in an onion ring. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up next, John has a question that I really didn't expect to be asked today. And so here we go. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Now, John,
Yes.
you proposed a question here that something that
It's something that I have never. I don't think I've ever really heard of this.
okay.
So my wife and I are watching a new show. It's called The Diplomat. It's on Netflix. Kerry Russell is the lead actress in it. She does a tremendous job. It's a really fun show. And there's 2 seasons. And in the second season, there's an episode where her and her husband are having a disagreement or they're having a conversation. And the husband walks into the bathroom. He's at the sink. I think he's brushing his teeth. He's doing something at the sink. And she just very nonchalantly walks in, drops trowel, sits on the toilet, goes to the bathroom, and they just have a conversation like nothing is odd. And then she finishes, she pulls up her pants, and they finish the conversation. They walk out. I thought, what just happened? Like, he was literally there. And a lot of bathrooms have that, right, where there's a sink and a toilet. There's no separate room for the or water closet
Right.
for the toilet. And I don't know that I've ever seen that. This never happened to me.
You've never peed in the bathroom while your wife was in the bathroom?
No.
Oh, I've done that while she's either brushing her
Please,
teeth or
I do
doing
that
that.
all
That's
the
fine.
time.
But the doors, well, for peeing, the separate door in the bathroom, that sometime is open. But if I'm,
You're going to drop anchor.
yes, that door is closed.
Yeah.
Or at least if it's open, I don't think there's any shot. Like she's downstairs, I don't anticipate her coming in, or vice
Right.
versa.
Yeah. Why would you leave the door open? It's a separate room.
It's an emergency. He's got to get there as
No,
fast as I can't even close the door. I got to get there.
Let's go to the bathroom.
Right.
You know?
So, and I would even say, like, if my wife is in there, because our in the new home, we have a separate room as well, but it's in the bathroom. You go in
Yes.
there and
Right.
if I'm going to, if it's going to smell, I wouldn't even go in there at that point because she is, getting ready or doing whatever. I would.
Right.
I mean, at that point too. I mean, the kids love it. I would go in one of the kids' bathrooms, which is always, Dad goes in your bathroom. That's never a good thing. But
Especially when Dad takes off his shirt to go
he's
number
gotta
two.
get fully nude to
shirt, if it's a shirt off moment,
Yikes.
they're scared. Where's the candle? But yeah, I've never seen this or heard of this before.
I was shocked. This to me, I've been with Colin since I've been 17 years old. I do not have a care in the world about what I do in front of him.
Right.
I'm not going to the bathroom and pooping in front of him, right? Like that's like,
Right, that's yeah.
have I ever? I have. Yes, I bet he's been in the same bathroom as me, but that's
Right.
not something I go with. Like
Yeah,
I typically do that on my own
You
and
wouldn't
shut the
choose
door.
another bathroom.
Yes, I choose
Okay.
another bathroom unless there's circumstances that there's no other bathroom or something happens.
Right.
But peeing? Oh my gosh. All the time.
Peeing all
Really?
the time, yeah. But there are times like if we're in a hotel or whatever, and you got to go to the bathroom,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
she's doing makeup or something, and I got to go drop anchor, as you say. She'll walk out. She's not going
Yes.
to sit there
Yes.
and
Yeah.
try to put on her makeup while I'm
Does
Yes.
it change?
grunting.
Does it, okay, if you're just going in to pee, does it change whether you sit up or stand down, or stand up or sit down?
I always stand up when I pee.
Okay, so if she's standing right next to you, you're going to stand behind her and whip it out and pee.
I see
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that. I see nothing
It
wrong with
seems
it.
so awkward to me. Like, why wouldn't you just go to a different restroom?
Well, if I'm at a hotel,
Well, for having a
okay, if a hotel,
hotel,
I
yeah.
understand that,
Right.
but I mean, you could go to the lobby, which I've done, instead of or
I'm gonna go
wait,
to-
to
I'll-
pee?
to pee?
John, just to pee?
or okay, if it's just a pee, I'll wait.
yeah,
Until she's out.
If you can, yes. Yeah, most people can, and if you get older, you'll find out, John.
Yeah.
You can't.
But if you
the
have to both
waiting
use it,
times,
yeah.
the waiting
It-
time's a little lower.
In the middle of the night, yeah, I don't expect her to be doing her hair or makeup in the middle of the night. But I mean, is this? I'm just curious. Is this something that is normal that people do?
I mean, I don't think people seek it out. Like, I don't like, oh, he's in the bathroom, I'm going to go in there right now and
Sure.
pee because he's in there. It just happens that we both happen to be in the same place, or we do in our bathroom, we do have the separate door to the toilet,
Right.
right? In our master bathroom. But
So do we.
in the other bathrooms in the house, the toilet's just, near the sink or near the tub
Yeah.
or whatever. It's not alarming to me. To me, it's just, okay, you got to go. He's in there doing whatever he's doing, brushing his teeth, taking a
Right.
shower. I'm going to pee right here. Like, dude, he watched a baby come out of my body. Like, seeing me pee is not a big deal.
Yeah.
Like,
if she's taking a shower or whatever and I have to go, drop anchor, I'm not going to go to a different bathroom because I have a door there so I can shut the door while she's in the
yeah,
shower.
that makes things different. The little door makes things
Well,
a
it
little
does,
different.
but if she's in the shower, she's going to come out smelling all clean. And
You shut the door, you turn the fan on.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you open the door, scent comes out.
Yeah, but then you shut it again.
You have a fan.
And then you trap it
Yeah.
in there.
You have a fan.
Yeah, and then it eventually goes away because you turn on the fan.
Or you have poopery in your bathroom like we do.
Sure. A little candle.
What did you just call it? Poopery?
Poopery.
yeah.
That's what it's called.
That's what it's called.
Potpourri.
No.
It's poopery.
Poopery.
It's a brand.
It's a brand.
like, yeah.
Yes.
Never heard.
It's a spray
Yeah.
like disinfectant, basically. Or,
It's spray, yeah. So
Yeah.
you just mix the two scents.
Yes, exactly.
It just makes it even worse.
Heather, that's it. You said the magic words. You said about like what Colin also has seen go on in that area.
Yeah.
Man, there's no boundary that can be any worse than that. For me and my wife, it's 1, 2, whatever you got. There's just no boundary that's like, ooh, I can't like be in the same area with that. No.
So I was shocked by your take that this is something you've never experienced. To me, it like Greg, I'm like,
I would
it
never.
is what it is. Like it, and I've been with Colin forever, right? Like we've seen everything imaginable. Like going to the bathroom is nothing.
If we have to go to the bathroom back to back, I'll tell her to save her flush. And then I'll just go and then I'll use the flush and we'll just
That
one
is
flush.
a little more extreme. I definitely don't do that. I'm never like, hey, Colin, come check this out. Like that doesn't happen.
Women don't do that.
No.
Women
If it-
don't do
well,
that.
If it's yellow, let it mellow.
If it's brown, flush it down.
Yes, it's that. It's not a check this out kind of thing. It's a
It's a let it.
two birds with one stone.
Yeah, that's
Saving water.
I know, but-
you're so green.
that's a little too much for me.
I mean, the things that I want to say right now, I am not saying. Okay.
Well, just give us a hint.
No, we're talking about different types of poop. I don't want to go there. Okay.
And there is a difference. Okay, well, I'll go there. Okay, so like if I have like the stomach flu, right? Like
Yes.
I am not going to be going to the bathroom with Colin in the room.
Right.
If it's just like a generic everyday poop, sure, why not? Like there's different types of poop that you want to do in private.
But I'm referring
I know where
more,
you're going, but
I'm referring more to like the Admiration Society.
Yes, I know where you're going.
When you sit there and you say, "Man, I wish mine was that big."
Cindy, I'm so sorry.
Did you ever go through that, John? You look down there and say, "Wow, how is it that big?"
I've done that with my kids. I've taken photos of it before. Yes, because the size of this poop that can come out of a child is like impressive. It's crazy. How can a little person produce poop like that?
There used to be, I'm sure there still is, because I haven't
Mind blown.
seen it in a long, long time. It was called either Rate You or Rate My Poop.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
You upload your photos and people can rate it?
I think so.
1 out of 10?
I don't know. Something like that. All right.
Stoney.
We have some good ticket texts. I'll get to them coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet, and you want to talk about is clean gym, and it doesn't matter if it's the workout space or if it's the locker room, they're all clean. It's amazing. And here's the other thing. It's $1 down, $15 a month, and the value that you get when you go to Planet Fitness, because every membership level offers fitness training. I already talked about the clean environment. And everybody when you go in there, everyone is so nice. They're so welcoming and helpful. If you want to upgrade your membership, you can get the Black Card membership, and you can have access to over 2,600 clubs nationwide. And it doesn't matter where you are. If you travel a lot for work or for family, then you've got somewhere to work out everywhere you go. If you don't like working out alone, again, the Black Card membership will allow you to take a unlimited guest privileges, so you could take somebody with you all the time. And it's just, you got goals. My goal, I want to make sure that I can play with Teddy when he's older, that I can continue to play with my older kids, do what they do. That's why I work out. That's why I love going to Planet Fitness. If you want to find out more, you can find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll get back into the Four Nations coming up at 8:35. But as many of you know, the Toronto Blue Jays' outstanding first baseman, DH, whatever you want to call, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., he and the Blue Jays could not agree to a contract extension before his self-imposed deadline during spring training. He doesn't want to do it during the season. Thus, unless something changes, he will be a free agent at the end of the season, or he'll be traded and maybe can sign with his new team before whatever. Mm-hmm. As you also know, Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns has said that, yeah, I want to be traded. I love Cleveland, but we're nowhere close to being competitive.
He wants to play in,
for a Super Bowl. I want to go somewhere else. And obviously, Detroit sports fans would love to have either or both of these great athletes. Guerrero is a little younger, 25, right? And Myles Garrett, I believe, is 31, 32, something like that?
Oh, no, I think
30?
Myles Garrett's 28.
He's only 28, okay.
Yeah, I believe.
You're probably right.
So he is a little bit older than
Guerrero.
Vlad Jr.
So the question we have, 248-539-9797. In a hypothetical world, one of these fine athletes is going to end up playing in Detroit. Which one would you rather have? Vladimir Guerrero or Myles Garrett? 248-539-9797.
I think another way to ask that as well is if you could only have one,
right?
Who's going to make the bigger impact? Would the bigger impact be Myles Garrett along with Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, and that defensive front? And we know Myles Garrett was the 2023 Defensive Player of the Year. Mm-hmm. He's averaged, he's had 10 sacks or more in each of the last 7 years. Mm-hmm. And I don't expect that to drop off at all. He's 29. That's so I did figure it out. He's 29. And he's still going to be playing at that level, save injury, for the next, I would anticipate, 4, 5, even 6 years. He's a guy that I think, because of the way he has taken care of himself, the way that he has been durable through the course of his career, is going to be productive for 5, 6 years. Same thing with Vlad Jr. And I struggle with answering this question.
So do I.
In regards to who would have the most impact, because we need a right-handed bat. We need somebody who's going to hit home runs.
Right.
And it fits into the park.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there saying, wait a second. The Lions were good enough to go 15-2, get the number 1 seed without Myles Garrett. But wait a second. The Tigers were 3 innings away, 6 outs or 9 outs away from getting to the ALCS without Vladimir Guerrero. So they're both, going to situations of teams that were pretty good. Now, I still believe, and so I'm going to answer the question. I'm not going to waffle here. I would take Vladimir Guerrero. And the reason is Garrett plays a lot of games too. But baseball, because it's 162 games, I just think
you get more enjoyment out of this 162.
Yeah, I think the actual need is a little greater than it is for Myles Garrett. And it's a tough look. I don't think there's a wrong answer here.
There's not a wrong answer.
But I'm going with Vladdy because the Tigers have really very little offense.
Well, so you're right. Not the offense that would make you tune in every night if you're watching the games or if you're going to the ballpark. The excitement level that he brings every time he comes to bat, he's going to hit home runs. Mm-hmm. He's going to produce runs. Going to be a guy that you can count on to have a good bat. I think I would go with Myles Garrett, and the reason I would is, I think in the end, would I rather have a celebration, a parade for a World Series ring win or a Super Bowl win? And I think he is that one piece, even though you've lost coordinators, And the offense, maybe it's not going to be as explosive as it was without Ben Johnson calling the plays. They still think it's going to be really good. Still be a top 5 offense.
Right.
But then you put Myles Garrett along with Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil and Jack Campbell. I think that front seven is by far the most devastating front seven in all of football. And it may be a historic front seven. I don't care what you do on the back end at that point. I think it completely changes the game for the Detroit Lions, and it instantly would put them as Super Bowl favorites by a large margin.
By a large margin.
By a large margin. I think his impact on the Lions would be much greater than the impact that Vlad Jr. is going to have, because almost every play, you're going to have Aiden Hutchinson and Myles Garrett going after the quarterback. You're going to have them stopping the run because both of them are run stoppers as well. They're not just pass rush specialists.
I know.
The effect that they could have on a game would be devastating. And I want devastating impact. I'm going with devastating impact in Myles Garrett.
I get that. The flip side to that is, as we saw in the last playoff game, if your quarterback is going to commit 5 turnovers, it doesn't make a difference, I don't think, how good your defense is.
Okay, so he didn't commit 5 turnovers in every game.
No, I know.
Right. That he did have 2 games this year where there were 5 turnovers. Mm-hmm. And yeah, you don't want to have that. But if that is a part of the repertoire, which it is for Jared Goff, we can't get away from that, then I would much rather have a defense that is going to force an offense to basically run routes that are capped out at 10 yards because they just can't hold the ball any longer than that.
I get
your secondary. I don't care if it's Terrion Arnold, if with or without Carlton Davis, whoever they have in the secondary. It is game changing to have a pass rush that will allow you only a split second to make a decision and get rid of that ball.
Look, they are both great players. Obviously, I think Garrett's probably more accomplished right now than Guerrero Jr. And they both, because of the deficiencies of the teams that they would be going to. I mean, look, very frustrating to watch the Lions give up, 182 yards or whatever it was on the ground to Washington, to watch a rookie quarterback just carve them up. I get that. Myles Garrett would definitely help eliminate that. You're correct. But let's not forget how many games where you sit there and watch the Tigers and they couldn't they were shut out or get 1 run. It was, oh my God, 2 outs, guys on base, and nobody could drive anybody in. I mean, if they had any type of offense, they could have, gone to the World Series.
It's possible. Yeah. But if they had a pass rush, could have been playing in the Super Bowl.
Yes,
I mean, this is on the heels of watching how devastating that front was for the Philadelphia Eagles. Like that front 4, and with Myles Garrett and Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil, now this is given that they would all be healthy.
Right.
That would be even more devastating than what we saw them do to Patrick Mahomes, one of the best quarterbacks to ever play the game.
Yeah.
And what they did to that offense. I mean, they basically stalled that offense.
Well,
and Andy Reid, there was no answer for it. There was zero answer.
Well, part of the reason is because Kansas City's offensive line stinks. All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Here's Chris Flaw.
Both Michigan and Michigan State gearing themselves up for a clash in Ann Arbor tomorrow. U of M's Namari Burnett said the excitement level is a 20 on a scale of 1 to 10. The Wolverines feel they'll be healthy with plenty of rest and ready to counter the deep rotation of the Spartans roster. MSU football landing their 4th commitment for the 2026 class. 3-star North Branch offensive lineman Eli Bickle posting on social media that he is East Lansing bound. Jamison Williams of the Lions is off the hook for a traffic stop issue from back in October. ESPN confirming that the league will not pursue punishment after JMO avoided criminal gun charges for an unlicensed firearm found in the vehicle with him and his brother. The matter appears to be closed. And Kenta Maeda will start for the Tigers in their first spring game on Saturday, despite last season's ERA of over 6. Manager AJ Hinch believes that the 36-year-old veteran came to camp with something to prove. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris Villar, 248-539-9797. We are about 12 hours and 20 minutes away from puck droppage.
I can't wait.
We'll get into the Four Nations final coming up at 8:35. Asking the question, the two prized athletes who might be available to Detroit and to everybody else.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett wants to be traded from Cleveland. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is not going to re-sign with the Toronto Blue Jays as of now. Definitely not going to do it during the season. If you could only have one of them, we'd love to have both. Who would you want and why? I picked Vladdy because I think baseball, because of the length. I think the Tigers, as great as Myles Garrett is, I think the need for the Tigers to have somebody in that lineup. I mean, God, look, I'm looking at his stats. Last year, and he started off slow.
Yeah.
I mean, and his WAR was still 6.2 with 30 home runs, 103 RBIs. I mean, he's a stud.
He's a stud. He's a young stud as well.
Yes.
So you're going to get a lot of years. And so this, I think we're kind of under the assumption that if they were to trade for him this year, that it would involve a contract extension as well.
Right. That's.
And so maybe it's a patience factor where if you're, and who knows, I don't know if he does get to free agency, I don't know that the Tigers would be in the market because of the price tag, but it would be exciting. I still think the impact, and you mentioned that the offensive line for Kansas City, it wasn't great. It was also made to look extremely bad because of the front four for Philly.
All right, we have some ticket texts, and we'll go to the phones. Great question. I think Myles Garrett would be the answer for the simple fact that the Lions are that one piece away from winning a championship. Tigers would still be one or two more pieces away. What do I want? Both. What's realistic? Neither will end up here. You're probably right. That if I was betting, I'd bet on neither. We need Myles Garrett now. The fact that these rookies' contracts will come up, and I've said this since 2022, we have a 5-year window before J-Mo, Gibbs, Hutch want to get paid if they don't leave. That's from Ray in a car. Easy question. Super Bowl favorites with Myles Garrett? Yes. World Series favorites with Vlad? Still no. We need a championship in Detroit. Garrett all the way. Craig and Hal. The Dodgers will still be the favorite.
Some of the comments on Twitch as well. If you had Myles Garrett, every quarterback would be questioning life pregame. There's no question.
I think Garrett's impact would, without a doubt, give the Lions the next couple of years a ridiculous chance to win the Super Bowl. But I would go Vlad, and it's the you might be getting 10 plus years of elite play, and I will throw this in, okay? This is the equivalent of prying Vladimir Guerrero Sr. out of Montreal 3 to 4 years earlier. This is a guy that went from Montreal to the Angels, and his OPS was still in the 900s his entire time he played with the Angels. Yeah. And look, he's a duplicate of his dad, almost. I mean, it's about as carbon copy of a player as you can get. He's aggressive. He goes after pitches. He attacks. Getting that kind of hitter.
And he has some flair to him, too.
Yeah. No, it's Stone. He was one of my favorite players when I was younger. And I think I believe in the bloodline and all that you're probably going to see the same thing, barring something crazy happening injury-wise. So, to me, you're getting a player for 10 years. And if you're extending Skubal, you have one of the top 10 hitters in baseball, and you have one of the best pitchers in baseball. Give me those chances every year.
Yes. And you'd have to give up some stuff to get him if it was a trade, no doubt about it. But you know what? That's part of the business. Let's go to Tommy. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I was thinking, I'm taking Vlad. I think of it as like I would watch baseball all the time, and it'd almost be as big as when they got Prince Fielder back in the day, but that's just me. Myles Garrett would be great. It'd be great to win a Super Bowl, obviously, but I just think there's other options that we can do to win a Super Bowl with the Lions.
Yeah, there's other players available for Vlad as well eventually. But yeah, you can sit there and say, all right, we don't get Myles Garrett, we can get Max Crosby or Hendrickson. Okay, I get that. But
Still, but none of those guys are even on the trade market right now.
no, I know. Yes. Let's go to D-Vel. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, D-Vel?
Good morning, guys. My thing is you can't go wrong with either one, and I struggle. At the end of the day, it came down to I would go Myles Garrett simply because two reasons. With Vlad Guerrero with the Tigers, does not make us.
You know what, D-Vel, your phone was.
Yeah,
I couldn't understand it.
He was going with Myles Garrett.
Right.
We got that out of it.
Yeah.
Didn't get to the reason why. But if you're looking at what Philly did, and if you're going to plan on having to face Philly in an NFC Championship game, because I don't think they're going anywhere.
No.
That's one of the better offensive lines, along with the Lions' offensive line. You've got to be able to match punch for punch. And to be able to get after Jalen Hurts, keep a mobile quarterback in the pocket, collapse that pocket before he even has a chance to get out. I would love to see Vlad for 162 games, but I don't think it puts them over the top. It would make it exciting and make it fun, but I think Myles Garrett is the Saquon Barkley ad for this team.
Good analogy. Chuck, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I don't even think it's close. I think it's Myles Garrett by a long shot, and here's why. Two reasons. One, you can pitch around Glad. You can't pitch around or double team Myles Garrett with Aiden on the other side. One. Two, the Lions had an historic best offense, best team in the history of the organization. They're that close to a Super Bowl. We've never been to a Super Bowl. We've been to, 6, 7, 8, 9 World Series? That's why I don't even think it's close. I think it's the Lions and getting Myles Garrett. We could get Vlad Guerrero. We're ascending. That doesn't mean that we're that close to the World Series. We are close to a Super Bowl, and Myles Garrett is a difference maker. You can't double either one of them guys. You do, the other guy's going to run wild. And with our back seven and the injuries this year to get to the Super Bowl, it's not even close. It's Myles Garrett to me, and I appreciate your time. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, I understand that sentiment completely.
Yeah.
But I'm looking, and Gov pointed out, it's true. The fact that he's 25 years old, he could be here for at least a decade. I'm talking about Guerrero. I mean,
sure.
So that is important. So that's part of impact as well. Some ticket text. I love the Lions, but they are number 3 to me. Michigan football and the Tigers are ahead of them, so I take Guerrero. That's Brad in the ATL. Myles Garrett, 9.5 out of 10. That's from Oxford. Easy answer. Garrett is the pick. Winning a Super Bowl is far more impactful than winning the World Series, and a higher likelihood as well. That's from Jason in a car. How about this one? Depends. If I have to trade assets like Max Clark or Colt Keith to get Vlad, then my answer would be Myles Garrett. If you're telling me the Tigers signed Vlad in free agency next offseason, my answer would be Vlad.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have to give up anything, because either one, if you're going to trade for either one, you're going to be giving up assets. For the Lions, it's most likely only going to be draft assets.
By the way, if Toronto, for some reason, and they agreed to a contract beforehand, said, we'll give you Vlad, but you have to give us Max Clark and Colt Keith, I'm making that trade.
I probably am too.
Yeah. Let's go to Greg in Detroit. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I would definitely take Myles Garrett because even though we still have a window, that window is still closing. And then most of all, and this what makes Jared Goff such an elite quarterback. Jared Goff threw for a couple of interceptions against Washington, but still he attributed to 500 yards and 31 points. So when he made that fumble in the red zone, if we had a defense just to hold their offense and not get a score, we'd have been talking about something different. And I just thought, so with a defense, definitely we want Myles Garrett at this point. Definitely. Because Jared Goff can make the mistakes, and still, he's thrown for 500 yards and 31 points. But if he had a defense, it would make all the difference in the world. Say, hey, man, we got you.
Look, he's a spectacular player, and the Lions would be, you're right, John, one of the favorites to get to the Super Bowl. If the Tigers added Vladimir Guerrero, I think they'd be a favorite to get to the World Series. Maybe not the favorite, but they'd be definitely They'd be ahead of Cleveland in the division, and they'd be right there with the Yankees probably, right, to get to the World Series. Wouldn't you think so?
Yeah. I think they would
and that's
be.
just right now. Plus, if we believe all this stuff about the young players in the farm system, and if he's going to be here for 10 years, you're pretty sure you get Vladimir Guerrero, and if you keep Skubal, which who knows that's going to happen.
Yeah.
You're going to get to a World Series too.
But I do think that there is something to be said for. Now, you're not going to pitch around Vlad Guerrero Jr. every single time he's at the plate.
No.
You're going to still get some fireworks. But you can't double team both Myles Garrett and Aiden Hutchinson
True.
and Aleem McNeil. It just becomes overwhelming for an opponent's offense. And when you look up the grades of these two players, Aiden Hutchinson, number 1 graded edge rusher, Myles Garrett, number 2. And it starts going down from there. TJ Watt, Nick Bosa, Khalil Mack, Micah Parsons. Like you're talking about the elite of the elite. And if you have 1 and 2 on your defense, I mean,
it's part of my principles of football. One of the 3, and they would get that. There's no doubt about it.
Well, let me throw out something too. Is in terms of your trading for Vladdy, so it would be somewhere before the deadline this year. He hits free agency. It looks like the Blue Jays would be idiots to keep him if they're not going to re-sign him. I mean, look, something could happen, and they could negotiate and see how stupid they are because they are stupid. I don't get this again. We said it yesterday with Ohtani. They went after Ohtani. Why aren't you keeping Vladdy?
Right.
I don't get it. But anyways, Cole Keith could be part of this package.
Yeah.
And it could, look, for Cole Keith, I think he can end up being a really good player.
Sure.
I don't think he might get, his ceiling would maybe be getting a once or two All-Star game appearance. That's a tough position to make the All-Star game.
They don't have anybody on their team or in their organization, in my opinion, and look, I haven't seen Max Clark play at a higher level, who is going to be as good as Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Exactly, and that's why I was bringing up Cole Keith, because I would root for him to have a pretty good year. But the bottom line is he'll never be Guerrero Jr. at first. He never, ever, ever will.
As good as Riley Green is, he ain't going to be Vladimir Guerrero Jr. either.
So if Keith has a pretty good year at first and looks like he can hold his own at first, he's an attractive trade candidate for a rebuild because he's under contract.
Yes.
Right. Under team control for a long time.
Absolutely.
Or, he's under contract because he signed that one in the minor leagues.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, maybe it's Keith, McConaughey, and you don't have to give up Clark. If I was the Blue Jays, I'd ask for Clark.
Right. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and texts coming up next. 97 on the ticket.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need and deserve to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. If you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797. Jim on vacation. You got Stoney here. Don't forget you can always watch us on Twitch and YouTube live. So hello, all you YouTubers and Twitchers. Talking about who would you rather have, who'd make the most impact in this town, Myles Garrett or Vladimir Guerrero Jr. We're dreaming. I know it's fantasy world, but what the hell. Here's some ticket text. I 1,000% would rather get Vladdy for the one reason we need the Tigers to be relevant this summer while we wait for football. Otherwise, it's 4 months of misery until football season.
Oh, I mean, rooting for radio, then yeah, because
Yeah,
we're going to always have a lot of Lions talk.
correct.
Having more Tiger talk, especially at the end of last year, was so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
I get the side of that. I mean, all summer long, instead of it just being, the soundtrack of summer,
Right.
it would be exciting.
Yes. More text. Vlad is the equivalent of getting Miggy. Yeah. They gave up big-time prospects who turned out to be okay players. Nothing great. Cameron Maben and Andrew Miller. Andrew Miller had a better career.
Well, anytime you can get a proven player,
Yeah.
the odds are
Yes.
you're getting something more than you're giving.
Right. That's why I would give up Clark and Keith or Clark and McGonigal, whatever. The Tigers need Vladdy in their lineup much more than the Lions need Garrett. Vladdy fits the Tigers' young core. I say Vladdy is the one I prefer to trade for. The Tigers are yet to be a free agent destination, and trading for players is the easiest way to get better. The Lions are a free agent destination or can continue to build through the draft. I don't see the Tigers having either of these options for short-term success. That's from Sam in Grand Rapids.
Even if you trade for him, I mean, that you want to have him more than just this year. So it's going to have to be along with an extension.
If Garrett comes to the Lions, he's going to have a season-ending injury in the third game. Vlad all day. Okay, come on. That's boy, you talk about being a Debbie Downer.
It's going to be interesting to see how Vlad plays this because I actually respect guys who go into a final season of their deal
Betting on themselves?
that set the deadline. That
Yeah.
don't want to negotiate during the season. He set a line and a date and gave the Blue Jays for what he wanted to do. He does not want to negotiate during the season. However, if he's traded, will he do that?
Will he
I don't
listen
know-
to contract discussion as a part of that?
Right, exactly.
But I thought the agent does all that. That stuff doesn't bother the player. Nate from Allen Park says, Vladdy because I think it puts more pressure on Skubal to sign long-term. I don't think one has anything to do with the other, actually. It'd be nice, but
Well, I tell Skubal they're serious about
Yes.
winning here. I mean, that's a huge message.
yeah. It's Vladdy. We can get him for 10 years. Garrett will make it more difficult to sign our young guys. There are other guys opposite of Hutch available that will do the job, and Zadarius Smith for depth, and still have draft capital for the offensive line. That's from Jeff in South Lyon. That's building it the Brad Holmes way. I mean, I was listening to Rieger last night, and people went crazy where he said, he would give up Gibbs for Myles Garrett. Absolutely, you would.
I think he would as well.
Yeah.
I mean, but if that's the case, then and what is it 1-for-1?
Well,
I don't think you're giving up another first-round pick along with Gibbs.
I don't know. I'd give up Gibbs in 29 for Garrett because Gibbs they're probably not going to re-sign anyway because that's the way running backs are. Maybe
Yeah.
that'll change, but the Lions are going to be the favorites to win the Super Bowl regardless. The answer is Vladdy for a chance to double dip on championships. I don't think the Lions are going to be the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
No.
They'll be a contender.
They'll be a top 5, but they're not going to be the favorites. The favorites are going to be the Eagles.
Yes. Hey, guys, baseball's not the hot sport. Way past prime. The team in my city just won the World Series. Take and get Myles Garrett for the NFL Lions. That's from Dion in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Well, in L.A., the Dodgers are huge. It's the Dodgers and the Lakers more than the Rams or anything else.
Oh, yeah. Rams or the Chargers.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll take the phone call later. Vlad gives you 5 to 10% more wins for the Tigers. Garrett, just a great defense and possible Super Bowl. I'll take a Super Bowl over World Series anyway. Tag from Southfield, Carolina. Wow.
Thanks for listening down there.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right. It's now time for news, and here's Heather.
The newly hired River Rouge football coach.
Yeah.
Man, River Rouge, we were just in the news the other day because of the other coach that facing sexual harassment charges.
Right.
But now this newly hired coach, Jermaine Kroll, just spent last weekend in jail.
Yes.
Yes.
And he's got a bit of a history as well. He was
Yeah.
in Belleville and suspended for a couple of years, and this is how he returns.
Yeah, so he was in jail for violating his probation stemming from this operating while intoxicated arrest that took place back in 2023. According to court documents, he pleaded guilty to a violation of his probation on January 29th, ordered to serve 4 days in jail starting on February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
And apparently he failed, why he was sentenced. He failed to submit 6 random alcohol and drug screenings in October and November. So that is why he spent the weekend
And there's
behind
been
bars.
no statement from the River Rouge School Board
No.
or the athletic director. I have a funny feeling. Well, it's not funny, but he can't be the coach.
I wouldn't think so. It's not the example you want to set for your students.
No, no way. The Pontiac woman who abandoned 3 of her children for years was charged on Wednesday with 3 counts of felony child abuse. Kelly Bryant, that's her name, 34 years old, was charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse. She faces up to life in prison if convicted. She does remain in custody. She is awaiting a court hearing scheduled for today. I did see a new article. A former sister-in-law is speaking up. If I had any connection to that family, I would probably not be speaking out because
Publicly.
No, the fact that you knew about these children, you
did
knew
nothing.
they existed, and yet I know it's not her responsibility. She is not the kid's mother, but it is still hard for me to think that you knew they existed, and yet you hadn't heard about them in forever. She says that she thought the grandma was taking care of the kids, and she says she knew this woman was a bad mom, but didn't ever think something like this was going on. Yeah. LeVar Ball had to have his foot amputated after suffering some sort of serious medical issue. No word really on the exact details of what happened, but he recently underwent a procedure, had his right foot amputated, is said apparently to be in great spirits and is doing well after the surgery. I did see a photo of him in the wheelchair, had a big smile on his face, so he's feeling okay. It's going to take some adjusting, though.
Yeah,
I'm sure. That's too bad.
This is crazy. A salad cost Dodgers pitcher Dustin May his season and almost his life. Did you hear this story?
I saw this story a couple of days ago. I can't believe I didn't put it in my news. When I saw it in yours, Stoney, I was like,
Pretty
oh my gosh.
crazy. So during the 2023 season, he was rehabbing after he had multiple surgeries, right? But he said he was pretty close to joining his team's 2024 World Series run until he had this freak incident involving a salad. So he went out to dinner. This was July 10th, got a piece of lettuce stuck in his throat, caused a serious tear in his esophagus. And what's so crazy is that it required emergency surgery that night. And it almost
Ended
took
his
his life.
season.
Yeah, well, he didn't think it was something. He said he's a pretty calm person,
Right.
right? Like, so yeah, there was extreme pain. Something was crazy. He tried to wash this piece of lettuce down, and finally it kind of stopped. The pain stopped. He thought, I'm okay, right?
Yeah.
Like, everything's fine. But his wife said, you know what? You should go get checked out. Go to the ER, make sure everything's okay. And it turns out it was very serious, a very uncommon surgery he had to undergo. And he says he probably wouldn't have made it through the night if he didn't get it looked at. He had to have a complete full abdominal surgery.
Yep.
He says he's got a scar basically like his entire
Yeah.
chest to his stomach.
You know whose fault it is.
Yes.
Yes. I saw this news story. I was actually riding in the car. Lisa was driving, and I said, I don't know that I'm ever going to have salad again. I'm not a big fan myself
know
already.
you're
It's a
not.
waste of space.
Yep, right.
But if this is one of the things that could happen, no thank you.
Well,
Crazy.
the other thing when I saw the story is the headlines that, Dustin May. The first thing is you think
Dusty
it's Dusty
May.
May,
Yeah.
head coach of Michigan,
Wild story.
Yep,
Yes.
salad eaters.
Another wild story. A woman is suing an IVF clinic in Georgia. You hear this one after they mixed up 2 embryos and she gave birth to somebody else's baby. So she used a donor to get pregnant in 2023, gave birth that December, but she immediately knew that something was wrong. She's white. The baby was black, and she had picked the donor, somebody that had dusty blonde hair and blue eyes. So she knew something wasn't right, but she did take the baby home, cared for the baby as if it was hers. She bought an at-home DNA test, got the results back a month later. Test confirmed she and the baby were not related. So she told the clinic about it. Turns out they did their research. The embryo belonged to another couple at the clinic. That couple ultimately had to sue the woman to get custody of their baby, gave the baby up at 5 months. And obviously, traumatic situation all around for everyone involved. But the woman's lawyer says, gosh, it was just a devastating situation, and she is suing for an undisclosed amount of money.
Oh, unbelievable.
What a mix-up.
Yes, indeed. All right, thank you very much, Heather. All right, coming up next, tonight is the night, the border war. The best on best for the crest. 97 won the ticket. Two 539-9797. Tonight, it will be Canada versus the United States of America in Boston at the Garden for the championship of something that you never heard of a year ago. And many people didn't hear of 2 weeks ago, the Four Nations Face-Off. And it is a very highly anticipated hockey game, maybe the most anticipated hockey game internationally that we've had, maybe since, the
decades.
Decades, yes, since the Olympics, where it was Canada versus USA, and Crosby scored the overtime goal to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
After Zach Parise tied it up, I believe. In that game.
It's obviously the buildup is originally it was just for last Saturday night, and we knew that there could be a rematch Thursday night. There's some work to be done. The best two teams are going to be actually playing for the crown tonight, but it was the tone that the U.S. set in that game The 3 fights in the 9 seconds, the physicality of which they played with. They bullied that Canadian team. And now Canada gets a chance to respond. And I think it's going to be an epic, epic game. Now, does it live up to the expectations that we have? A lot of these don't.
Right.
But going into it, and however long it lasts, there is going to be a certain amount of tension in that building. And for everybody that's watching it, I don't think it starts out the same way with the gloves dropping 2 seconds in, but
No.
you're going to kind of always be on the edge of your seat feeling like that could happen at any moment. And the results of the game, obviously, bragging rights for those of us south of the border, for those that live north of the border. It's going to be something that's talked about certainly tomorrow and for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, absolutely. And tonight, I'm just checking ticket prices on SeatGeek. The cheapest to get in, including fees, 2 tickets, $1,570 each.
It's highly sought after.
And that's for seats. So if you want to sit center ice, it's $5,000 a ticket, basically.
Oh, wow.
And look, there are a lot of Canadians who are going to be showing a lot of loonies to go to this game. They'll be making the drive.
Oh, sure. There's no question. It's the ticket to be had right now. And I mean, because there's obviously no other NHL games going on. Football's over.
Yep.
Basketball was on a break that didn't go well for them, and they've started up, but locally here, Pistons don't play until tomorrow night? Yeah.
So if people like sell these tickets and have them, like to Canadians, does that make you unpatriotic? I'm just kidding.
I know.
People.
Yes.
Where the lengths that people go to, like, what are these Lions fans doing selling to enemy Commander fans?
Right, I know.
I'd like to know what the level of excitement is for if you're going to watch this game. If you're not a hockey fan, but you're still going to watch this game.
If you're a sports fan.
Yeah, if you're a sports fan, are you going to watch? And if you're not, why aren't you watching? There is compelling TV. There's compelling reasons to watch this game.
When you watch a sporting event as a fan, what you want the most is to see the team you want win, obviously. But besides that, you want to see maximum effort. You want to feel that the teams that you are watching, not just in international play, care about it just as much as you do. And in this case, I think that's part of what has captivated everybody, that it's obvious from the physicality, from the fights, that these guys want to win. They care for their country, and the little trash talking. And somebody, we talked about this earlier in the program, made the analogy of, Canada, the United States, it's, little big brother, little brother stuff. But when it comes to hockey, it's the other way around. Canada's like the big brother.
Well, of course. I mean, because they're somewhat snobby at times, and they created the game. So I would say the other thing that's on the line just a little bit tonight is, USA Hockey in general. They have yet to have like that crowning moment since the Miracle on Ice, and I think some of that would happen tonight, and it would set the table for the Olympics.
Right. Well, you know what's weird? When they won the World Cup in '96, that was a bigger tournament, bigger event, but because of the way things are now with television and media and social media, it didn't have the impact. Plus, it was also before the season, which some people like, some people don't. This is in the middle of a dead period, and it's just with the fights and all that. Cause,
it's captivating.
Yeah, because those games were crazy as well.
People think this is the best U.S. roster ever.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Hands down. So
and
it has to beat the best roster, because Canada has the best roster.
There's no doubt about it. And the United States, if you want to get into the X's and O's, are going to have to do a good job of forechecking and not let the speed of Canada with, McDavid and McKinnon, et cetera, go crazy. And look, the United States had an advantage. Look, injuries are part of the game. The United States had an advantage Saturday night with Cale Makar did not play. Canada has an advantage today because Charlie McAvoy's not playing. And McAvoy was a thorn in their side on Saturday night. And it's going to be, they're playing at home. No, it's just going to be a very difficult game. I think the money line is pretty close right now. If I was favoring somebody, I'd favor Canada. I just think they have the better roster, except in goal. And And that's where Hollenbach is better than Bennington.
It is going to be captivating TV. It's going to be dramatic. There's a lot of build up to it. And one of the things that we talk about the violence of that game, the physicality of that game, the speed of that game that happened on Saturday night. I don't think this game starts out the same way. All right, the U.S. set the tone, right? They bullied them. I don't think you can come out and do the same thing. I don't think they want to come out and do the same thing. But just the fact that something could bust out at any second, and by bust out, I mean there could be a fight at any moment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm crazy. And we have some on Twitch that say fighting just makes hockey better. I agree.
Yes.
I want to see more fights. And as long as it's part of the flow of the game.
You don't expect what happened Saturday night to happen tonight.
No, that tone's been set. And you don't want it to be manufactured. You don't want it to be, predetermined, hey, as soon as we drop the puck, you and I are going at it.
Right.
I want to see it be a natural part of the game, but I think there needs to be more of that in every hockey game that we watch on TV.
I agree. I mean, when I was not even going to the whole Broad Street Bully thing, but going to games, it's like, was it a good game? Yeah, the team won, 4-3. They lost 3-2, but good hitting. There was a couple of fights, and it was great.
Yeah.
Nobody's sitting there saying, well, you like fighting. Nobody's asking for bench clearing brawls. They're in brawls. They're brawl.
Right.
They're nice.
No,
but that's not what we're talking about.
No, and there's certain things that make every sport unique. And fighting in hockey is something that makes it unique. And I understand you could put your team at a disadvantage if you're in the penalty box and you're feeling shame at that moment. But it also it's a way to answer something else that's happened on the ice.
Yeah.
It's a way to enforce and just exert dominance.
Yeah, it polices itself. 248-539-9797. If you're not watching, why aren't you watching tonight? That's number one. And do you think there should be more fighting in hockey?
I gave you my answer.
Yes.
I said absolutely yes.
Yeah.
And again, it doesn't need to be pre-programmed.
No.
All right? And whether it's a Tkachuk brother, because I definitely think through the course of the game, there's going to be some of those Canadian hockey players that want to take a shot at either Tkachuk.
No doubt.
And they should.
There are guys, they are the Tkachuks, and their father was the same way, are guys you are talented players that you love them if they're on your team. And
hate them if they're not.
And hate them if you're not. And in this case, they are on our team. I mean, in Ottawa, okay, the capital of Canada, they love him as an Ottawa Senator. They hate him tonight. And it's going to be very interesting in Boston where Brad Marchand plays and, what kind of player he is.
Right, and he kind of addressed that earlier in the week, and he said, hey, I'm very aware of the fact that I play here, but I'm playing for Team Canada, and if there's some booze, he says, he doesn't really listen to it anyway, so he's okay with whatever happens.
Yep. Some ticket text. Yes, I did say bra, but some people thought I said something else. Bench clearing bras are also nice, Tony.
Another shoe shine?
Yeah, exactly. All right, here's some more ticket text. I'm driving to the airport because I have to fly to Florida for a couple of days for work. We have an event that starts tonight at 8. There's absolutely zero chance I'm attending that. I will be back at my hotel watching this game. Nothing could keep me away. Huge sports fans couldn't care less about this game. Now, the question is, does that make are you a hockey fan? If you're a hockey fan,
then you would never watch hockey.
Right.
There's no reason. So, I can't see why somebody just like sports and is like, okay, hockey's just kind of whatever, but there's nothing on tonight, people.
Yeah.
There's nothing. There's no local teams competing. There's some rando college basketball game sitting out there.
Is NBA play tonight? I don't even know.
Tonight's, that's what I think about tonight's so great. This is one that if you rarely check out the game, check this out tonight.
There, even on Twitch, there's one here, Dior Styles. I hate hockey, and I will be watching for sure. Put USA on your chest, and I'm all in.
If you like competition.
Right. That's it. I mean, you don't have to like hockey. Okay.
I don't watch gymnastics ever, but I will watch the gymnastics in the Olympics sometimes.
Right.
That's I never played the game, gymnastics. I know your daughters did, Stoney, but
sometimes
we made up a new lie about your life this week.
I know. Well, sometimes in gymnastics you watch just because you hope they fall, like ice figure skating.
Really?
Oh, if they
you hope they crash and burn?
I don't hope, but sometimes when they do fall,
Oh,
Like
it can
figure
be
skating.
epic, yeah, but
That's funny as hell.
It's not. I would love to see you do it one time and see what it feels like.
Oh, I understand.
Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel. Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's Pittsburgh Penguin former announcer Mike Lang, one of the greats. And he passed away yesterday at the age of 76. So R.I.P. Mike Lang. He was amazing. Some great creative calls. Everybody in the hockey world and broadcasting world, sports broadcasting who knew him, loved the guy. He was terrific. All right, we're taking some texts, some phone calls. Four Nations final tonight. Why aren't you watching if you're not? Number one. Number two, do you like fighting in hockey? I mean, it's an old issue, but I think it's so topical because of what happened on Saturday night. It's great, and it added to the game, obviously, because the way the game started, but it was the whole game itself, just physical, pace, up and down. It's the way the sport should be played. Here we have some texts. No McAvoy, that hurts the U.S. a lot, but they win 2-1 in overtime.
Okay.
I hope you're right.
Gosh, overtime game would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Yeah, McAvoy, it does hurt. Hopefully, Slavin and Faber have been playing great at defense for them, but not having McAvoy is tough. I've watched games for 60 years, and the first game was the greatest game I've ever seen. Intensity, pace, skill, and the speed was unbelievable. Are you insane? The USA has been beating the crap out of Canada for a decade at the World Juniors. The U.S. development model has put USA on a par with Canada for a while. But we haven't seen it manifested into the national stage, winning an Olympic gold, that type of thing yet. I mean, yes, the World Juniors, the United States has done a terrific job and
dominated.
And the U.S. national development team, here in
I
Arbor.
I wasn't questioning that. It's the payoff.
Yes,
The payoff is at this level.
Right.
You're playing the other team that's supposed to be the best in the world, and now you're on par.
Right.
But you do have to beat them.
Yes, and they're getting there because of the players that are coming through the program. I have to admit, sometimes I say, how can we allow fighting to go on in hockey? But the fights the other night have got me just anticipating this game like no other before. I agree with John. I want more fights in hockey.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey's my favorite sport. No interest in exhibitions. That's from Joe. Okay, but it's not an exhibition. Technically, yes, it doesn't count in league standings. Would you rather watch tonight or watch, I don't know, San Jose play Winnipeg? I mean, I know Winnipeg's a really good
I was
team.
going to say the Jets are the highest point totals.
Well, yeah. Well, plus
Whatever you want.
it's also the Jets and the Sharks. It's West Side Story.
Whatever you want to call this thing, it's been great for the game. They're talking about it on ESPN right now, and yeah, they're showing the game tonight, but still, it has brought the game much needed attention.
Yeah.
By the way, we had the OT mention. There is no shootout tonight. Just so people know, they are using NFL or NHL playoff rules. So you will play till somebody scores, just like the gold medal game in 2010.
Are they doing?
And they learned something from soccer in terms of let's have a World Cup decided by shootouts.
Are they doing? Is the overtime going to be 3-on-3 or is the overtime going to be
5-on-5?
5-on-5, baby.
NHL playoff hockey.
Oh, it's great.
So it'll end up being 5-1. Right?
Well, no, it better not be 5 overtimes because we have to get up early tomorrow morning.
Maybe Greg finally gets his dream of sports still going when we wake up in the morning. We should broadcast it.
Yes, exactly.
We'll let Stoney do the play-by-play. He has to do it in his French voice, though.
His Russian voice.
French-Canadian.
Because they weren't allowed.
Yes.
I actually think the pressure is on the U.S. If we lose, the win on Saturday means nothing. Nobody cares about a round robin if you lose on the final.
I would agree with that.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what happened in the Olympics one year. The 1 year we were talking about. Damn right fighting belongs in hockey. Bob Probert is the sole reason that I learned about hockey. As a young black kid growing up with no ties to the sport, fighting kept me watching the sport until I learned and appreciated it. That's from Phil in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
If your sport needs fighting to make it interesting, then your sport probably isn't very good. That's from Rob in Detroit.
They don't need it to make it exciting.
Makes
It
it more
just
physical.
accentuates it a little bit.
Exactly. Tonight's game is an all-star game where they actually will be playing, not a little show on ice like Disney. This will be good, and go USA. Can ESPN please play Kurt Russell's "Who Do You Play For" speech from Miracle before the game? That's from John in Lake Orion.
Yeah, you want to talk about everybody that's going to be standing up watching this game to start instead of sitting in their chairs. That'll get them off their seats.
They should probably play it on the scoreboard at the Garden. I agree with Stoney. Falls in skating, crashes in NASCAR, fights in hockey, and when criminals get tased on cops is awesome. Scott and Carl.
Oh, I would totally agree with the criminals on cops when they get tased. It's amazing.
It's great. They quiver.
The quivering.
Serves him right. Go Cops. Chris, you're a 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, good morning, eh?
Hey.
What's up?
Hey, I had to say, so you know I was from Canada.
That's okay.
Great show, guys. Great topic. I think both sides of the river are definitely all about this game. I knew it was big when my wife this morning before I left to work said, tonight we watching the game? And I go, what are you talking about? She goes, oh, the USA-Canada game. I go, oh, I didn't know that she was interested in hockey, but I think that it's a national thing and everybody can buy in. Because I live in Canada, you guys live in the States, and it's more the country feels like they're involved with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's why the players are. Sorry, go ahead.
So, how like if Canada loses tonight, what will that do to you?
I think it won't do a lot to me, but at the same time, I feel let down because I'm part of this country, right? And we're the smaller country. You guys have 10 times the population. So anytime that we can beat an American team, I feel like it's a good thing. But we like beating Canadian teams too, right? I think that's why the players are going so hard. And I think that the way they did it through the media is fantastic because my wife knew about them all chirping back and forth and about the chat group and all that. So I think that it's way better than the NBA All-Star game was. I'll tell you that.
Well, there's a lot of things in life that are better than the NBA All-Star game, and I'm an NBA fan, and the players in the NBA believe there's a lot of things wrong with the NBA All-Star game. In fact, I saw Kevin Durant said basically he likes the hockey stuff better.
Okay, well then play.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they have no one to blame but themselves.
Exactly. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Here is Chris Villar.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings are ready to learn something about themselves as their season is set to resume this weekend. Coach McClellan hoping it's a positive answer as they skate and scrimmage to get their conditioning back up after a couple of weeks off. Also a big plus that Dylan Larkin is getting competitive experience similar to the playoffs on Team USA since he has yet to play in an NHL postseason game. That bout between USA and Canada will indeed play tonight in Boston. Players are already taking jabs at each other. Brandon Hagel of Canada accusing the U.S. of pre-planning their fights in a group chat. Coach Mike Sullivan did say he expects Brady Tkachuk to be available tonight after being under the weather and missing practice yesterday. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539-9797. We're talking four nations face off the final, USA versus Canada, tonight for a trophy that will...
All the marbles.
From what I understand, this is going to be the only time they're going to do this because they're going to do the Olympics next year, then probably the All-Star game on the odd years, and then a World Cup where there'll be 8 nations.
Right, yeah. So this is the only time there's going to be 4. Next time they do something like this, it'll be double the teams, double your pleasure.
Yes. One of the greatest things about hockey fights is they can swing momentum in a game unlike anything else in any other sport. Some of the dudes generally dislike each other, but sometimes they just fist bump after and move on. It's just a part of the game, and I love it. The fighting, shall we say, decorum has changed over the years. When I was a kid, they would fight and they wouldn't talk to each other afterwards. Now, when they fight, they both basically, they know it's over and done with, and they will tap themselves, tap out basically.
Sure.
Themselves. So.
Yeah. No, it can kickstart a game. I mean, if the U.S. is losing 2-0 tonight in the middle of the second period and looking just very blah and methodical, all it takes is one guy to go out there, and all of a sudden that bench comes alive and it can go lickety-split, flip the switch. And
if you want to change the atmosphere in that building, You set one of those off mid second period. I mean, that place is going to go nuts.
Best fight I saw was when the Rangers climbed the glass to fight fans. That was Mike Milbury, the shoe incident.
I've seen that at a minor league game before when I was a kid.
Oh, really?
Unbelievable. There was such a big brawl that they actually had to stop the second period with like 10 minutes left and add that on to the third period because everybody had to go in the locker room and get stitched up. It was Slapshot in person. It was unbelievable. Against the Muskegon Mohawks, a Flint General.
Who owns the Chiefs? Owns the Chiefs.
Let's see. I'm not reading those two, Gov. Stoney, please sign is it sign? It says sign Canada, so I can take it.
Sing.
They probably mean sing, but my singing so bad, maybe they do want me to sign language it.
Yeah, so you can only see it on Twitch.
Yes, exactly. I'll read one of them. I'll be frosting my hair for tonight's game. That's from Greg in Toronto. If the Boston fans boo the Canadian national anthem, do the Canadians drop their gloves? If they don't, they will look like they have no country pride.
I don't think the U.S. needs to. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens, but
I think there was a smattering of boos on Monday when Canada played Finland.
And if they do, fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's I understand why the Canadian fans did it, but whatever. If you don't have ESPN with your cable system, what's the easiest, most inexpensive way to watch the USA versus Canada game tonight? That's Kevin and McComb.
Local pub.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Or find a friend. Let's go to his house or her house. Mike, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. I am very, very excited for tonight. We on Saturday I had a beer league game, and both teams were watching the game, streaming them on the bench, and it kind of probably spilled over to our game because we all ended up fighting each other. So I think everybody was too amped up. But if you're a fringe hockey fan, and in this town, it's sad to say, we haven't seen playoff hockey in a while, watch tonight because the intensity level is completely different than watching regular season hockey.
Right.
Yeah, and this is something that we haven't seen in this town as far as watching a game 5, 6, or 7 in the playoffs. And I'm just excited to see it because we haven't had it here for a while, and it's just that level of intensity. You're standing the whole game, and there's just nothing like it. So I can't wait for tonight.
It's definitely worth waiting for, and like anything else on television, it says 8 o'clock. The puck droppage isn't going to be till like 8:20, but that's okay. I want to see the anthems and see the crowd. It's going to be nuts in Boston tonight. It really will.
Yep.
Let's go to. I wish it was at LCA, but hey, we got Justin Timberlake tonight. John, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, guys. Just wanted to weigh in on the game tonight.
Mm-hmm.
As a hockey fan, I will absolutely be watching the game. And as an American, I will also be watching the game. I try not to buy in too much to the political stuff, but I do feel like it's adding an extra layer to these past couple games. I also don't necessarily think there needs to be more fighting in the game. I think the way the games are handled, the way the players police things on the ice and take care of each other is perfect. And I would like to challenge you guys on the roster depth. And while I agree that, Connor McDavid and Nathan McKinnon are obviously two of the best, if not the two best players in the world, I think that what the U.S. has in their favor is they have more depth. When you look down the rosters, I don't want to call guys like Brad Marchand or Sam Bennett like slouches.
No.
But I don't think that they're as deep. You got Dylan Larkin, JT Miller, Brock Nelson. These are guys that are probably among some of the best two-way forwards in the league. And I think that really plays into the U.S.'s favor when you start moving down the roster, looking for matchups, to try to slow down guys like McDavid and McKinnon.
Well, look, the United States definitely has more. I mean, like Gensel's been really, really good. Larkin's obviously been really, really good. The thing tonight to look for, I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, we haven't seen really much from Austin Matthews and Jack Hughes.
Yeah.
And I think in a game like this, because they're along with Larkin, but those two are the fastest guys on our country, right? So they have to actually use some of their speed to our advantage to combat the speed, not going man on man of McDavid and McKinnon, But do you agree with that? The Hughes and Matthews have done really nothing.
I agree that they've not done much as far as what shows up on the score sheet. And if you look at Canada's game against Finland the other day, McKinnon, McDavid, I think both had 2, maybe 3 points each. Like, their top guys were producing. But when it came to the game against the U.S., those guys, McDavid got his goal,
and that was it.
Nobody else did anything.
Right. Crosby did not play well in that game, and he played very well in the first game with Sweden. Look, you have the best players in the world, and from a local perspective, seeing Dylan Larkin on that stage is really, really cool.
Oh, it is. And, I mean, he talked about it. I don't know if it was before the first U.S.-Canada matchup or it was this week, just the fact that he really hasn't been playing for much here in Detroit. And to have something on the line, it has completely juiced him up for these games. And I think that's going to carry over for him and for the other guys that are playing that will pick up on Saturday right where they left off.
No doubt about it. I hope from a Red Wings perspective that, because play tonight, okay, and he's got back-to-back games Saturday and Sunday. I hope it's not so much of a psychological letdown to, because the Wings have to win every game they have, right?
They got to win as many as they can.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. They don't have to win all of them.
I understand that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But to see the depth that Canada does have is pretty good. I mean, Braden Point's played really well. Marner had the overtime goal against Sweden. Konecny's a pretty good player, obviously. Reinhart, who also hasn't done much. Hagel's been very good. My cousin Mark Stone, he's a really good player. He's always played in big games.
Mm-hmm.
And their defense has been really good. And they lost one of their good defensemen, too. Now, I'm not even talking about Makar. With Shea Theodore got hurt in the first game. And Parayko from St. Louis, he's been playing really well.
Well, the biggest advantage that the U.S. is going to have is in goal.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, which is incredible if you think about it. The Canada's goaltending, now, of course, I'm going to jinx myself. Binghamton will play out of his you-know-what tonight. But that the Canadian goaltenders are really not very good.
No, but it's also highlighted because of what Hellebuyck is.
Yes, true. Let's go to actually the country that has the best goaltending is in this tournament.
No.
Russia. Vasilevsky, Shesterkin, and others. Bobrovsky. Let's go to, is this Bruce?
Yes, it is.
What's up, Bruce?
Hey, Stoney Jansen. Love the show.
Thank you.
Born and raised in southeastern Michigan. Grew up going to the Olympia, the Joe, and Little Caesars. So I played hockey my whole life, but I think fighting is just as important in hockey as scoring goals and checking. You look back at the day at Yzerman's career or Gretzky's career. Yzerman had Proby and Gallant on the wings. Gretzky had Tikkanen and Messier on the wings on his wings.
Oh, they also had and Gretzky also had Semenko and McSorley on his teams too.
Right. Yeah, and Yzerman had Schnaps and all these Bridgman and all these tough guys, and they had the careers because of that. Guys were afraid to hit these guys. So fighting to me is just as important in hockey as anything else you do in hockey. And like Don Cherry used to say, you don't go get a beer or you don't go to the bathroom when there's a fight ready to break out on the rink, right?
I agree with you, and I agree with him. However, as much as I like fighting, I don't think fighting is as important as scoring goals.
Well, so it's part of the game, right?
Yeah, yes,
it's part of the game.
It is part of the game.
Part of the game.
And one can certainly assist the other. Obviously, scoring goals is the whole point.
Yeah.
So tonight, I'm down. I live down in Naples, Florida now. Just moved down here a year or so ago, and I'm watching a game tonight with some Canadian friends. And I told them, I said, I may just have to put the foil on before I go to the bar to watch the game with them.
That's right. Foil up.
So what do you think's going to happen, Bruce, tonight?
I think it's going to be very hard to beat Canada twice in 1 week. Of course, I want the USA to win, but when you got Crosby and McDavid out there, a lot of pressure on these guys are to come through. If USA wins, I think it'll be sort of a miracle, but I'm sure it'll be a great game either way.
I tend to agree with you, although I wouldn't call it a miracle if they won.
No, it's not going to be.
They have a really good roster.
Yeah. And the point is, like, this is an all-star game.
Yeah.
And it's an all-star game that is going to be intense and you're going to be hanging on every second of this game.
Just a quick note: Scott Frost once did say that UCF out-hit Michigan despite losing 51-14.
I do remember that. Yes.
Yeah,
so scoring does matter.
Scoring is more important.
Yes.
And I think maybe what the caller's point was is there's a price to pay for doing certain things in the game. And now, because they've taken it out, they use their sticks to do something instead. And that's actually more dangerous in some ways. It's just, I don't have to have a fight to watch a hockey game, but I like the chance that there could be one during a hockey game. It makes a boring 22nd home game of the year great and memorable. Guess what? They lost 4-1 tonight. We should have seen what so-and-so did.
Yep, exactly. All right, 248-539-9797.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all our sporting events, and the game that's going to happen tonight, why not watch it at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Coming up at 9:35, I met a guy yesterday who was a very famous name, and it wasn't that person.
Oh.
And we'll explain if it ever happened to you. All right. Tigers, Lakeland, working out, reading all the stories. Oh, this guy looks good. Best shape of his life. Look out for this minor leaguer.
Yeah.
Yada, yada, yada. Well, John, there might be somebody in Lakeland who surprisingly has a shot, I'm not saying it's going to happen, of making the big club.
Well, and this is on the heels of losing out on the quote-unquote Bregman sweepstakes.
By the way, not to interrupt you, which
please do.
I am, the Bregman thing in Boston is causing
huge.
I mean, I think the Red Sox, and I know they're some of their fans, but even the organization, if they had to do it all over again, they might say, you know what?
Not worth it.
This is not worth it because Devers is just pissed.
Oh, yeah. And he is like, no, I'm not going to be DH. No, I'm not going to move to second base.
Right.
I'm a third baseman. And you would have thought that those things would have all been discussed, ironed out, and talked about.
Trade him here. We'll take him at third.
Hey, you never know.
Yeah.
Might be on the blocks.
But there might be somebody else at third.
There could be. And with, like I said, not having anybody in free agency coming, we've got obviously Vierling, we've got Jace Young, but John Morosi yesterday from MLB Network had this to say about Hao-Yu Lee.
I love the Polanco comp.
Yes.
Because he's kind of stocky like Polanco. Now, I don't know if his head's as big as Polanco's. Polanco had like the hugest dome, man. We used to tease. Jamie used to say his head's even bigger than mine. Anyway, look, out of nowhere, 2006. Now, it's different because the Tigers were awful in 2005. Leland's first year, all of a sudden, people didn't expect Verlander and Zumaya to come up, right from
the beginning,
the big beginning of the season. Yeah. Sometimes this stuff happens. That would be amazing. Yeah. I'm not counting on it, but it would be good. Then they acquired him for Michael Lorenzen.
Yeah, with Philly a few years ago, and he's 22. And you heard about what he could do at the plate, making hard contact. That would be great. And if he's able to make that transition, because Jace Young's not, natural third baseman. Matt Vierling, again, not natural third baseman, but if you got Gleyber Torres at second and Hao-Yu Lee can make that transition, you might find a little bit of a diamond in the rough and find a right-handed bat that you could probably platoon with Jace Young, who's obviously a lefty, at third base.
So this is why you don't block players. All right, I'm so sorry, Costa. He's rolling over in his cabana if he's listening. Seriously, I'm just kidding. No, look, is this preseason spring training hype? What you said about Verlander and Zumaya is true. You know, that was not expected. Maybe Verlander.
Yeah, but not
more.
Zumaya. Most people didn't even hear of Zumaya.
They didn't even know who he was. Right. So, look, maybe they found something here. But him along with Lorenzo.
Yes.
Are two little things that maybe Harris has kind of plucked out of thin air here.
Possibly, yeah. And you can throw Sweeney in the mix too with that. You do love reading these spring training stories.
Well, so we'll get a chance to start seeing it on Saturday. That's when they play their first game, and who knows, who's going to be in the lineup, who's not going to be in the lineup. You would think a guy that never played AAA, they want to get a good look at. They want to test as often as possible. That we're going to see a lot of him in spring training at third base to get reps there, but also at the plate. And if he does, show that he can make that transition, who says there's no written rule that says he has to be at Toledo for X amount of games or X amount of at-bats before he makes that transition.
No, I mean, look, if he's the best third base candidate coming out of Lakeland, by all means, start him. And if he doesn't produce when the season starts here, you send him down to Toledo. What's the big deal?
Give them another chance.
Exactly.
They did that last year twice.
Yes.
And it worked once, and not so much on the other one with Torque.
Yeah. He got a little better when he came back, but.
Can you imagine, like, Dickerson, he gets called up and they're going to do a play-by-play, or he's on base and somebody knocks him in, and it's like, Meadows scores, Lee scores, Tigers go up 5-3. How you doing?
Well, you know what? As long as they have somebody.
Well, Greg Gagne is going to get a chance to call him with Erie.
Sure.
He's the guy that fills in for Dickerson.
Right. He's had him. Right. How you Lee. All right. It's time for news. Here's Heather.
Work in the Detroit neighborhood affected by that big, massive water main break is expected to last through March. So on Wednesday, officials provided updates during a press conference, and they said that they're dedicating a team to focus on recovery efforts over the next 6 weeks to get people back into their homes and obviously to address the health and safety issues. Like I said, the main focus is to get these homes back in safe condition so people can go live again. 400 homes have been affected. Almost 300 people were staying in a hotel as of Tuesday. More than 250 homes were either flooded, their basements, or without power. So there's a lot to go through, right? When it comes to the actual water main, water has been removed from the site. Crews excavated the area around the main break. They say they anticipate that an estimated 12-foot section of pipe will need to be removed and obviously replaced. They have that replacement on order, and it's expected to be delivered very soon. And then they say the timeline for that actual repair could be about 2 weeks. Listen to this. The former president of the Spanish Football Federation was found guilty on sexual assaulting a member of the women's national team. You might remember what took place. This was several years ago. He was found guilty after he kissed this player on the lips without consent following the 2023 Women's World Cup. Now, he was ordered to basically have no contact with this female player for a year. He was also fined over $10,000. He was acquitted as well on coercion after he allegedly tried to persuade this woman into saying that the kiss was consensual. She said, I'm not doing that. This was not anything I wanted.
Such a weird moment.
Yeah, she says she felt she was there at the trial. She says she felt disrespected and that the kiss basically stained one of the happiest days of her life. So, yep.
So weird.
Creepy old man.
Yeah, yes. A wild freak accident with a salad cost Dodgers pitcher Dustin May his season and almost his entire life. So he was on the mend. He was rehabbing. He had just had Tommy John surgery in 2023. Yes, watch out. And he was close to rejoining the team when he had this freak accident involving a salad. Went out to dinner, obviously ordered a salad, and got a piece of the lettuce stuck in his throat, caused a serious tear in his esophagus. He had to undergo emergency surgery. Basically said like he had mega pain, I think is how he described it, in his throat and stomach for about 15 minutes, and then it just went away. I thought, I'm going to be fine. I feel good. His wife said, I don't know. It sounds really strange. You should go get checked out. He did. He had to undergo this massive full abdominal surgery. And he required 6 months of recovery where he couldn't lift weights heavier than 10 pounds. All because of a piece of lettuce.
Yeah.
Wow.
No nutritional value. And it could actually kill you.
I'm guessing it could have been anything.
It's the end of salads everywhere.
But it just happened to be that piece of lettuce. Yeah. An extremely rare animal. My God. Who was that screaming? What
was that from?
Was that Stoney or the guy like falling off the cliff?
No, it was not Heather. That was Stoney.
Oh, it was Stoney.
We did some kind of screaming contest on the air. I don't know.
That's interesting.
Stoney, no idea you were a screamer.
Yikes.
Yikes.
All right. So an extremely rare animal believed to be extinct has been spotted in the wild
John,
for the first time.
You just put that in her brain.
Yikes. She says, yikes.
Heather's going to have a dream with Costa, and Stoney's going to be screaming.
No more dreams.
You hear about that, Stoney?
No.
Oh, well.
She had a dream about going on a date with Costa.
Yeah. We've got it's been...
Have you seen this sitting around?
Oh.
Yeah.
Show it on Twitch, John.
Here, gotta take it out.
So you can actually see it.
Wow.
Heather smiles when she sleeps too, with her mouth open.
Apparently that night, yes. I was had a big smile on my
The
face.
closest thing I can relate to is I have a friend of mine. His mother had a dream that she ran away with me to Acapulco.
This topic and story only gets better. It's like fine wine.
Yes.
Oh, what was her name?
Gloria.
Let's start singing.
G-O-R-I-A.
Gloria Levin. Yeah.
That's the news, guys.
Thank you very much, Heather.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Stoney.
When you're not dreaming about Jim Costa,
Oh, God.
you should be going to Planet Fitness.
Yikes.
Like I do. I don't dream about Jim Costa, but I go to Planet Fitness and I love it there. It's a judgment-free zone. It's a dream-free zone. Go there. Help me get in shape both physically and mentally. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. And I'll tell you what, a great deal's going on right now. $15 a month, $1 down. That's right, $15 a month, $1 down. And I love the cardio stuff that they have there, the elliptical, the recumbent bike, but they also have brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat and the supine benches and all that great stuff as well. There's over 50 locations in Metro Detroit, including brand new location, 1200 West 4th Street near Detroit's Corktown. Go get the Black Card membership too, which allows you, if you travel a lot, over 2,000 clubs worldwide. My sister-in-law was down in Florida with my wife, and she's a Planet Fitness customer. She used the one in Boca Raton the last few days. Planet Fitness. Find your nearest club and join today, in-club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
248-539-9797. We're talking Tiger baseball, Four Nations face-off. You want to get in the conversation on any of those? Obviously, we got open phone lines. And Stoney, you met someone yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I went to the great folks at Sarah Whalen Chevrolet. My lease ended on my Blazer, so I got a new car. I got the stepped down a little bit, but I love it. The Equinox, which I had before the Blazer.
Yeah, got all the bells and whistles.
And my sales associate, a guy named Darren, is a really good guy. But he had something he had to attend to work-wise, so he said somebody else is going to take care of you, get everything all written up and all that. So I go to meet the guy, and his name's Robert Kraft.
Oh.
I said, how much? So I said, tough year for the Pats this year, huh? He goes. Actually, I hate the Patriots. You know?
yeah. Haven't heard that one before.
Imagine why.
Yeah.
So he was a really good guy. So
where's the best place to get a massage?
So anyway, so I was wondering, do you have anybody in your life, whatever, who has a famous name that, like Robert Kraft, you know, that type of thing?
Yeah, you mean other than like Tom Brady or Charles Woodson? Or...
Oh, okay. Put that siren up loud. Yes, Clinton Portis, Deion Sanders. Yes.
Yeah.
We get it.
I got a few of them in there.
Lloyd Carr. All right. But they're real people. That's their real names. I'm talking about that aren't their real names.
Yes.
Are their real names, but it's not the celebrity.
Right. Yes. I don't know. I was trying to think if I had anybody that I've run into that would have a famous name, somebody that was famous for being an athlete or for any other reason.
Else, yeah.
That and I don't think that I've. The only one that I've come across, and I wouldn't call him a friend. We've interviewed him. I think we interviewed him once or twice here, but it was John Cooper. John Cooper
Garling Chevrolet, Garling Buick, that guy?
No.
Okay.
No. But now that I know another one. No, John Cooper, the Tampa Bay Lightning coach.
Right.
Also John Cooper, the Buckeye coach.
Right.
Yes. Famous Buckeye coach.
Yeah, exactly.
Or infamous, maybe, depending on your point of view. And so when we had him on the phone, I was like, wait, John Cooper? Is this John Cooper? No. So that's the only time I've run into somebody that shared a name of somebody else that was, famous.
248-539-9797. There's somebody that I don't know personally, but he had the same name as somebody famous, and he later became famous. He was a high school football player that later became a college football player. I believe he's in the NFL a little bit. Michael Jordan.
Oh, yeah. Ohio State offensive lineman, yeah.
Yeah, he's from one of the Walled Lakes, I think.
Yeah, I ran into his dad over at 12 Oaks Mall.
Uh-huh.
And we got to talk, and he said, yeah, I'm Michael Jordan's dad. Oh.
He said, wow, I thought you were dead.
Yeah, found you.
You're the reason he quit baseball, quit basketball for a few years.
Right.
Let's go to Matt. You're 97 on the ticket. What's up, Matt?
Hey, good morning, guys. So I'm looking forward to the hockey game tonight. I just got into hockey, but I watched it when they played the first time and how USA bullied Canada. And I thought it was really funny. And I had a thought, instead of playing our national anthem, we should just play the James Brown Living in America just to screw with them. I think that'd be funny. But then you guys were just talking about knowing people famous. So I know, I'm in Tennessee right now. I know one of the NFL cheerleaders. We went to Wayne State together in Detroit.
All right. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bill and Howell. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to chime in on the names. My last name is Bacon, so I get the Kevin Bacon all the time. So it's it never gets old. It just keeps on going. So
so you introduce yourself as Mr. Bacon, and they say, "Oh, are you Kevin?"
Yeah, exactly, John. That's exactly. And then I always get a little fun out of it when I say my parents named me William Robert Bacon, so it's Billy Bob Bacon back home.
There you go.
It's better,
Triple B.
It's better than me
Better
calling
than John Yu.
John Yu.
I had to jump the gun on you.
I was thinking former L.A. Ram and Washington Redskins Coy Bacon, but that was before your time.
Yes.
Lori in Bloomfield Hills, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Lori. Okay. We'll put you on hold there. Let's go to Bob. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Good.
So I run the youth football program in my area, and one of my coaches' names is William Clay Ford.
Wow.
No relation at all?
No relation at all. And, you know, when he's been coaching with me for 4 or 5 years now, and, you know, I had to do the background check, and he sends me his ID. I knew his name was Will. He goes by Will. And then I'm looking at his ID, and it's William Clay Ford. And I said, are you kidding me? You know? So, yeah, no relation at all.
So he's called...
It's for our football program.
That's great. Is he called Clay because of a last name in his
That's
family?
his name on his ID.
No,
I know, but did you ask him how he came to acquire that name? Obviously, his parents gave it to him, but is it a family name? Is there somebody in his family named Clay?
You know, we never really got into it. All it was when this was a few years ago when he started coaching for me, and I just said, just don't bring that losing, you know, that William Clay Ford was with. You know, it turned out to be he's a great coach, and I really appreciate having him. But yeah,
that's funny. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
How have you guys gone so long here? We haven't even mentioned our regular show partner, Jim Costa, who
Jim Acosta.
Yeah. CNN political contributor.
Yeah. Still making a name for himself.
Yes. Let's go to Ray. You're 97 on The Ticket.
Hey, how you doing? We're talking about the hockey game tonight?
Yeah.
Sure.
I just had to call.
Yeah.
My name is Ray Shepard, but not the hockey player.
Oh, well, okay. So that's good. You got both doors for this. What we're talking about.
And I never get the right paycheck, unfortunately.
Oh. I wonder what Ray Shepard's
Great to talk
doing
to you
these
guys.
days.
You guys got a great show. Good to talk to you.
So what do you think's going to happen tonight, Ray Shepard?
USA all the way.
Yep.
Hope so. That would be wonderful.
That's the only way it can be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What was that reference you made?
That's what I'm
Which
still
one?
laughing at.
He
You
had-
got both doors for
Yeah,
that.
you got both doors.
Ray Shepard, he opened the Ray Shepard when we were talking about same names, and we were talking about the hockey too. So.
Oh,
We
okay. So
knew
both topics.
what he was trying to
okay.
say.
Yes. Okay. Front door, back door.
No, I
Two
wasn't.
doors.
Yeah, I know. Whatever. Oops. Hold on 1 second. I want to go.
Of course, that's what you think of.
Both
Yeah.
doors.
Jay, you're on 97 on The Ticket.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Jay.
Great topic, I think. So my dad's name is Tom Watson, and he's actually a pretty decent golfer too.
Wow.
So always gets some good recognition in the clubhouse. It's just funny.
There you go. Yeah.
Is Tom Watson his favorite golfer?
He's a huge Tiger guy. Like he's got posters of Tiger Woods all in his man cave, so it's Tiger all the way. Fred Couples too.
All right.
Yeah. I thought maybe it would be Bubba.
That's right. Bubba Watson.
Yeah. Tom Watson. I go by Bubba.
Yeah.
Why not go for both?
Exactly. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. And look, the hockey game tonight is just going to be it. You know what I'm worried about?
What?
That it won't live up to the hype. Because I hate when that happens.
Well,
It
it's
does.
always can be something. I mean, if one team jumps out to an early lead and just hold on to it and they try and slow the game down, yeah, that would be a bummer.
Yeah.
But as long as it's the U.S., I'll live with that bummer.
Correct. Yeah. I just, I'll take a blowout if we win, but I don't expect either team to blow anybody out.
I mean, we had the one ticket texter said 2-1 in overtime for USA. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
3 periods of great physical hockey and on your edge of the seat all the time, 1-1 at the end of regulation. You go into overtime.
How many overtimes do you want? Just one?
I'll take a couple. I don't care if we got to get up in the morning. I'll take a couple of overtimes.
You ready to go to 1:30 in the morning?
Why not?
Hockey? Okay.
Let's go.
All right. I got it.
I'm all in.
All right. All right. 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. I'm telling you, you put things in front of me and I'll start to read it. I'm going to edit myself because I'm going to.
Oh, no, don't. We like it.
No,
the unedited version.
I think I have to edit the first one.
Well, if Gov gave it to you, it's been pre-cleared.
The first one? Last name Hunt? Okay. I didn't think so. Probably mentioned already. Stoney shares a name with Mike Stone, former Oriole pitcher and White Sox broadcaster. Actually, that's Steve Stone.
Yeah.
But I'm Michael Steven, and he is Stephen Michael.
Right. Yes. And your cousin is playing in the game.
Yeah, the hockey player, and there was also Arizona Cardinals cornerback.
Yes, Michael Stone.
Yes.
Yep.
From Southfield High School. Mm-hmm. I have a cousin named John Janssens.
Oh, really?
Mike in a truck.
Oh, you got more than one of them.
Mm-hmm. Living in Michigan, the last name of Whitmer gets some funny looks, some good, some bad. I bought a building in, because he's a frequent texter, this guy Whitmer.
Yeah.
I bought a building in Flint from a guy named Robin Williams. That's Jesse from Flint. Mm-hmm. My buddy at work's name is Shane Lowry. Brian in Belleville, the golfer. I had a friend when I lived in Tennessee named Nate Burleson.
That's pretty unique.
Yes.
Yeah. That's not a common name.
I know. Yeah. I have a friend named John Green, like the infamous John Green from Alice at the Palace.
That opens up a whole different can and give a name of an infamous person.
Yes. My dad's name is Richard Jewell. I was in 10th grade when the Atlanta Olympic bombing happened. Everyone thought it was my dad making it difficult sophomore year of high school for me. That's from Chris Benton.
Good thing they had the Netflix documentary.
Yes. My mom named my brother Brett, and our last name is Hall, not Hull.
Oh.
We have our David Hall.
We have David Hall, that's right.
David Hall, the mortgage guy.
I work with a guy named John Holmes. He's a writer, and his pen is big.
He writes with a Sharpie.
Yes, for those who don't know, John Holmes is a porn actor. Let's go to, is this Nick?
This is.
What's up, Nick?
How you guys doing today?
Good.
Great.
Love the show. Listen to it all the time.
Thank you.
Last name's Van Beesbrook. I just heard you guys talk about hockey. And,
wow.
My dad's name's John. Obviously, he played for 20 years in the NHL, and now he's involved with USA Hockey, and I just wanted to give him a shout-out on the radio and wish him luck tonight.
All right.
There you go.
So what do you do? You John Jr., or what are you?
I'm a Nick.
That's right.
I do sales for a commercial construction company here in Metro Detroit.
Right.
Okay.
That was a hell of a goalie.
But I appreciate that. Yeah, I got a note from them saying they were getting a good luck call from President Trump today. I thought that was interesting. So
good.
I thought it was pretty cool. I just wanted to call and say go USA, and hopefully we can stay on top. 2 World Juniors in a row and get the 4 nations here. It'd be awesome.
It would be awesome.
That would be crazy. Let's go to Austin. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey guys, how's it going? Love the show.
Thank you.
I've got a name for you guys. I ran track at the University of Michigan a few years back, and I had a teammate named Tom Brady.
Oh yeah.
Now he's gotten some publicity. You may or may not have heard of him, but that's probably the best one I know.
John probably interviewed him on one of his
I did.
shows.
Yeah, the Cochran Heroes
podcast. He was on the M Go Blue podcast, I think, at one point. So
yes.
I'm not sure if you were the one that interviewed him or not, but he was on there.
Yep, I did. Yes,
Yeah.
and did have to actually bring that up, and he, obviously addressed it, which I'm sure he has to address it every day.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, when he first joined the team, he went by Tommy, and after about a month, we were like, "No, you're going to be Tom Brady." And sure enough, Tommy wore off, and everyone started calling him Tom Brady right after that.
He dealt with it okay, huh?
Oh yeah. He had a good sense of humor about it.
Well, good. You have to have a good sense.
Yeah, you're gonna have to roll with that one.
Yes, exactly. There is an ear, nose, and throat doctor who unfortunately passed away, whose name is Mike Stone.
Oh.
And when he died, I know him. Like it was about 5-6 years ago, maybe a little longer. There are a lot of people thought it was
you.
It was me. Yeah.
Well, thoughts and prayers.
Yes. So. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number.
Did you save the obituary?
No.
No.
No. Why would I save the obituary?
Because it has your name on it.
That's really morbid. If you saw John Jansen had passed away, would you save the obituary?
Sure. Why not? Kind of unique.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't think I do that. No.
No?
No.
Huh, okay. Well.
By the way, I do want to. Never mind.
What? No, go ahead. Finish the story, please.
No, it's not a story. I was going to tell you something else. Zach, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. Got a couple of those famous names. My neighbor is Amy Adams, like the actress.
Okay.
Okay.
And I work with a guy named John Cusack. I think it's spelled exactly the same way.
Wow. That's pretty unique.
Wow. Do you work in Grosse Pointe?
No, Toledo area.
Okay. Wasn't he in Grosse Pointe Blank, whatever that movie was called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. So Grosse Pointe Blank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, point.
Please stop explaining the joke, Stoney.
Yeah. Okay.
If you know, you know.
Okay. You're right. Because people, these guys are giving me looks like I didn't know what I was talking about, which is possible.
It's okay.
All right. Yeah, sometimes there are times you assume that people know what you're talking about, but they don't.
And for those who don't know, Tom Brady is a quarterback in the NFL.
Wow.
So what story were you going to tell us?
Well, I went to lunch yesterday at this cool place in Utica. It was suggested to me.
Yeah.
The Shamrock. They've been around for 40 years.
Yeah.
Great burger. So I go to the bathroom. They had a trough in there. Like the good old days.
Oh, there you
no
go.
Urinal, just a big
big old trough.
Yeah.
You sure that wasn't supposed to be where you're supposed to wash your hands?
No, it was. No, there was a sink there as well. And
I've seen those too.
I wish, like, I remember when they were building Comerica Park, we interviewed the then president of the Tigers, John McHale, and I said,
Kevin's brother.
You're gonna have a trough like they have at Tiger Stadium. Right. He said no, and I was very upset. I like the trough. Let's go to Jack. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Jack?
Hey, how you guys doing? Great show. Hey, I've got my brother, my dad, and my deceased grandfather were all named Edmund Fitzgerald.
Whoa.
Really?
Wow.
With a slight spelling difference. They spelled Edmund with an O while the ship was named with a U. But
right.
Yeah, we grew up on the lake in Port Huron and watched that ship go by every summer.
Wow. That's crazy. Here's some ticket texts. Randy in St. Clair Shores. I know a Jim Joyce. Okay. Brandon at the airport just flew with another pilot named John Daly.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I had a friend on my baseball team in high school named Peter North, and he had an unbelievable launch angle. Oh, God. It's been one of those days.
Already played hockey, too. Had a hell of a shot.
Yeah. Gator, I hope you weren't listening to the whole show. That's all I got to say.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a beauty. It was a gem.
I heard some of the names, the same name stuff, and you guys have mentioned, John Cooper from Gowling.
Right.
Yeah.
But, Mike Sullivan used to work here at the station.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
He's a hockey coach.
Come on, Mike. We need Sully tonight. He's the coach of USA.
Thanks for explaining.
I went to high school with a couple of guys. One would have been a college coach. I don't know, coach in the NFL, maybe with San Diego at one time. Mike Riley.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oregon State.
Yeah.
Nebraska.
Nebraska, too.
Yeah. So Mike Riley was a guy I went to high school with, and I also went to high school with Rich Little.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Richard.
The
Little
comedian from the 70s
Yes.
that did all the impressions. So, yeah, and it seemed like for a while there, every 6 months, there was a name that was brought up that somebody took a head coaching job or somebody got signed or whatever it was. And this is a few years ago that every 6 months I'd be like, I went to high school with a guy whose name was blank.
Right.
So that topic just kind of hit me. I was like, yeah, I know a lot of these.
What do you guys got going today?
I got a lot. We got the hockey game tonight is massive. There's all the eyes in a couple of countries around this one, so this is fun.
There's somebody there's just great disdain for in the world of sports. Deserves some credit. Deserves a lot of credit. You'll open the show with that.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right. Carson Anderson coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Happy Thursday, everybody. Happy Four Nations final day. Hello, Scott Anderson. How are you?
I'm fine, Doug Karsh. How are you?
I'm good. I am. You know how I say I give myself false deadlines?
Yeah.
Like I got to get all these things done.
Yeah.
Tonight I got to get all these things done before the hockey game.
Should we call them false deadlines? Just call them goals.
They're goals. I mean, but the problem is that I take them. I get like super hyper about getting everything done, and then I realize, why am I stressing? I really don't need to fold the laundry tonight, or I really don't need to pay that bill until March 1st. Like, why? If I'm stressing about these things,
well, you should just ball up the laundry and throw it in front of the kids' doors. So here you go.
Well, there's only one kid left, and the others have moved out. That sounded a little dark.
Grim.
That sounded a little dark. Yeah, just one kid at home, and quite frankly, he keeps just as much laundry just outside his door as he does in his room.
He's good. He's good at it.
It's pretty amusing. We will fold. So the pattern of the laundry is, I fold a lot of laundry in front of the TV while watching games. I sort them into piles. Here's Dad's pile. Here's my wife's pile. And then the kids' piles. Then I go put them on the stairs. And I fold them in such a way so each stair I've stacked the piles. And then what happens is when I go upstairs, I grab the pile of my laundry and take it up and put it in the closet where I will eventually put it all away. My wife, when she passes the laundry, will pick it up and take it, and she probably puts it away right away. The kids will leave their laundry on the stairs for 4 days. And then and they walk past it every single time. When we mention it to them, my daughter goes, oh, yeah, and she will take the stuff to her room and she will put it away. My oldest will take his stuff to his room and leave it in the stacked piles for weeks. And the youngest will take the stuff up and stop and leave it outside his room. there is always a pile of laundry outside his room that includes the neatly stacked, folded, clean laundry and the old laundry. Now, where his room is in our upstairs, where all the bedrooms are, is kind of off the beaten path. Like, it's not something that we have to see all the time.
Out of sight, so it's out of mind.
Yes. But my God, it is a pattern that has not changed.
Is he a kid you think that when he's getting ready to go out, he's one of these that picks something off the ground and sniffs it, make sure it's clean? Or does he not even care?
Yeah, I don't think he even cares. He's a piece of work, but he's getting there. He's getting there. He's clever. He's definitely clever. But I am really intrigued to see what happens when he lives on his own for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
I pity the roommate, but
well, he might be stuck in the same situation.
Yep. Anything exciting last night?
Not really.
No.
No, I'm trying to think what I was watching. Just flipping around watching different shows. Just not really. There was not a whole lot of sports going on last night. I didn't care about college basketball.
And Penn State sending a message against Nebraska.
Yeah.
Iowa's completely. Well, they're better. we are better than you.
You know, we're better.
Well,
okay.
it was. Look, for those that had Penn State plus 1.5, they jumped ahead by 20 early and stayed there. It was a thing of beauty.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So it's a betting interest. I got you. Be careful.
That's where my dollar went.
That's where your dollar went. That's why you're careful, because that's where the dollar, literal dollar, went.
Slow and steady. Take the wins when they're there.
Sure. Wins the race.
Don't get impatient. Just keep building bank.
No, I was watching the flip off last night.
The what?
The flip off. It's where Tarek El Moussa and his new wife, Heather, take on Tarek's ex-wife, Christina.
And her new man of the month, or just her?
No, I mean the show started off it was supposed to be her and her husband, Josh Hall, and then during the filming of it, they broke up. And now it's really
she just can't find the right guy.
No,
huh?
she can't.
Yeah.
But it was interesting because last night, because they each pick a different house and they renovate the house and they're doing it in stages. So each room that they get done, they have a competition against each other, who did it better, and they have somebody come in and judge it. So last night's judge, interestingly enough, well, we'll see how interesting. Kang might find it interesting. Was her second husband, Ant Anstead, actually did the judging for round 2. Which was, or not round 2, whatever it was, round 4, but it was interesting. So, yeah, I watched that crap. I'm sorry, I watched the crap.
No, it's okay.
But, and then I had recorded Renovation Aloha, which was a show.
There's a show called Renovation Aloha.
Yeah,
now?
it's all about, and I love
Hawaii?
this couple from Hawaii. They are like.
It's all about people from Oregon.
Right. This couple in Hawaii, the husband might be the nicest human on the face of the planet. Like, he's awesome. If you've ever watched the show, the guy is just so salt of the earth and so great. Everything's about family, and they're just family, and they're awesome. So that show I enjoy watching too, and that the second season just started up the other night, and I had recorded the show. So yes, that's what I do. I record the home improvement shows, the renovation shows, when there's no sports.
Okay, so we've set the table here. If you have any questions about Ace Baldwin and Penn State's game last night against Nebraska, I'm here for you. If you want any questions about flip-off or Renovation Aloha, Gator's here for you.
You want to talk about granite countertops versus quartzite, we can go a little bit.
Is there still a debate?
I mean, it depends on your budget.
That's a cliche used often on these shows, Doug. We talked about spring training cliches yesterday. We could do one on HGTV all day for Gator.
All I know is with a lot of these shows, I see people walk in and say, here's my budget. I don't have a ton of money to spend, but I want the pool. I want the best neighborhood. I want the crown molding. There's no ensuite. Like these people are asking for the world and they don't have the money to spend for it.
Yeah, so then they cut like half of it off the budget. So here's what we can do for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Or they say, I don't have much to spend. Like, I only have $350,000 for the renovation. Like, $350,000 may seem like a lot of money, but no, it's a ton of money. You should be able to get this done. But if you're in California, it's not easy to do.
Meanwhile, it feels like all the shows, and there's plenty of them that take place in Canada, and people talk about the big yard, and it's a little postage stamp,
Right,
and this
yeah.
house costs $1.9 million, and I'm like, are you kidding me?
And then you have to realize it's Canadian money, and you switch it around. But yes,
All right,
lots going on.
Before the break, I teased. We got to give this guy credit. It's not very popular. People bash him all the time.
You think he takes crap? You think this guy gets beat up a little bit?
This guy is Gary Bettman. The Four Nations.
Boo!
Yep. But this Four Nations thing happened under his watch. And he's bringing a lot more international hockey. He's green-lighted the next 2 Winter Olympics for NHL players. They're introducing the World Cup they're going to have the World Cup of Hockey, in 28 and 32. After the previous World Cup of Hockey took place in 2016. He is green-lighted a lot of these international events.
Yeah, I want to give him credit, and I will give him credit. At the same time, I'd love to hear his opinion on the game last Saturday night, because the number one reason why fans don't like Gary Bettman is because he has tried to legislate fighting out of the game. I feel like that's the number one reason that fans have. How does he feel about the intensity of this matchup because of what happened on Saturday night? Like, part of me was waiting for Gary Bettman to announce that the Tkachuk brothers have been suspended for the rest of the tournament. Right?
Yeah.
And the fact that these guys aren't allowed to remove their helmets. Every hockey player has to wear a shield now, right? So when they go to drop the gloves and fight, you're fighting a guy that's got a helmet with a shield. It's ridiculous. And if you remove the shield, the helmet yourself, it's another penalty. It's so dumb. Like, it's okay, I get you don't want fighting in hockey, but if you're going to allow fighting in hockey, you're going to say you can't remove the helmet, so you're going to break your hand or fingers or cut yourself from hitting somebody else's shield. It's just dumb to me. But I'd like to hear. I wonder what he's feeling about now, because without the start to that game, there would not be the interest that there is in tonight's game.
Understand the difference. All that what you just said about Gary Bettman and what he has done that you don't like. I'm not giving him blanket approval for everything he's ever done. I'm giving him credit.
And I agree with you. I think it's funny. This is a little bit of irony here because of what happened Saturday night that has all the interest in this, flies in the face of what Gary Bettman is looking for in hockey. I could see him, watching the game in his suite going, oh, no.
What he would probably tell you, and you would agree with, is that the skill was on display after the fight.
100%. And I've mentioned that almost every time we talk about it, is that even after the first 8 seconds of the game, that game was amazing after the first 8 seconds. Once you got the fighting out of it, it was amazing. But you factored the fighting into it, and that's what has people drawn in, and maybe he'll figure that out.
It's open lines. We'll get to your phone calls next. It's Carson Anderson. We've got a Four Nations final to preview tonight, and I got a question about the ramifications of this tournament and whether or not this is something that will echo for weeks, or I say months to come. We will get to that today at 10:20 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Detroit, want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard so your lawn can look like a fairway. Sign up by March 10th and get 1 free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. It's all about their promise to you. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today to get a free application. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get to your open line calls. We go to D in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, D.
What's up, DK, Gator, Kang? What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, man. Sir?
Hey, bro, before I get to my point, I would like to get something off my chest.
Here we go.
And I feel like this is the perfect platform for it. May I?
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
All right, check this out. Fox 2 weather lady Stephanie Mead is the best thing since sliced bread.
It's great what she does.
And if it was ever a real life Barbie, she is it. And I know she's a married woman, no disrespect, but I just love watching Fox 2 weather every day just to see Miss Stephanie Mead.
It had to be said. It had to be said. And D, you were the one that said it.
Yeah. I mean,
what'd you say, DK?
I said it had to be said, and you're the one that said it.
Yeah, man, and I bet you I'm not the only guy that feel this way.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Let me get to my point.
Oh, that's not your point? I thought you were done. I thought that was it.
Hey, that's been on my chest for a while, and I just had to express it. But my point, fellas, is the Tigers. Check this out. People say I'm smoking something that's illegal when I talk about Gleyber Torres and the new and improved Javi Baez turning into a great double play combination. Hear me out.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, these two guys are going to perform for this team. Everybody that hated on Baez, I hate on them too, but I got a feeling, bro, him and Gleyber are going to turn some heads. I hope I'm right. And one more thing. Let's not give up on Torque just yet. Can we give him another year at least, man?
Well, let me hit you with a couple of things back, D. First of all, as far as I know, what you're smoking isn't illegal anymore, so you're fine with that. The other things, I agree with you with the Torque and Baez stuff. I'm not gonna poo-poo it until it looks bad. Like, right, we've seen the evidence in the last couple of years that it looks bad, but every year is a new year and a new opportunity. So until I see these guys go 0-for in the spring or 0-for in the season, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. And I think everybody should. Now, it's the likelihood that Javi Baez snaps out of it and becomes the, anywhere close to the all-star player that he was prior to the Tigers signing him is probably highly unlikely. But if it does in the unlikely event, great, awesome. And you're calling your shot. You think he's got that chance. And Torque's got a lot of pressure on him. He's got to show, because I don't think he's got a roster spot on this team.
Gator, it's like it's not like he's not trying.
I didn't say it. Like but it's not about the effort. It's not about the effort, D. It's about the production. And
if you can get it right,
if you're not producing, then you're not going to be here, and they're running out of time and patience with it. I hope he does. I hope he snaps out of it, because he's a right-handed power bat that they could really use in the lineup.
D, thank you for the phone call. Funny, somebody on Twitch said, so they're sending Gleyber Torres to Toledo?
What?
If they're going to be a great double play combination, are they going to send Gleyber to Toledo?
Oh, boy.
Liger Bomb 41. Funny, but look, I think every time you have a veteran that's been struggling, and especially a player that has a big contract, there's the call to cut that guy, to get rid of that guy. They owe him, I think it's 25, 24, 24, so $73 million. There's going to become a breaking point. Now, where they go, okay, we don't care how much is left. We're willing to eat that much of the contract. And we're just going to write him a big check and say, go away. Unless he is blocking somebody and they need a roster spot, A, or B, they find some correlation between the fact that the team went 24-10 down the stretch without him after he got hurt, but they had already started to play better.
Right.
And so, I was paying close attention when he reported to camp. They said that it was a joyous thing. The players were happy to see him. And so I don't think that's the case. They might have already reached the breaking. They may say enough is enough and we'll just eat the money.
No, he's a very, very well-liked and well-respected player in that clubhouse. And I'm rooting for him to do well. I just don't know if it's in the cards. We'll see. And the other thing is with that surgery that he had, is that the last ditch effort that the Tigers can put forth to say, come on, Javi, let's go. And does that also give the Tigers a little bit of insurance, literally, to go and say, all right, we need to, if can they have some sort of buyout with the medical, insurance activator on that?
And also, no love for Rich Luterman. I mean, I just want to put that out there.
Overlooked.
Yeah.
Rich Luterman.
Right? Had to be said. Had to be said, man.
They're both very competent at what they do.
Yeah.
One is easy around the eyes.
Luterman.
Hey, to each their own, But we'll get to more phone calls. Let's go to Dan in Ann Arbor. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Scott. Hey, King. What's going on, guys?
What's up?
I am all in for tonight's 8 p.m. puck drop. It is. I've been surprised at. It was kind of a very short run up to a very intense tournament. Right, we've been a week removed from when Canada played Sweden, but last Wednesday, and now it's kind of at a fever pitch. So it's going to be exciting. So for sure,
I'm very much intrigued in because I mean honestly, Canada's hockey manhood has been challenged. And there's probably never been a country. I don't know if you could say anything more offensive to a Canadian. Quite frankly, your beer is overrated. Your Canadian bacon sucks. I mean, what are we going to do to piss them off more than challenge their hockey manhood? They are going to respond. They are going to respond.
The Athletic had that piece, and this is kind of going into what you're saying, Doug. I know they were like Canadian goaltending has hit rock bottom that we're starting Jordan Binnington. We used to have Patrick Roy, we used to have Martin Brodeur, then we settled on Carey Price, and now we're hit Jordan Binnington, and God help us. And then I think he's heaped all this pressure, and all the storylines of how this is where they won the Stanley Cup. Now that's 6 years ago. How do you? I mean, the matchup clearly favors the United States with Hellebuyck playing as well as he's played.
Yep.
How do you see that shaking out? Is the defense on Canada's side better? What do you think, Doug?
Well, I mean, I think the Binnington question, we start there because the defense starts between net, is a valid one. I mean, I don't know that I agree with you that the talent favors the United States.
On defense? Or
just in general. Were you talking about just the blue liners, or were you talking about the whole roster?
I mean, clearly the talent favors Canada with the forwards, right? I think Nate McKinnon, Cole Makar, Connor McDavid. That's clearly, I think that tips the scale. I don't know. Maybe it's just an even matchup on the defense.
Well, Makar is a defenseman,
right? But he plays like he's a forward. But
you're right. I know. And
I think this. I think the top line for Canada, the one that they can throw out there with McKinnon and McDavid and Crosby, that's outstanding. But it feels like the Americans, outside of that top line for Canada, I like the Americans matching up against Canada. And it's a different style of hockey than with the Kachucks are out there banging every body they can find on the ice. That's what they do. They're disruptors. They mess with you after the whistle. I mean, they're a pain in the ass to play against. That's their style of hockey. And the Canadians, they don't have enough of those guys. It's not to say they can't win, but I mean, this is the old thing, grit versus talent, right? But the Americans do have talent.
Yeah.
And they have the advantage in net. I don't know if they have the advantage on defense, but I think this is a really interesting matchup when you look at the two teams and what their strengths and weaknesses are. That this is why it was, basically it was a 1-goal game until there was an empty netter at the end of it.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Got the winter blues and you need a spark to get you through this? Well, Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield can give you the jolt that you need because the deals on the 2024 Chevy Blazer all-wheel drive EVs are incredible. So much so that Sarah Chevrolet bought out every 2024 in the county that they could find. You can now lease an all-wheel drive Blazer EV for just $199 a month, and that's with only $999 down, and that's taxes and fees included. These are shockingly low payments. The 2024 Chevy Blazer EV comes standard with heated seats, heated steering wheel, and all-wheel drive. All help your winter drive go smooth. Bolt into Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield before they're gone, and believe me, at these low payments, These Blazer EVs will be gone soon. Not only does Sarah Chevrolet Southfield have late nights, they're also open on Saturdays for sales and service with loaner vehicles available. Shop online at sarahchevrolet.com or give them a call. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're generating excitement. Together, let's drive. Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts. 248-539-9797. Big hockey game tonight. USA takes on Canada.
All right, here's a question I was going to get to that I wonder about with this thing. And this is based upon my interaction with Canadians. Because
You interact with Canadians?
I interact with Canadians. Here's the thing. Right now, guess who's public enemy number one in Canada?
Well, I mean, President of the United States?
In a hockey sense.
Okay. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious.
My apologies. In a hockey sense.
Damn, Doug going political, huh?
Yeah, let's get into it.
It's Austin Matthews.
It's the Kachucks.
You think over? Well, I mean, I guess because they fight, but I mean, have you heard the thundering ovation of boos for Austin Matthews?
Yeah, but right now, okay, I'm just saying, in my
Fair
interaction
enough.
with Canadians,
that's it.
there's
Your
a lot of
interaction, I
vitriol
got you.
coming at the Kachucks.
Sure.
You know,
I'm not going to fight John.
yeah, so I'm just wondering, Brady Tkachuk has to go back into that Ottawa locker room and play in front of those fans.
Mm-hmm.
In Florida, Sam Bennett and Sam Reinhart have to go back into a locker room with Matthew Tkachuk. They're playing against him. Like, how bad is this? Is it bad enough that a team like Florida, who's one of the best teams, is it undermined them at all? Is a team the Red Wings are chasing in Ottawa, is the captain in Ottawa not endearing himself to his own fan base? Is there any residual bad feelings because of this?
I wouldn't think so because they haven't taken cheap shots.
Well, hold on. Out of Canada, here's what I've heard. The Kachucks picked on two of the smallest guys on the ice. And they think that was Bush.
Well, it looked like it was premeditated.
Mm-hmm.
So if Canada wanted to match up better, they could have if they wanted to. So that would be my counter to that. The other thing is you can say that after the fact. And again, it's about, you can really have a healthy hatred for somebody if they're out there cheap shotting guys. Claude Lemieux, the stuff that he would do, that's easy to do. Ulf Samuelsson, the way he played, sticking the knee out, easy to dislike. You know, there are plenty of players in the NHL right now. Who's the guy in Tampa that's just a big, a couple guys in Tampa that are a pain in the ass. And the Tkachuks are prickly, but it's not like Matthew or Brady are throwing elbows at guys' heads. They're just finishing checks. And it's abrasive and it's prickly to play against, but you can live with it because that's rugged.
Yeah,
that's the nature of hockey.
This is not how my Canadian relatives see it.
Well, they're pissed. They lost.
So there's that. And then there's Brad Marchand, who tonight, if it does get, chippy again, he's playing in Boston. Mm-hmm. He's a Bruin playing for Team Canada. If he gets into a fight, who is that crowd backing? The American or the Bruin?
Depends who the American is.
And I'm looking for anything here that could help the Red Wings. We have nothing. Like Dylan Larkin, he's going to skate around and play hockey, and there's no residual impact to any of that. But I'm just wondering, is there any way some bad blood from this thing can undermine Florida, Ottawa, Boston? Teams, Ottawa and Boston are two teams the Red Wings are battling for a final playoff spot. Florida's one of the best teams in hockey.
Well, they did win a Stanley Cup, so defending champs. I don't think it does. I mean, maybe for a few, maybe a game, the fans might feel a little weird about it, or the players might feel a little weird about it. But it gets over with quickly because now the common goal after tonight, the common goal is let's win the Stanley Cup.
Okay, all right. Just wondering if we can have some bad feelings come out of this thing.
I think fans will have some. I think there could be something there because people don't forget.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Brett in Milford. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Brett.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Great show today.
Thank you.
Classic earlier call from the guy talking about the weather lady. I mean, that's just why
had to be said.
Y'all tune in.
Brett, had to be said.
Listen, I play some pond hockey. I'm not a hockey player. It was just refreshing what happened when the national anthem got booed and they went after it. And you're right. There's a different style of fighting now because of the helmets and the gloves, and it almost seems like who can get in on the headlock and who can do a better body slam may also be a way to win. Another thing that just came up here in our office is, how long is the booing of the national anthem going to go on? Is this something that's just, a hockey Canadian type thing, or what happens if this goes into the baseball season and we're in Toronto and people are booing during the Blue Jays game against the Tigers or the Phillies or whoever? Because traditionally it's the United States national anthem and Canada.
Brett,
played in
you're asking a massive.
That's a deep end of the pool question.
And I mean, we could talk about this all day. I don't know that we particularly want to. How far will this go? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot that it gets introduced and then gets rolled back. So I hope that things settle in. We're in a better place. I'll just say that. I don't want to go into a deep. How long is this going to last? What ramifications does it have? Do you want to?
No, not really.
Yeah.
I mean. I can, but
I know.
I will share your sentiment. I will share your sentiment. I hope that, a month down the road, things are in a much better place for everybody.
Yep.
And that all is kind of, forgotten or forgiven and maybe not forgotten, but that we can move on from that. That would be the best case scenario.
As far as the game's concerned, though, tonight, after the game Saturday night, do you expect there to be carryover? Do you think Canada's going to put out a line to be ready to fight from the opening faceoff? Do you think they're going to? Do you think that's all is overblown? That now that it's just about the hockey, or do you think Canada is going to say, okay, we have to respond?
If I were Canada, I wouldn't be, lining it up like slap shot and let's start the game like this or before the anthem. You guys are going at it. I would certainly be ready for a physical hockey game. And I don't think the United States is going to be out there. Let's the Kachuk is going to line across from his guy and say, let's go. You want to go? I don't think that's going to happen to start the game.
Yeah.
But this is something that could explode into something like that as it gets physical. I think it's playoff atmosphere. You know how it is in the playoffs?
Yep.
It's like you do everything you can but fight in the playoffs. Occasionally you'll see it. But for the most part, it's just a lot of pushing, shoving, maybe some face washing, punching with a glove on. But people don't typically drop the gloves. It could happen, but I think it's going to be more of a playoff atmosphere than it will be some sort of grudge match game.
Yeah, I mean, we can't forget, like, don't get wrapped up in all that stuff. You got to play hockey. Like, you got to go out and you got to do all the fundamental things to win the damn game and not get caught up. Because now I'm a little worried that Team USA, the response that they have gotten after the performance Saturday night has been glowing. Like, everybody is talking about him and loving him. And now they're going to be playing in front of a home crowd, which can get you more amped up. Just settle down and play hockey if you want to win. I mean, maybe it's not as important. I think for Canada, it's extraordinarily important to send a message that the United States has not surpassed them in the beloved sport of hockey. And again, I will state that the big winner of this is next year's Olympic broadcast coverage.
Yeah.
I mean, NBC is going to they're going to promote the hell out of hockey.
But here's what I want to see. I want to see how the NHL is going to promote the NHL. I want to see how ESPN is going to promote the NHL coming out of this. TNT and everybody else who carries hockey, how are they going to promote the NHL? Because they've got all this momentum, and the Red Wings will fire up the season again on Saturday. I think it's a 12:30 start. So, okay, let's carry this momentum over. Because now we've got the sprint towards the end of the season, the final 30 games or whatever it is. And locally here, there's momentum. And one of our guys is playing. Our captain is playing and representing Team USA.
I wonder how many people out there are tuning in tonight that just aren't hockey fans. You don't typically watch hockey.
Didn't watch last week.
You didn't watch Saturday.
But you heard about it.
But you've heard about it. You saw the highlights. Is this getting you to sample? Because ultimately, all-star games are marketing opportunities and sometimes fundraising for things like player pension funds. But they're marketing opportunities for the league. And I honestly don't know if I can remember one in my lifetime that will do more. Maybe when the dunk contest first got reintroduced, it was an ABA thing, Dr. J back in the day, and then it got reintroduced at the NBA level. That was an incredible showcase for the NBA that probably brought some fans in. And I'm intrigued at 248-539-9797. Who is sampling tonight? Say, okay, I'm in. I'm in to see this thing because of all of the hype. It's Carson Anderson. More of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket. March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. So I've talked about the workaround here. Go find yourself a heavy favorite and just bet them on the money line with that $5. You won't get a huge return on your $5 bet, but what you will get is the $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, now's a great time. Visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Hurst, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Non-hockey guy, are you sampling this? The Four Nations final tonight, U.S. taking on Canada. In a tradition that dates back to last Wednesday, this Four Nations tournament. Who amongst us can resist? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dan in Canada. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys. This is a huge thrill for me. I've been listening to you guys for, last 15, 20 years. I've never called in, so it's a huge thrill for me to call and
That's awesome.
talk to you guys.
Where in Canada are you?
I'm in St. John's, Newfoundland, which is on the East Coast. Doug, I think you had said you have family in New Brunswick, so I used to live there, and so I'm right on the East Coast.
Where in New Brunswick did you live?
Fredericton.
Okay. I was hoping for Moncton, but we're all good.
No, yeah, guys, to be honest, before the beginning of the month, I hadn't really thought about the Four Nations, but
nobody had.
It really comes down, honestly, for me to everything that, and I really do hate to make this political, but everything that the president has said about the tariffs, calling our Prime Minister, Governor Trudeau, calling for us to become the 51st state. It's embarrassing. It's enraging. And, this hockey tournament just happens to fall at this time. And, with the historical tensions between Canada, U.S. and hockey, that it has given it some extra juice for me and for a lot of other people up here. So, it's incredibly disappointing that, our nations, or some people on both nations, especially coming from, south of the border, have, latched onto this. And
I mean, again, there's like the one caller said, how long is this going to last? I suppose if the audience is dying to have this conversation, I think we all know what is sort of behind the scenes, an undercurrent of political tension. And when you have an undercurrent of political tension, you have, it does feed into the emotions and all this thing. And I'm trying to process it as just a hockey game. I think we all realize there's a lot more going on here, and let's just hope that that relations will be back better than they are right now soon.
And I want that too. I want that so badly. I love Detroit. Like, I've been a Detroit fan for the past 35 plus years. I had a trip planned for Super Bowl weekend. I had a hotel booked to come and hopefully watch the Lions win the Super Bowl on the big screen at Ford Field and go to or see the Pistons and Red Wings that weekend. So, I've got family just across the river in Windsor. I've been up to visit Detroit, a dozen times. So, it's my favorite place to visit. I love the sports. I love the city.
As a Canadian, can I ask you a question? What's the feeling about the game? Like I said, I feel like Canada's hockey manhood has been challenged, and we better be prepared for a response.
I mean, I think they will respond, but, there's a lot of, I was pretty amped up on Saturday, and I thought that, I wasn't shocked that the USA won the game. You guys got a great hockey team. It's kind of surprising to me in a way that the USA hasn't kind of, reached like a gold medal at the Olympics or, won an international tournament because of the talent that has been coming from the American side for the past 15, 20 years. So, but I think this extra juice from the last few days, and especially, it's unfortunate. It looks like some of the American players have been suffering from the flu, so I'm not sure everybody's going to be at peak performance. But I think it'll be a closer game than it was on Saturday.
It was pretty close Saturday. I mean, it was an empty netter.
It was really close Saturday, and I here's what I'm honestly really interested to see the beginning and the ending, the national anthem, to see how amped up the crowd is going to be to pump up the Americans, and then to get the start of the game. You get the end of the game because it'll either end on a goal or it ends because the time is going to run out, and I think it's going to be a tight game. And I want to see the handshake line. Are they going to do that? And how are they greeting each other at that? Is it going to be a Stanley Cup handshake line where just, kind of like whatever, dude, or is this going to be more of like, hey, that was awesome. This was a lot of fun to play in this tournament. Because it doesn't end anybody's season. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it can go a long way to see how these two teams interact after the game to, creating more goodwill, I guess.
Yeah, that's where I get into. Are there going to be any long-term ramifications from this, from the bad blood? Will there be residual bad blood? It was funny because this morning I'm watching ESPN, and we had it on all morning. And at about 8:10, 8:15, PK Subban came on and picked Canada to win. And an hour later, he came on and picked America to win. And I think that I kind of feel like his going back and forth is, not to discredit him in any way. I think it is that's how you feel before games that you're nervous about. You're like, I think we're going to win. My God, we're going to lose. Like that's where it is right now for the Canadians. It's a huge deal. I've told the story a million times, but every December my phone starts buzzing. Gooj and Mikey and Big Mountie talking to me about the World Juniors, and I'm like, no, I'm not watching Canada versus Czechoslovakia right now. And I think your audience would want to hear, and they know they're joking, but
right.
Yeah. I'm always like, oh yeah, that's that time of year again. They love this international stuff. 248-539-9797. John's in Ontario, and next. Hi, John.
Hi, guys. Hey. I met my wife at a Red Wing game 31 years ago. I married her. And I'm from Detroit, southwest Detroit, and I live in Essex, Ontario. And this is the biggest game in our area. This is Essex County right now. This is their Lions playoff game. This means so much to this area right now, and I'm taking so much grief over here all the time lately for being American, but in a joking way. I mean, there's no hard feelings, but It's not the country. It's the politics, and it's a shame, but we're waiting for tonight. We think it's going to be a low-scoring game. And my daughter works in Moncton. She works at a credit union there. What's your connection with Moncton?
Nothing. My mom grew up in St. John, New Brunswick, and I was just joking around. We drive through Moncton. We've driven through Moncton, but I have no real connection.
Oh
to
yeah.
Moncton.
I worked in the refinery there. It's a great area. I mean, it's
Did you work
like
for
northern
Irving?
Maine.
Did you work for Irving?
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Of course I did. I got a water bottle with Irving on it if you want it.
No, I'm all good.
You want to have a good souvenir?
I've got all the Irving merch I need.
Did you grow up a big fan of Hartford Love, the professional wrestler?
Yep. And we you know what? Canada's greatest wrestler. I mean, greatest athlete back in the day, Iron Mike Sharp. Give a shout out to him.
I hope his forearm is healed up.
Yep. Today's my son's 30th birthday too. So go USA, man. I've been saying it all morning and getting a lot of grief.
Well, happy birthday to your son. Feedback coming in the Carson Anderson inbox. I'm a non-hockey guy. I respect the game, but it's not my thing. I do enjoy, though, top-level competition and watching USA play anything. I will be tuned in tonight for sure. The first match was much must-watch TV. That's from Eddie at work. Darius in a car says, I'm in. All of the 97.1 shows have done a great job promoting this USA-Canada game tonight. I'm a black guy in my mid-40s that loved watching the Red Wings in the 90s and early 2000s. That was all the Wings versus Avalanche rivalry. This game tonight will have my attention. Thank you, black guy in your mid-40s. George at work. Fellas, I can't wait to watch tonight's USA versus Canada hockey game. However, I will be in the bubble as my pickleball league doesn't end until 9:30.
Oh, dude. Skip the game. Pickleball?
Pickleball is life, man.
Dude. Yep. You think USA Canada hockey is intense?
Did you remember that story we did? Was it a month or two ago? The pickleball fight?
Yeah, the dude.
Yeah, it's real in those streets, man.
What did he kick the guy? He dropped. He went to handshake, dropped
his racket, kicked him in the face.
Yeah, that's
in the face.
Yep, that's pickleball.
Yeah, it's life.
It was Steven Kachuk.
Stop it. Did they boo in the beginning of that match?
Feedback coming in. I'm not a hockey fan, but I am a sports fan. I will watch the big event. I will watch the big event, in quotes, Game 7s, Kentucky Derby, World Cup finals. I like watching big sporting events. So, yeah, I'm watching tonight. I have not watched a single period of hockey all season. I will be watching tonight. That's from an unnamed texter. On a golf trip with some buddies in Tampa this weekend, making a point to head to the bar for the game tonight. Well, bravo to you and your buddies for listening from Tampa and watching the game tonight. Tonight is too important. I'd be surprised if there's even one fight. This is a Game 7. Now, if it's 5-1 with 6 minutes to go, I suppose there could be a fight. Even then, I doubt it. Unfortunately, I think Canada wins 4-2. Canada's a dangerous hockey team tonight. This is what I say. They'll be forechecking from the deepest well of their beer-soaked, maple syrup drinking, Canada souls.
Canadian bacon loving.
Yeah, they are. We're getting Canada's best shot.
Tuke Warren.
248-539-9797.
Banff blasting.
Dog mushing.
Georgian Bay fishing. I love Canadians.
I know, right?
But this is gonna be a fun game to watch. I'm curious to see how balled up I'm going to be when it comes to a knot, just all stomach.
You're gonna be
and knots.
nervous?
Yeah,
I don't think I'm gonna be nervous.
I'm curious to see how nervous I'll be. Am I going to be nervous, or am I going to be just sitting there with a smile on my face, enjoying the game? And hoping that it lives up to the hype.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Is this something you will take advantage of? It's new. It's being offered here to Detroiters. Will you take advantage of it? We'll get to that today at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Every time a topic like we're about to introduce comes up, it harkens us back to one of the greatest calls in Carson Anderson history when we were discussing that games that aren't available in our area could be available on an a la carte basis. As in, you could just go pay. I think it was an ESPN proposal or whatever it was at the time. It was early days of streaming that you could pay to stream games that were out of your market, and you could get them on a game-by-game basis. And I actually said, I don't mind that because it's voluntary. I don't have to do it. Mm-hmm. And these are games I can't watch otherwise. So if I want to watch, the Washington-Oregon game, which wouldn't be on otherwise, I could go pay for it and get it. And in the midst of all that, Gator, we got a call from a guy who was mad. And his reasoning was, I'm already paying for cable. And we said, yeah, got it. But this is above and beyond what you can get, so you don't have to do it. But I'm already paying for cable. And he didn't quite understand. And he just kept yelling at us that he was always already paying for cable.
I'm already paying for cable.
Story came out yesterday, actually, while we were on the air, that the Red Wings, the Pistons, and Tigers games will now be streamed on Amazon Prime for an additional price. So, right now, their games are carried on FanDuel Sports Network, DSN Detroit, which was previously Bally's, which before that was Fox Sports Detroit, which before that was...
It was Pass and all there was lots of stuff.
Anyway, so this is our local games being available on local cable. Well, it was announced yesterday that Fox Sports Detroit and Amazon Prime have combined, and they will have live game streaming for $19.99 a month. So who does this really impact? This impacts the non-cable, like the person who cut the cord and streams. So if you have Amazon Prime, like for NFL purposes, you actually will now get all the the FanDuel Sports Detroit programming.
But you have to pay an extra fee. I believe it's an extra $20.
I think you're right. For $19.99 a month. So you're talking, is this something that you need here locally? Well, not if you already have FanDuel. My first question was...
Not if I'm already paying for cable.
Not if you're already paying for cable. Actually, this kind of applies.
Yeah, right.
So one of the great things about Amazon Prime, and I've become more and more open to streaming because more and more 4K material is available on streaming. And if you've purchased a 4K television, then you've probably seen that not everything is available in 4K. So I'm always, for now when there's national games, I will seek the 4K alternative broadcast, because the picture's incredible. And I get fired up about it, and you just want to take advantage of what your TV is technologically capable of giving you. And I'm always frustrated when I watch a game and then realize, I could have watched it on 4K. Like the Super Bowl, I couldn't find the Super Bowl stream, and then Evan told me channel 1355 on Xfinity is basically only 4K broadcast, and there's not always carrying something, but if something's on in 4K, they park it there. And I didn't know that. I did Google searches. I couldn't find the Super Bowl in 4K. I was irritated, but whatever. I mean, these are first world problems. But I saw that Amazon Prime was carrying, and my first question was, Amazon, all the Amazon football games are in 4K. Will this mean all our local broadcasting's in 4K? And there's no mention of that. I suspect that's not the case.
I suspect it's not the case either, because you have to broadcast in that in order to get that. Yep. And the other thing is, people that are hearing this for the first month, the 4K stuff, and that you can watch it here or there, you have to have, if you have Xfinity, you have to have a cable box that's 4K ready. Mm-hmm. That's the other thing. Yep. You have to make sure that not only does the TV have to be 4K, the cable box has to be. You got to look through. I don't know what it's like to just stream. If you cut the cord, if you have a 4K TV and you have Amazon, I assume that it's just all ready to go.
Yeah, the streaming options, you don't have, the cable box doesn't matter if you're just streaming it. But the one thing that we heard over and over and over again, correct me if I'm wrong, the Bally's app sucks. How often did we hear that?
We heard that constantly when they were going through their issue last summer.
When the games were pulled off television.
Yeah. And then you had to get the app in order to watch it. And there were a lot of struggles early on. It did get better, but I don't think it was ever, completely awesome. I would hope that I don't have the app because they work things out with the cable company. So now I'm able to watch everything, off of Xfinity. So there are no issues there. So I don't know if things have gotten better. If you're watching through the app to watch Red Wings and Pistons right now, if it's totally fine, or if it's still an issue in some regards, and maybe it's not an issue because you're not having as many people trying to get onto the app because they're back on cable.
Yeah, I mean, maybe somebody who streams on the FanDuel app now can tell us whether or not because the Bally Sports, when you could only get games on the Bally Sports app, when Bally's and Xfinity had the falling out, and we went months without local sports being available unless you paid for the app, which I did, and I started to understand people's frustrations. Amazon Prime. Remember when Netflix did what did they have? What fight did they have? And it was a disaster.
It was the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight,
yeah,
right?
Okay. And it had all kinds of buffering issues.
Oh, yeah.
Spinning wheels and frustrations. They seem to have sorted it out by the Christmas NFL games that they carried.
Yeah.
I have not had personally any issues with Amazon streaming. So maybe this is a better thing for people who have the streaming option. $19.99 a month isn't cheap, but it's not exorbitant either. This always depends on, of course, your own personal disposable income and what you want to spend it on. So maybe I shouldn't say that. I think that $19.99 would be a reasonable price to pay if you don't have access to the FanDuel network programming already. There's no point in doing it if you already have cable.
Right. Right. But, it's interesting. I remember when we first started doing the show 18 years ago or 17 years ago, whatever it is, 18 years ago. I remember us talking about how we wanted to have the a la carte system with cable. We wanted to be able to put together our own cable station, if you will, or a cable network.
Our own cable programming.
Hey, I don't watch at the time it was like Court TV. We're not watching Court TV, or I'm not watching,
the Home Improvement channel.
Yeah, all this stuff, right? Even though I am. But there's
plenty of channels. You and I would have different bills.
Yes. There are plenty of channels that you don't watch that you wanted to just, can I just tailor it to what I want?
Yeah.
And we're like, we can't. Of course, they're not going to do that because of money purposes. And then now here it is 18 years later, and we're getting more and more towards this world of piecemealing it together. And it's awful.
You don't like it?
No, because it's getting to be ridiculously expensive now because you're having to add different streaming services, and the streaming services, they get you in early, and then they start changing the rates, and they're going to change the rates even more. And Netflix has become so much more expensive. And now, Amazon wait for Amazon to perk up, and it's going to be more expensive. And if you want to watch Peacock without commercials, you've got to pay another fee for that. Like, there's a million things that are happening. And I was listening to
streaming is definitely more. I think people cut the cord because it was cheaper, and I would agree with you. It strikes me that now they're finding out that they're
kind of leveling off there. And Mike and Rico were talking yesterday a little bit about. I didn't hear the whole conversation, but about how the NFL look in a few years. The NFL could look completely different on TV if they're going to go with different streaming services and how much they're going to charge per month.
Yep.
And that's where it's going to get to a point where they're killing the golden goose, which is the sport of football. And if people are going to have to pay, $50, $75 a month to watch football, that might be too much.
Eric in Sterling Heights, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Good. Just to answer your question they asked a little bit ago, it's Bally's was a huge issue. I had it. It's no longer Bally's anymore. It's FanDuel Sports Network, and there's zero issues at all with that service to watch the Pistons, Red Wings, and Tigers. Obviously, so far it's only been basketball and hockey season, but there's been no issues, and the commercials are 10 times better than a dude skating around in ice and hearing ice being splashed through a skate for 15 minutes straight.
Yes, over and over and over. So do you stream exclusively?
That's another thing too. I actually originally, my smart TV wasn't smart enough to have the old Bally's app, so I had to buy a Fire Stick. But now I have the same TV, and I do not need a Fire Stick to download the new FanDuel Sports Network app.
Okay, great. So you thumbs up
pretty
to
cool.
that, huh?
Yeah, 100%.
Good to know, Eric. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Derek in Detroit. Hi, Derek.
How are you guys doing?
What's up?
I am just calling to slander the FanDuel / whatever app they want to feed us now. And it's an embarrassment that this is the only way that we have to watch. And for multi-billion-dollar corporations to have this be on the front lines on our TVs is an embarrassment.
But wait, what do you mean the only way to watch? I mean, there's several ways to watch.
To stream? I'm sorry, to stream. I haven't had cable.
Okay.
I don't know anyone in kind of my age group that has cable, but yeah, even since it's switched from Bally's to FanDuel, kind of to pony off what the last caller said, I have all sorts of issues, especially with it getting stuck in commercials. And then you exit out of the app and go back in, and then you find out that the game has been going on for 4 minutes and you missed it.
Okay, so you are having issues with the FanDuel app.
Yes, and I stream off Apple TV.
Would you consider just canceling that and going with this Amazon option?
Yes, absolutely, because especially if it's got a different interface, because I don't think it was changed the app at all between Bally's and FanDuel. It's like they just changed the logos. And everything just works the same, and yeah, it's terrible.
That's interesting because the previous caller said it's way better.
So this sounds like this could be a real bonus for you, Derek, because if it ends up being that like Amazon's got their stuff together, and if you're going to drop the app and then you pay the extra $20 for the Amazon package on this, that there will be no issues. And if there's no issues, it's awesome.
Yeah, that'd be great, but I have very little hope in that happening. I don't think anything ever gets better in these situations. They just get worse and cheaper. So, and they'll expect us to pay more. So I'm excited to see.
Okay. All right. We'll see if it works for you. Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Amazon now for $20 a month. You can get all the FanDuel programming, Tigers, Red Wings, Pistons. Is this something you'll take advantage of? More and more people do stream, although as you pointed out, and I discovered when we did it for a place up north, the streaming quickly became as expensive as cable. When you were like, oh, I need this to get that.
Right.
Okay, I need this too. It adds up quickly.
Yeah, and cable's not getting cheaper either.
Nope. Hey, if you're still getting your workout in, even in the extreme cold, you're a show some kind of person. Show some respects your commitment. And I do too. Show Some Athletic Apparel is a workout apparel company right here in Michigan, founded on respect. Respect for yourself, the game, and for everyone who competes. And their performance hoodies will keep you toasty warm if you're running outside or just running into your gym. Show Some has long and short sleeve workout shirts, performance hoodies, new stuff all the time. Your workout clothes should work as hard as you do. Use the discount code DOUG at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. SHOSUM.com. Okay, so we brought it up. We did a segment on it. It's Amazon Prime option for FanDuel Detroit Sports Network programming. We did a segment, and I'm gonna ask Kang this question. I mean, because you know what we didn't hear? What we always hear on these topics. Jailbreak guy didn't call.
Potential when Fire Stick guy mentioned he got a Fire Stick.
Yeah, but Fire Sticks are legal. It's the guy that jailbreaks.
Well, but you jailbreak the Fire Stick and then it becomes.
Kang, did we get any texts from Jailbreak guy that
Yes.
tells us we're all idiots?
And I sent them to you. You just didn't read them yet.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you sent them to me. You got to tell me when you sent them. All right, guys, the FanDuel app is still dog fertilizer. That's from Alan Jackson. Tom in the car, FanDuel app is great. However, they always play the same 3 commercials or awkward screensaver and weird music with no commercial playing during the, quote, commercial break. Jonathan says the FanDuel app has been better than Bally's overall. I had issues earlier this year, though where Red Wing games were skipping, so it's not perfect. Ben at a tire shop. I stream FanDuel on both my phone and TV. Works great on my TV, but on my phone, it always gives me playback issues, constantly restarting the app to try and get the game to play. Dave and Bancroft, no issues with Bally's, now FanDuel app for streaming. And from Mike, streaming prices are crazy. I get everything for free now. Oh, here we go. I can watch any NHL, NBA, MLB, or NFL game. In addition, I get just about every streaming service and can watch just about any movie I want, including those in theaters now. It's free. I canceled all my streaming services, and I love this. If you're interested, let me know. I can help you. There he is. There he is.
I gave him your phone number, Doug.
Thanks.
Is he a proper villain or an improper villain?
Here's what I do. I just steal it all. That's what I do. I steal it. If you want to, I'll show you how to steal it all.
When you go through that process, do you have to dress like the Hamburglar or no?
He's a good guy villain.
I mean, yeah, he's getting burgers.
No, I'm talking about the texter.
Oh, I'm talking about the hamburger.
Oh, because you love McDonald's hamburgers.
Well, they're delicious.
Stealing is wrong.
Yeah.
But he's fighting back against the corporations, Doug.
Yeah, he's taking on the man, and he's taking the man down. I got to tell you, there's 2 things about it. One is the cable prices and the streaming. I could see why it would compel people to say, hell yeah, tell me how I can get it for free. I am also convinced that I will do this, and within the first 35 to 40 minutes, like my phone will ring and it'll be a number I don't recognize, and I'll immediately think, they know.
Meanwhile, it's just another spam call.
It's
but
probably
yeah,
just
right.
another spam call, but I would know I would feel immediately, they know. And at some point, they're going to figure out how to track that at some point. And I'm sure it'll be within the first 35 minutes of me jailbreaking stuff and getting it for free, and I will end up in prison. I will go straight to prison.
Hi, Mr. Karsh Mahalik here with the FCC. We understand that you've been jailbreaking the Fire Stick. You think you get away with it, huh?
Exceptional use of the name Mahalik.
You think you're better than me?
You'll get attorneys, and you'll get a letter. One of those letters.
A letter, well written, stern letter.
Anyway, thank you for the offer, but I'll pass. Gator, I assume you're going to pass.
Yeah, I will not do that.
Yeah. But you can get movies that are in theaters now for free.
It's okay.
Yeah,
I'll pay for it.
In fact, that's probably really easy for me to pass on, given that I don't watch a ton of movies.
No.
248-539-9797. Speaking of streaming, Gator, you put a show note in your show sheet today that caught me off guard, just because I was surprised you put it in there.
Okay. Yeah.
Severance is now the most watched series on Apple, surpassing Ted Lasso. I am a Severance fanatic.
They've just started season 2, if I'm not mistaken.
5 weeks ago, yeah. And they come out every Thursday at midnight, Friday at midnight, whatever it is, Thursday to Friday. They come out tonight.
You staying up?
No, I probably won't, but I do look forward to the release of, I think we're on episode 6 here of season 2. But you have not watched any of it. So I'm curious as to why you put that on your show sheet, because that implies you want to talk about it.
Well, I put it on the show sheet because I was trying to find extra stuff to talk about because I wasn't sure if we had enough today.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough.
But no, I did find it interesting, and I also it's also a little it's a look into the life of Doug Karsh too, because Kang, shows that Doug Karsh has talked about are primarily Apple shows. You so desperately want us to be able to get into a conversation with you about Severance.
backed off.
I know you backed
off.
off, but also I feel like Ted Lasso is in the mix too.
Well, he was big on Ted Lasso.
Yeah, you were
and that was
huge
kinda-
into
yeah.
Ted Lasso,
Yep.
and you're like, are you watching Ted Lasso? I'm like, no.
I think Kang, you and Ted Lasso. I think you would. I
watched the first season. It was good.
Yeah.
I just have not continued. I haven't had time, but it was good. It was fine.
So I'm. What do I watch other than Ted Lasso and Severance?
What else is on Apple that you watch?
I don't know. I don't know if there's anything. I'm going through their shows here.
Any docs? Like you like
Yeah,
those
I mean, I
things?
watch docs all the time.
I'm talking about for Apple.
Probably. Yeah, I watched the Bee Gees doc the other day.
Bee Gees that was a talented group.
Yeah.
Didn't you watch a George Michael one too?
I can't remember.
Wham or something?
Wham.
All right, so here's
Andrew Ridgeley.
Mom and Dad have watched Severance. Now, I'm going to say this about Severance. If you haven't watched Severance yet, it's weird, okay? Just go into it knowing I think people either get freaked out by the weirdness or it doesn't bother them. But it is weird. It's a bizarre concept, and you'll miss a lot. There'll be a lot that you'll be like, what? But I think it's totally worth it. I find out I'm so curious about what's going to happen next. I love the show, but it is very weird. Mom and Dad have watched it, okay? They watched
They have Apple TV?
Yes. They watched season 1, and they watched each episode twice because they're like, okay, wait, we got to go back. And so they watched each episode twice. They got to the end of season 1. Now, before they start watching season 2, they're rewatching season 1 already again for a third time through. Wow. They're 83. They are into Severance.
Why do they have Apple TV?
I don't know.
What else do they watch on Apple TV?
I don't know.
Is it something? Well, I'm just, or is it something? I have no idea. Is this something that you get a free subscription if you have an iPhone?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. They've got Apple TV because they're in their 80s. They spend their money how they want to spend their money. They're not supporting children.
Well, I'm asking a legitimate question. I think, like, is that how you get Apple TV? Because you have an iPhone and it comes free?
No, it doesn't come free.
I think there used to be a promotion here and there, but I think Gator's question is why? What compelled your parents to just all of a sudden get Apple TVs?
Yeah, what else do they watch on Apple TV?
Severance. I think it was just Severance. But anyway, so they're watching it. They think it's extraordinarily weird. But they definitely. My dad at first I thought was going to have a negative reaction, but now he's way in. So
okay.
But I've backed off. I do not want to tell anybody what they need to watch because I've been on the receiving end of you got to watch Dexter. I've got to watch Dexter. I've got to. So I don't do that to anybody.
I kind of I want you to watch, like, if you commit to watching the first season of Westworld,
Yeah.
then I'll commit to watching Severance because they're
Where's
both
Westworld available?
Max.
Okay.
They're both weird shows apparently, but visually
I
really
feel like
interesting.
Westworld, if for anybody who's watched both, I feel like Westworld has confuses people more than Severance.
Okay.
I could be wrong. 248-539-9797. All right, there's new reporting on Myles Garrett. We will get to that today at 11:33 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, it's a simple question, right? Is keeping your house warm important to you this winter? Of course it is. So if your furnace is going out on you, make sure you do the right thing and call the awesome folks at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They've got the red, white, and blue trucks. You see them out all the time because they're helping customers just like you. Call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help you and your family stay warm this winter. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating that they have from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of those 5-star reviews they have on Google? They've helped me a couple of times. I could not have been happier with the way that they treated me and with the service. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
By the way, we got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up. I love finding this stuff. Love it.
Big snowflakes coming down right now. They have been for about a half hour or so.
Yeah, I
45
saw
minutes.
there was a 30% chance of snow today, and I'm like, okay, when you broadcast from the tip of the thumb down to Toledo, does 30% mean it's developing, or does that mean about it'll take up about 30% of the area? Whatever it means, we're getting snow.
Yeah, well, we got it overnight. I don't know if it was maybe close to an inch overnight, and this is still going now. And this has really picked up.
It is. I got a couple more ski weekends, but it's funny. I can feel the clock ticking. I love winter, but when it's at the end, I'm like, okay.
When Doug's had enough, Doug's
had enough. It's bring on spring, and that's one of the. I will always cherish the change of seasons. I think the changing of the seasons when it starts to warm up is great. When the leaves start to turn, it's great, and then some of us actually like when the snow starts to fall. But all right. So Dan Graziano story on ESPN. Do the Lions, the question and answer, do the Lions have the cap space to make a big-time edge rush move, or are they more likely to take the low-risk dart throw approach? Graziano responds, the answer to both questions is yes. The Lions are absolutely fine on cap space and could bring in a big-named edge rusher, Myles Garrett, if they want. Even with superstar Aiden Hutchinson coming back from a leg injury and extension eligible, they're in a win-now window with most of their other key guys locked in long-term. So, yes, it's not wild to imagine a splash signing. But it's also true that it would be a little out of character for this Lions team to take that kind of huge swing on an external addition. Given the strategic and targeted way they've built their roster in the Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes era, I would say it's more likely they bring back Zadarius Smith. Okay. So I think the most interesting part of that statement is it's more likely, because people want assurances. People don't mind saying F them picks. The problem, I don't want to be critical or embrace a Myles Garrett move until I'm really kind of sure what the price tag is. Like, I prefer the Range Rover at the Ford Edge price. But if the Range Rover is on sale for twice its Blue Book value, do I want to do that? Like, where's the bidding going to go for this? If it's 2 first-rounders, hell yeah. There was that early reporting from Diana Rossini that GM was quoted saying, for people think it's going to be 2 first-rounders, it's not going to be that. Okay, great, because if 2 first-rounders gets it done, 2 late first-rounders, to me it's a no-brainer.
Well, yeah, I've always thought that with that report, even though there's a lot of validity to it, teams that have higher first-round picks won't have to give up 2 of them. A team like Detroit that picks at the end of the first round is going to have to give up 2. It all depends where you're at. So, of course it's about the price, but let's say that the price is palatable. You can handle it. Okay. Does this, with this Graziano report, with his little story here on ESPN, I still don't think that he says yes and yes. I mean, they can do. He thinks they'll end up just re-signing Zadarius Smith or re-upping
bringing him back. Yeah,
and bringing him back.
Contract.
But that's the thing, is that he's already under contract. So if you look at it has no effect on the cap space. It's already there. That's already part of the cap.
Spoken for him.
So why not? If you can, go ahead and do it. We'll talk about this until he's actually traded or re-signed by Cleveland. It makes all the sense in the world for the Lions, as long as we know that the cost to get him isn't stupid.
Yeah, and everybody, you and I have had this discussion. We all sort of have our limits of how much we'd pay for Myles Garrett. Although, and some people say, the hell with the cost. It doesn't matter what it costs. Okay, well, then we can't have a conversation. If you think if you don't think the cost matters, then you're operating under a different value system from a standpoint of what we get what Myles Garrett would mean. But there's also going all in for 1 year, to hell with the cost. People said give up the whole draft. What was the Tannenbaum 3 number 1 picks and Jahmyr Gibbs? Like, some of this stuff is insanity.
That's too much.
Yep.
I think that's getting to the realm of stupidity, and you don't do that.
Yep. In the meantime, I don't know where you saw the Bill Barnwell prediction.
It was on this morning on Get Up, or whatever the show is.
Okay, and the prediction was?
That the Eagles would be the one to trade for Myles Garrett. Now, this may have been just a bit that they do on that show where, hey, let me come up with, it was, Bill's bold predictions or whatever, right? So he's making a bold-ass prediction. Is he doing it the tongue-in-cheek way we kind of do it sometimes, or is it the serious bold-ass prediction that you think? I would imagine it's more towards a serious. He thinks that this would happen, or that it could happen. And then he also said in the same sentence that, but if it looks like the Eagles are leading towards this, there are going to be a bunch of teams that are going to be throwing themselves in the way to try to not make that happen, because adding Myles Garrett to the Eagles would just be ridiculous.
It's scary. And I'm not. I don't make a move just because the Eagles might do it. I make a move because
it makes you better.
It makes you better, and the cost is one that you're willing to pay. If the Eagles were able to pull that off, I feel like that would come with some ramifications because there's already some talk of them having to cut starters.
Well, the other thing is that with the Eagles have a bunch of free agents they have to deal with, and who they bring back and who they decide just to let go. But the Eagles are also picking behind the Lions. So when you start talking about first-round picks, okay, well, for this year, the Lions are at 28, Eagles are at 32. Lions pick at 28 is better. And looking in the future, would that be flipped? It all depends who ends up with Myles Garrett. If the Eagles get Myles Garrett, they could very well repeat. If the Lions get Myles Garrett, the Lions can win the Super Bowl.
If I told you, though, that you could win the Super Bowl and you wouldn't have to give up what you needed to give up to get Myles Garrett, the question is, would you take it? And I don't think there's any doubt that had the Lions defense not suffered a historic amount of injuries on the defensive side, they clearly had enough to win the Super Bowl.
They absolutely had a chance. But it was a historic amount of injuries, and every year it feels like, some team gets killed by them, and this, it feels like 2 years in a row the Lions have been killed by injuries. This year was worse than last year.
This year was worse. I mean,
and way worse.
Way worse, and to the point where it became a national story. The Lions' injuries were it wasn't a local story. It was a national story.
Well, it was a national story until the playoffs start, and then the media pundits conveniently forget about it. And they're just, oh, yeah, Washington pummeled the Lions. Well, there's a reason that, and they didn't pummel the Lions. They beat the Lions, and there's a reason that the Lions, gave up the 45 points or 38 points anyway on defense.
Given that Brad Holmes at the trade deadline last year called enough teams to say there was basically he said there were a handful of edge rushers available, and he thinks he got the best one. I'm paraphrasing what he said. Of the guys available in Zadarius Smith, that tells me he did his homework. He did his due diligence. He called around. But if there's no way he's not calling on Myles Garrett.
Oh, of course. He has to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's malpractice if he doesn't. Just like I would imagine that, let me ask you this. Would you put in a preemptive call to Cincinnati or to Dallas or to
Vegas?
To Vegas and find out about those edge rushers just to see?
Yeah.
No, I mean, maybe you wouldn't call Cincinnati because you're waiting to see if Cincinnati just decides not to or decide what they're going to do with Trey Hendrickson. Maybe they waive him.
Yeah.
Is that possible? Or you put in the preemptive call and say, what would it take to get Trey Hendrickson? But, I mean, these are calls that I would imagine GMs do make. Hey, at the very least, just keep us in mind. If you're not going to move forward with this player, we can make things interesting for you.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. Morning Show asked a great question about Garrett. We will get to that today at 12:05. Hey, we all know the cost of everything is going up. You can't even leave your favorite fast food restaurant without spending at least $10 a person. Skip the drive-thru and make it to your favorite Twin Peaks for happy hour. They run the best happy hour in the state with You Call It and Shot Caller. Do you drink Tito's? $5. Jack Daniels, Captain Morgan, 29-degree draft dirty blonde or naughty brunette. Yep, you guessed it, $5. They even have taken it a step further. You want to be a shot caller, Patron, Woodford Reserve, Grey Goose. Yes, sir, $7. But it doesn't stop there. They've mixed in 8 food options like $5 fried pickles and billionaire bacon, or $7 loaded fries, cheese bites, or their smoked chicken quesadilla. Their new and improved happy hour runs Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6, and again, late night from 10 to close. And then there's the best part. It's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. And if you're coming in today, you're in for a real treat. They're kicking off their amazing Beanies and Bikinis costume party. It runs till Sunday, so you don't want to miss that. We all know how pricey it is eating out these days. Enjoy great deals and the best company right now at Twin Peaks. Stop in today and see what it's all about. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Kevin's in Macomb, and he's on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, so I think this will be the turning point in Brad Holmes' tenure, in my opinion. I was just thinking about it for a minute last night when I was listening to Reefer. But I feel like will be the equivalent of when the Red Wings went out to get Brendan Shanahan, and that put them over the hump. I think that's the way I see it with Myles Garrett. I genuinely believe you guys mentioned Tenenbaum, but I feel like the three of us could have a better shot at running a team than he ever would, as that has showed. But the trade that was mentioned yesterday on Valenti's show, the 2 firsts, the 2 thirds, and then Broderick Martin, if that's really what – I don't believe that's what the offer or what's on the table, but I would do that in a heartbeat.
What was it? What was the trade? 2 firsts, 2 thirds?
And Broderick Martin?
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean,
I'd do it.
Broderick Martin would have, his minimal value. Who knows how interested they may or may not be in him. I mean, there's probably like 5 or 6 guys that the Lions have stored down there, like Broderick Martin, Hendon Hooker, Giovanni Manu.
I didn't think it was realistic.
Yeah,
That's just me.
You know what would make it real? Here's a move that sounds like it's more realistic, like that, but in exchange for Myles Garrett and a third.
Yeah,
it's like switching 3rd round picks. Sounds like something that's more a Brad Holmes move.
I didn't mean to overtalk you, but I just think that this will be the turning point. I feel you got to get him. Obviously, you're not going to overdo it, but I feel you got to do everything you can, because if we don't get him, then he's going to Philly. He could be going to the Commanders, and then in our worst case scenario, he could be going to Green Bay.
What if those teams overdo it? And the only way you can do it is by getting him and keeping him from going there is by, in your view, overdoing it. What is overdoing it?
So overdoing it would be giving up Gibbs, St. Brown, Hutchinson, Sewell.
So
I feel that,
Pro Bowl
but the Browns, I feel are looking. They're going to be rebuilding. So I'd be more than willing to give them at least a couple first rounders and the 3rd rounders, and even like Hendon Hooker if they wanted. I
guess keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. You talk about the trades the Red Wings made. What about the Eric Lindros trade?
That's true, but I'm just think about this. Like Hutch was running on the field. We saw the video a couple days ago, him running at Ford Field. And, I'm not taking anything away from Hutch. He's the hardest, in my opinion, the hardest working player there is. But I just feel like if you get another defensive end opposite of him, you are showing that you are investing in Hutchinson as opposed to basically putting the entire workload on him, which is what is expected of him right now.
Well, keep in mind. Thank you for the phone call. Nobody has Aiden Hutchinson and Myles Garrett. Nobody has that. Almost all Aiden Hutchinsons of the world have the, quote, entire workload put on them. There are better combinations than what the Lions paraded out there. But to say that you want to do this to show Hutch that he doesn't have the entire work, nobody does that. Nobody's done that yet. Right? Nobody in the NFL has a player of Aiden Hutchinson's caliber and a player of Myles Garrett's caliber. In fact, the Eagles, as far as edge rushers are concerned, are nowhere close to that. They just won the Super Bowl. Now, they get pressure from the interior, so they do it a different way. But you don't need to do right now what nobody else has done. Would I do it? Yes. Yes, and I feel like I probably have a lower price tag of what I think is acceptable than most. The one thing is the situation that the Browns are in. They are stuck with Deshaun Watson's contract for 2 years. $70+ million sunk into a player that may never play again. Basically, the 2025 season and the 2026 season, they're playing for 2027. So they want draft picks, and some of the teams you mentioned there just simply can offer better draft picks than Detroit.
Yeah, the only team that in the NFL that has that is Houston with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. Between the two of them, they both had double-digit sack totals. They had 33 sacks, and they had 23 23 sacks between them. and 33 tackles for loss.
This morning they were talking on the morning show about how Aiden Hutchinson and in terms of win rate, Aiden Hutchinson, Myles Garrett are 1 and 2 in the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, it would be phenomenal. It would surpass what Houston has. But, I mean, I'm just saying, trying to compare it, this is probably the closest comp you're going to get. And yet the Lions have more pieces on their defense because of what they have in the secondary. And I just like the Lions defense better. And if you add Myles Garrett to it, boy, do I like it. But, I mean, Houston, that is kind of that model in the offseason when Danielle Hunter was available. But he went for a pretty high price annual salary, so.
Feedback comes in from an unnamed texter. People forget about the additional cost of Myles Garrett. Let's say it's 2 first-rounders and a player. Sounds good, but that means you have to sign him, and by proxy means you don't re-sign Branch, J-Mo, Gibbs. That's a much higher cost, but it's down the road, so it's not talked about. You don't have to re-sign him. He's got 2 years left on a contract. What it may cost you is Kirby Joseph's extension. He might get to the open market. Or it may cost you, I don't know, a Branch or some other young player that you can't afford to keep around, but you don't have to re-sign him. If he truly wants to win a Super Bowl and Detroit says, we'll take you, but you have to play out the last 2 years of your contract that you're currently on, you don't have to re-sign him.
No, and I don't worry. The salary cap is going to go up every year. We know it's going up. It went up $53 million in the last 2 years. And it's going to continue to climb. They're going to find more revenue streams because that's just what the NFL does. They find ways to print the money.
But that doesn't benefit the Lions any more than every other team.
Right, but exactly. But I think what they're doing is they're finding ways. The NFL thing is finding ways because they're adding more and more money. Let teams keep players. I don't think it's going to be as much of an issue as everybody else does. You can always restructure contracts with the higher end guys. It may cost you one player at some point. It may.
Well,
but if you don't want to go past the 2 years for Myles Garrett, you don't have to. And if you're not going to go past
to win a Super Bowl,
yeah, and if you're not going to go past the 2 years of Myles Garrett, if you're just going to go, this 25 and 26 seasons and roll the dice and try to win the Super Bowl in those 2 years, I don't think it costs you anybody. It may cost you if you decide to extend him.
Oh, it'll definitely cost you if you decide to extend him. I think it may cost you some people on the second year. I think Smith and signing like a Khalil Mack will give you the same production as Garrett at a cheaper price. I don't know if it'll give you the same production. You need let me be careful here. You need a good pass defense in this NFL. That can be generated and done a couple of different ways. But pass rush is one way to do it. Elite coverage skills is another way to do it. Mixing two together, having a good pass rush and good coverage skills can do it. Like the reason you want to have a good pass rush is it's part of pass defense. But there are other ways you can have a good pass defense. Now, sacks and tackles for loss are huge. Run support is a big part of it. But yes, the only path to the Super Bowl and the only path to feeling like they are a legitimate Super Bowl contender does not go through Myles Garrett. There are multiple. In fact, if they don't do anything and just bring back Zadarius Smith and add a draft class, they're still a strong Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
2 first-round picks for Garrett. I'm already paying for cable. That's from Brian about tonight.
But the thing about getting Garrett too, Doug, is not only is it obviously alluring to get team him up with Hutch, but if you don't get him, then he goes somewhere else, then you're really mad. Because if you get him, not only do you add him to your team, but you're also blocking him from going to a contender. I think people are worried about like if these Eagles reports or rumors are true, or if he goes to the another contender, you're like, crap, not only did we not get him, that team that's our direct competition just got a lot better.
As long as that team overpaid for him, I don't care.
Yeah, well, it depends obviously what they give up.
Yeah, and as long as the Lions do something, like they're not going to sit back and say, we're coming back with last year's defense with no improvements. Even though bringing back last year's defensive personnel, if it's healthy, is already a dramatic improvement.
It is, but it'd be a wasted opportunity if they don't go out and get a player or two.
I suspect that they will.
Yeah.
They were in they were in such a good spot.
Well, they were in a good spot in like week 3. Unfortunately, it was so early into the season when everything went wild.
Started to unravel quickly. Morning Show asked a question. We will ask the audience now. It was really good, and it led to some pretty spirited debate. We'll get to that at 12:05. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Talked a lot about the hockey to open the show. USA versus Canada tonight. Are you a non-hockey fan? But you know what? You're in for tonight. USA and Canada, the Four Nations final. As this alternate all-star break, he's not a popular guy in the world of hockey, but you kind of got to give Gary Bettman credit as he has green-lighted this. The World Cup of Hockey is coming back in a couple of years. Next year, NHL players can play in the Olympics like this. This is all happening under Bettman's watch. Announced all at a news conference. I think it was when he did the Four Nations, he also announced the next 2 Olympic Games and the next 2 World Cups of hockey all at the same time, which, it's cool. Like the Olympic hockey, when the NHL players, the delta between when the NHL players play and when the NHL players don't play is pretty wide. Like it's a huge difference.
People want to see NHL players.
Yep.
Yeah. There's no question about that.
So, and we're getting to see him tonight, USA and Canada. The news this morning was that Brady Tkachuk did participate in the morning skate. He was banged up early in that game against Sweden. And there wasn't really speculation that he would be missed. This is all great until some significant player gets severely injured. Let's hope that never happens.
Right. And
because then I think we're going to have this whole thing revisited.
Yesterday, it looked like Quinn Hughes is going to join the team as a replacement, but he has not been cleared medically either, so he's not joining the team. But otherwise, aside from the one defenseman McAvoy, the U.S. team is pretty healthy.
All right, Gator, I'm going to ask you I want your authentic response.
Okay.
And I don't know if you caught when the morning show did this. They did a variation of this. We're going to do it a little bit differently. But we're in a unique time in sports. We were just talking about Myles Garrett, but he is not the only superstar available. You tell me which headline you think has a greater impact on Detroit sports.
Okay.
You ready?
I'm trying to clear my mind.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yep. Here we go. Tigers send prospects to Blue Jays for all-star first baseman Vlad Guerrero Jr. and sign him to an 8-year extension. Or Lions send draft picks to Cleveland for edge rusher Myles Garrett. Which has a bigger impact?
Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett, because the Lions are already there at that level to be competitive for a Super Bowl. And I think adding Myles Garrett to this team puts them over the top. Like the caller said earlier, it's a move that would be like adding Shanahan to the 96-97 Red Wings when they did that at the beginning of the season. Yeah, they moved on from Paul Coffey and Keith Primo, but they brought in Brendan Shanahan, which was exactly what they needed. This move would be spectacular if they were to add Myles Garrett, and it just cost them draft capital.
So the argument for Vlad Guerrero was he's 25.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd be around, for whatever, a decade, 7-8 years. And then that player in a sport where injury isn't as big a deal, it does happen, but it doesn't happen as frequently as it does in football, that would actually have a greater total impact on Detroit.
I will now go into deeper detail why I think that the Vlad move would not be as good.
Okay.
If you were to sign Guerrero to an 8-year deal, if the Tigers did something like that, okay, it sounds great. It's a monster move, but that prevents you from signing other players. That prevents you from filling holes if you have them moving forward, because it's too much to.
Hold on. It's a non-cap league.
I understand, but the Tigers don't typically, even when they were spending big, they were spending like $200 million. And this is, you're talking about competing with other teams that really have unlimited coffers to go to. I think the Tigers do operate with a budget in mind, even though there's no cap in it.
Yeah, I think the hard cap of the NFL, well, it's not hard. It is a cap, but having a cap in the NFL, adding a $20 million player probably handcuffs you more than an uncapped league. But do they have, if they're going to make this move, I think it's an acknowledgement that they would be, like any time that they would be stepping in with the big boys, that they would be, if they're committed to a player that's outside their organization for that long, they're not going to let Scuba walk, and they will be here for a long time. They wouldn't.
If you're going to sign Guerrero to an 8-year contract, You think that they're also going to sign Tarek Skubal to say a 6 or 7 year contract?
I don't think there's a point in getting Guerrero for that long if you're not.
Because they're looking at which way you're going to better spend your money on a pitcher there's constantly the threat of injury, or on an everyday player, even though he's trending towards being an everyday DH.
Well, again,
more than he is.
Because it's a non-cap league, there's nothing that's keeping you from doing it.
Right, but the Tigers don't operate like it's a non-cap league.
They would be if they're getting Guerrero. I think that would be a change in approach.
I feel like that's the move. That's it. That's the only move they do, because they're like, look, we spent the money.
Well, if you
well, you're asking me. I'm telling you.
If that's your presumption, which we don't know, then it kind of nukes the idea of the topic. But 248-539-9797. If you could get Guerrero or Garrett, who would you take and why? And the thing about Guerrero is he's younger. He's going to be a free agent. We have to assume that they would sign him. Otherwise, I'm not sure it'd be worth doing, given that he would just be a rental and the cost would be
no sense if it's a rental.
Yeah. So which would you prefer? Kang, which do you think would have a bigger impact? Kang, which one do you think?
To me, it's easy. It's Myles Garrett for the Lions. Baseball is very tricky. Myles Garrett has a bigger resume of being great in this league than Vlad Jr. does. He's younger, so you think that would help him, but also he has less of a for sure factor. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. Like, I feel stronger about Garrett, doing something for the next 3-4 years with the Lions or with any team he's on than I do about Guerrero, honestly. Because baseball, look at Javi Baez, and I know Javi was never as good as Vlad Jr. was, but if it's really hard in baseball to stay consistently good for that long. That's why these monster contracts that are being dealt out in baseball, they are terrible at the end of these contracts, because no one can live up to those numbers, let alone 10 years, let alone 5 years. And I think I think Garrett makes a bigger impact than Vlad Jr. does for the Tigers as a whole. Mike Trout, Ohtani on the same team won nothing. I think in baseball, it's more of a team sport than it is for football, especially if you already have your quarterback.
It's interesting, because I guess my concern about Myles Garrett is mostly where he is in his career. I went through and tracked a lot of elite pass rushers, and they're not all this way, but most of them, when they hit the age of 29, 30, you can see a pretty significant decline. And not everybody. But it felt like most of them when I sat down and looked at the last 10 years. With that said, how many of those guys played opposite Aiden Hutchinson? Like there would be such a opportunity, and other teams would be they'd be trying to build a scheme around having 2 elite edge rushers. How do you build an offensive scheme? What do you have to dedicate to trying to slow that down?
You try to run up the middle.
I mean, I guess. But it would have such a huge impact. I would think a 25-year-old baseball player that's been as good as Vlad Guerrero has would definitely impact longer in Detroit than Myles Garrett would in Detroit. And it would make sense to lock him up long term. Otherwise, you're really not, there's no point in doing it. But anyway, 248-539-9797.
Look, I like Vlad Guerrero Jr. a lot. I question what his numbers are going to be if he moves outside of that division. Will he be able to keep up monster numbers? Because when you're playing a bunch of games inside a dome, and then you play other games at hitter-friendly parks like Fenway, Yankee Stadium, and Camden, and Tampa, those are very hitter-friendly ballparks. Numbers get inflated a little bit. This guy can hit anywhere.
Dude.
I really like him, but he's already trending to be a future DH, like real soon, because he's not, and he's already moved positions once, and now he's at first base. It's like if you're at first base and you can't, if your skills are declining there, there's only one other place to go, and that's DH. That's the knock on it. The upside is obviously he can flat out hit, and if this team can be competitive, without him, imagine what they'd be with him. I get the appeal to it, and there is appeal to it, but I worry about is that money that they were looking to sign Bregman, would they throw that at another player, and then does that stop them from throwing it at Skubal? Because I'm surprised that they haven't already tried to throw it at Skubal, or at least we haven't heard anything about that. Let it play out a little bit longer, I suppose, but that's I guess where my head is at, because knowing the Tigers are going to have to spend money not only on Skubal but on Riley Green and on other players whose contracts will be up in a couple of years. So right now, the window is here right now, and maybe you take advantage of that.
Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. This month, get into a 2025 Chevy Trax LS for just $259 a month for 36 months with no money down. Pay only $259 a month with zero down, approved credit, and a GM employee discount. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. They've got hundreds of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, and EVs, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Garch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket Morning Show had this debate about which player would really impact Detroit in a bigger way, which would excite you more. If the Lions went out and got Myles Garrett, or the Tigers went in and got Vlad Guerrero and signed him. Look, he's 25 years old. There's no point in trading for him. less of a point in trading for him, I guess I should say, if you're not going to sign him. And there's really no debate if you're not going to sign him. But if you heard that the Tigers got Vlad Guerrero and you'd have him for the next 10 years, as opposed to Myles Garrett, who would absolutely be a critical addition and a huge bonus for the Lions defense and their team overall. But his impact would be for a shorter period of time. But he would be, I mean, yesterday was the anniversary of the Rashid trade. This would feel a lot like that final piece kind of Rashid trade move. Feedback coming in for me, it's Garrett because it's Super Bowl first. It's so hard to get a Super Bowl and maybe win and maybe with a 7-game series, it's easier to get to a World Series. That's from Rick. The Vlad signing would have more impact for me. He's a player that I would pay to see on an otherwise borderline unwatchable team. Lions already are a blast to watch, and tickets are already out of my price range.
The Tigers are borderline unwatchable?
That's something that I don't know that I would agree with. I think last year, August and September last year, was so much stinking fun.
Now, I get, offensively, this team is lacking.
Maybe he's referring to when the Bally's deal and Comcast had the split, and they were literally unwatchable. Vlad, and Vlad. He makes the Tigers an immediate American League pennant contender, and with Skubal and Flaherty, anything can happen in a World Series. Ryan writes in, I want Myles so bad. Lions are so much closer. It's not even close. Pick Myles. Garrett, hands down, franchise-altering move. We need a Super Bowl to win the Super Bowl. We need a Super Bowl win in the Super Bowl window. That puts us on the verge of winning it. Frank the Tank in Royal Oak. Ryan is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys. I think it's Garrett 100%. I think trading for Vlad, it gives you look at the Tigers lineup if they make that move, and they seemingly move Colt Keith the first. They have Kerry Carpenter at DH. You don't really have anywhere to put him in the lineup. They have a lot of outfield depth, and I just feel like you're oversaturating your lineup. And a bunch of these young guys.
Say, Ryan, let me stop you for a second. You don't think you'd find a place to put Vlad Guerrero Jr.? I mean, if the result is, I can't play Colt Keith at first base, or I can't play Kerry Carpenter as a DH?
You got to move on from some of these young guys that they have a lot of trust in their development.
For a future Hall of Famer. Right?
Vlad Guerrero Jr. is a future Hall of Famer?
I would think so. He's a 4-time All-Star at this point. Was second in the MVP voting at one point.
He's 30-plus home runs every year.
He's going to be 26 when the season starts, and he's just, getting ready to fire up into the prime years of his career.
Trading for Myles Garrett makes you better than the Eagles the next day.
I don't disagree with that. I'm actually in favor of the Eagles thing, but I guess I would find a way that Vlad fits into this lineup, and I don't think it's that difficult to figure out.
Well, if they sign him for 8 years, you're put in the same situation. You're not guaranteed a win in the World Series, and it's put you in the same situation you just got out of with Cabrera, right? If you sign him for 8 years, by the end of his
No, it's not the same situation because when the contract's done, he'd be 34.
Yeah, Cabrera was 40. All right, you can make a hell of a case for Garrett.
Look, I like our guys on the Tigers. There's not a bigger fan of Kerry Carpenter here at the station than this guy. There may not be a bigger Colt Keith fan at the station than this guy. However, I'm not dumb. If you can find a way to bring in Guerrero, one of those guys has to, be sent away. Okay, that's the cost of doing business to get better. Don't be afraid to give up the good for the great.
The oversaturating the lineup, or where were you going to put them? I'll
figure it out.
This perennial all-star player.
Right. And here's something else to keep in mind. Gleyber Torres is signed to a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
He's not a fixture at second base for the Tigers.
But again, the addition of Gleyber Torres is no reason to not want Vladimir Guerrero.
No.
248-539-9797. Now, Garrett.
I guess my point was, in a year, you could move Colt Keith back to second base if that's what you want to do, let alone the handful of apparent prospects that are ready to play second base.
Yeah. And the argument that he could decline, so could Garrett. And the funny thing is, if you could get how many sacks opposite of Aiden is an upgrade. Because last year, the weird thing is that Darius Smith, because he did it with 2 teams, you don't think of him as a 9-sack guy. If he played next year, now I wouldn't expect him to get better. I also would expect there to be other additions to the edge rusher. And it may come from the draft. And the draft, can a rookie make an impact? Maybe. But
well, the Lions as a team had 37 sacks last year, which was bottom third of the league.
Yeah. And where would that have been had Aiden stayed healthy?
It probably would have. Let's give it another
closer to
6
middle
or so,
of the pack.
and it would be absolutely be middle of the pack. And then if you were to add Myles Garrett to the mix, you'd be, I don't think without question, be top third.
248-539-9797. Which move would you prefer? Garrett, the Lions' window to win now seems to be narrowing. The O-line is getting old. Gator's right. It feels like the Lions need to act with more sense of urgency than the Tigers. That's from Scott. I don't think of the Lions' window as closing particularly soon. I do think, and here's why. Because anybody that is considered that might be getting old, and there are probably 2 offensively that come to mind, Decker and Ragnow, not necessarily in that order, are players that I have some faith that Brad Holmes will be able to restock with some really good ones moving forward.
Yeah.
We have a lot of evidence that he's really good at this drafting thing.
And I guess I've been looking at this thinking that I'm not extending Myles Garrett. I'm going to have him for 2 years. And I'm going to make a real run at this thing for 2 years. And after that, I'm trusting that the depth they've built up through the draft is going to shine through, and they'll still be competitive. For right now, hard to beat Myles Garrett playing on the other side of Aiden Hutchinson, even if it's only for 2 years.
The crazy thing is, I was thinking about which one of these is even more likely.
I don't think there's any question. The more likely scenario is the Lions and Garrett.
Do you? Because, again,
the prospects that the Tigers can put up is as competitive as anybody else. But the likelihood that the Tigers are going to be willing to pay $50 million a year for Vladimir Guerrero on a long-term deal, I just don't see.
The weird thing is that's the league without the cap. The one with the cap, those cap numbers, I think, clearly mean more to the Lions than to the average fan.
But Detroit is not Boston. It's not New York. It's not L.A. These are the markets that are going crazy and spending the money. If the Tigers put forth and we look at it and like, wow, that's an 8-year, $350 million contract. That's very competitive. That's way more than $40 million a year. And then one of the New York teams says, okay, how about this? We'll give you 8 years and $400 million. And the Tigers can't. They're like, all right, we're tapped out.
I guess I'm not willing to just flat out accept that the Tigers can't spend because back in 2014, they had a top 5 payroll.
Mm-hmm.
And, they were competitive. They packed the stadium. They had a top 5 payroll. It can be done.
What the payroll was?
I can look it up.
And how many other teams were ahead of them? But
four.
So, right. And how canyonous was the gap between 5 and 1?
It was it was $100 million. It was roughly $100 million between them and, go figure, the Dodgers.
And what were the Tigers spending back then?
$182.856, $334. Dodgers were at $275, $914, $795.
And that's 10 years ago. So now you've got a situation.
So could the Tigers have a top 5 payroll now? I mean, everybody's payroll's gone up just about. I mean, not the numbers at the top are up, the numbers at the bottom are up.
But the Tigers aren't spending anywhere near what they had.
No. So they could conceivably, even just by adding Vlad Guerrero, get back to what they spent in 2014, which in today's dollars isn't that same thing. But let's go to Joseph in Flint. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Joseph.
Hi. I just have a quick comment. I think you're looking in the wrong place with Myles Garrett. You ought to be looking at Micah Parsons. He's 4 years younger. He's got 53 sacks in 4 years. He's averaging 13 sacks a year. Yeah, Miles Garrett's got more. Okay. At the same time, 25 versus 29, I like the 25-year-old better, and I think you can get him for cheaper than you can Miles Garrett. What do you think?
Well, first you got to convince Jerry that Jerry's not going to have him. And that's going to be a tough sell, first of all. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Jerry is like, all right, we're not going to be able to afford him, and then they trade him, and the package is similar to Myles Garrett. You're able to handle that. The problem is that you would only have Micah Parsons for, I think, just the 1 year. Is he on his fifth year exercised year? Is that what's coming
Joseph,
up?
If Micah Parsons was demanding a trade or the Cowboys said they're trading him, it would change the tenor of the conversation. I think there's some skepticism about whether or not he's truly available.
Well, the other thing is he's a free agent sooner than Garrett, if I'm not mistaken, and that's a guy who's going to set the market.
1 year.
Yeah, so he's going to set the market, and then you've got Aiden Hutchinson as well. I mean, it'd be like going all in for 1 year. That as opposed with Garrett, where you're doing it for 2 years.
Yeah, the reason we don't bring up Micah Parsons is because if there's reporting that Parsons is truly on the market, that's a game changer.
Well, if only somebody's going to talk about Dallas.
Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35 here on 97.1. Vegas odds have been put out on who Matt Stafford's next team will be. If you care to bet him going to this town and bringing a Super Bowl, it's 50-1 that Matt Stafford's next team would be the Detroit Lions. They are not the favorite. Gator, you care to guess who the favorite is? Matt Stafford's next team?
I would guess it would be. Sound like the Giants?
Giants are the second favorite at 4-1. Kang, do you care to venture a guess who Matt Stafford's next team would be in Vegas?
I will go with Vegas.
They are third at 5-1. Gator, you're up.
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh is sixth favorite at 9-1. Kang, you're on the clock.
I'll take Tennessee.
Tennessee is 20-1. They're like 11th.
I will take the Jets.
The Jets are 8-1. You guys have really, you've got the top of this list. You've got 2, 3, 5, 6, and 11 all mentioned. Kang?
Our worst nightmare, the Vikings.
Yeah, that was my next one too.
3-1. They're the favorites.
Yeah. And I mean that not because I'm scared of Matthew Stafford, but just, you know what comes with this. I mean, in the division, Stafford, and I just want to boo the kids again anyways, so.
Yeah, you get that opportunity. You get that opportunity.
You play him twice.
Yeah, I don't like him going there. I think he's so much more competent than Sam Darnold. Yeah.
But he never wins big games, remember? Remember that decade where he never won big games? He's incapable of winning big games. Look, I just got sick of the storyline. I think the team that I'd most prefer is the Toronto Argonauts.
Yeah.
Then we wouldn't play them.
That'd be nice.
That's what I would really
Let him go to Tennessee. I like the idea of him in Tennessee, Kang. That sounds good. Finish up your career.
and
a
be
rebuilding team.
Mentor to a young quarterback there.
That's where all the LA people go now. Nashville.
Yeah, you're right.
It's true. It's
It's totally true.
Hollywood of the South now.
That's where Christina went. Now she's back though. She's no longer in Tennessee.
Who's that?
Christina. You know, Tarek and Christina.
Right, goes full circle, Doug.
Christina on the coast.
Yeah.
Coast of Nashville.
Right.
Right. Gotcha.
Ex-wife of Tarek Al Moussa, Ant Anstead, and Josh Hall.
Yeah.
Soon to be ex-wife of who?
Don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know who she's
Check
dating.
your Vegas odds for that, Doug.
Yeah, you got Vegas odds on that? That'd be fun.
All right, you ready?
Yes.
New food and menu items. See what the guys think. We start with Hulu and Krispy Kreme are coming up with a collab. Hulu and Krispy Kreme.
All right, I'm
They actually
listening.
have several, but the one I find most interesting is the caramel popcorn donut. Krispy Kreme's caramel popcorn donut starts with an unglazed donut filled with caramel popcorn flavored cream and topped with white icing, red icing drizzles, and real caramel popcorn.
Hang on a second.
I think Gator's starting to drizzle.
Hang on, let me just... Yes. Hell yes. Hell yes.
Kang?
So I'm actually not really a big donut guy, but these I call them Instagram donuts at this point because I feel like people just want to take pictures of these donuts that have all these things on them.
Yeah.
They always entice me. They do. And I would definitely have a bite because I get suckered into to put everything on a donut nowadays, and I would try it, Doug.
Yeah, as you might imagine, I am not a donut guy. The last time I had a donut was probably 7-8 years ago when we were in Eugene, Oregon, and we went to Voodoo Donuts, and I had the Captain Crunch donut, which is, I think, would qualify as your Instagram donut.
Yep.
But I am not going out of my way.
I'm looking at this thing. I'm all about this donut.
I'm an out.
I mean, Krispy Kremes are the best anyway, and
Next up,
Caramel
Taco
corn
Bell
is delicious.
and New York-based dessert company Milk Bar will launch the new Milk Bar Birthday Cake Churro at restaurants nationwide for a limited time. This warm, crispy churro is filled with birthday cake frosting and topped with pink confetti sprinkles, and available for $2.99 for 2 churros or $1.99 for 1 while supplies last. Gator, the Taco Bell Birthday Cake Churro.
I mean, are you kidding me? Of course. Churro is delicious. Churro has that great combination of crunch and chew. And then you're going to have like birthday cake type flavoring on the exterior and the cream on the inside. Yes. Hell yes. Hang on a second. A little more drool coming out.
Yeah.
You know my man loves Taco Bell. Come on.
Come on, man. Churros are great. You can be just a regular churro are amazing. Now you're going to jazz it up like this? Kang, I know you're down.
Yeah, I love churros, man. I do. There's only one thing about this, and this goes with pretty much all fast food places. If they make them correctly, you know, like sometimes like the cinnamon twist. You know what cinnamon twists are? Yeah. They can be great. I love them most of the time. But there are those times where I go to a place and it's overcooked or something. It's too hard. You know what I mean? Like as long as the churros made well, or I guess within reason here, then I'm all in. I love churros.
I know Bobby's down. Bobby, you down with a churro?
See, I'm more of a chocolate churro type of guy. The vanilla isn't my flavor.
Birthday cake to me is a child's flavor. I'm not getting that. I get the regular churro, but not the birthday cake. Speaking of which, does this surprise you? Speaking of which, Oreo's come out with the Golden Birthday Cake Oreo. This is 2 golden Oreos sandwiched over birthday cake flavored cream with rainbow sprinkles. The Oreo Golden Birthday Cake Oreo. Would you eat that, Gator?
Yeah, I would. I like the golden Oreos. I like them better than the regular Oreos. Sorry, Bobby. I do. Regulars are chocolate. They're fine, by the way. The regular Oreos are great, but I like the golden Oreos better. And now you're going to give me the birthday cake flavoring in there. I don't think the birthday cake flavoring isn't the greatest, but it's still good. So, yeah, I'm down with this.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I'm in too, Gator. Doug, you going to join us?
No, I don't like birthday cake flavoring. It's like Superman ice cream. I'm not a child. Next up, Wendy's.
Whoa. Shots fired, Gator.
Whoa. And you know what, King? You're not a child either.
Yeah, well, my diet, though, is a little different.
I don't understand this. Why the shots?
There's no shots. I don't.
I think most adults like the Superman ice cream.
Do you?
Yes.
You think most adults like Superman ice cream?
Yes.
Kang, would you agree or disagree with that statement?
Me and my wife will like it.
Okay.
They're adults.
Yeah.
Grown-ass people.
She's more adult than both of us.
Bobby, thumbs up or thumbs down? Superman ice cream.
Dude, here's
the thing.
Go sit outside.
Bobby's getting better and better all the time. The thing about this is,
that's one on Doug's side.
I should not be speaking for others when it comes to their food choices. I can't remember the last time I saw an adult eating Superman ice cream.
Well, hang out with me in the summertime.
Yeah, come over to my house.
Yeah.
Wendy's is testing this at a drive-through location near their headquarters. A voice-enabled AI order taking. They're hoping to have it at 600 restaurants across the country. Fresh AI is doing it. It improves the customer experience and enables some labor efficiencies in our restaurant. Boy, that sounds like we don't have to pay people to me. Wendy's could incorporate Fresh AI to the rest of their system. So basically takes the human element out of the drive-through. Gator, will this keep you from going to Wendy's?
I mean, it won't keep me from going to Wendy's, although I haven't been to Wendy's in forever. It's... What, we don't have enough issues with the drive-through to begin with, so now we're going to go in, and it's going to be an AI voice instead that goes, "I'm sorry, when you fill the order," and you're like, "Yeah, I'd like a big classic with cheese." What? Is that going to be any better? Are they going to get it right?
So I've experienced this, Gator.
Yeah?
It wasn't Wendy's. It was I think it was a Taco Bell. It threw me completely off. It was AI asking for my order. I'm like, oh, crap. Are you serious? Have we come to this already? And what I felt like was I had to yell and enunciate perfectly because I didn't want – it was a robot. Right. It's not like a human. You know, you can't
Mexican
reason.
Pizza.
Yeah, exactly. Churro. You know what I was saying? Like, I didn't like it. Yeah, you know, this is me probably screaming at clouds, but get off my lawn. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want it.
I'm sorry. Did you say tostada? No. Burrito Supreme. Chalupa Supreme.
No.
Burrito.
This wouldn't keep me from going to Wendy's, but
Yeah,
finally.
you can't mispronounce kale.
You also can't
Actually,
find
I
it
got
at
two
Wendy's.
more.
Yeah, right.
Cheetos is getting in on the pickle mania with new Flamin' Hot Dill Pickle flavor. The new flavor blends the timeless tang of dill pickles with a bit of heat in that Flamin' Hot fans know and love. Gator, the Cheetos Dill Pickle Flamin' Hot Cheetos. Would you eat that?
No. I'm not a Flamin' Hot Cheetos guy. I knew Bobby was going to give me the look. Because you're young and it's you freaks
All
like
young
the,
people love Flamin'
they
Hot
all love the
everything.
Flamin' Hot anyway.
Yep.
So
Flamin'
I'm
Hot-
not the Flamin' Hot
yeah.
guy. I like Cheetos, love Cheetos, the puffs, but I don't want the Flamin' Hot.
Okay.
And I certainly don't want it with the pickle
Well,
flavor.
I don't like the pickle part. I'm out. You know me about pickles, man. I'm not a pickle guy.
Stay away.
Yeah.
What I've said often about the Flamin' Hot stuff is you see what it does to your fingers. Imagine what it does to your stomach lining. I am out. Finally, Gator. This one intrigues me. There's a new limited edition Pop-Tart flavor coming out. Frosted banana bread. I read one review of it, said there's a tinge of that fake banana flavor. That being said, it's not too overpowering. I love the icing. The crust, if you call it crust, actually tastes like banana bread. The spices and the filling give it a warm cinnamon sugar vibe that you would want. Gator. Okay, that's a yes.
I think I had a cinnamon Pop-Tart this morning. If Lord knows if I had seen banana bread Pop-Tart, I might have. Yeah, that's trouble. That is flat out trouble. I love banana bread. No nuts in a banana bread, but I love banana bread.
Kang?
Yeah, I'm in. The funny thing is, usually when you get things that are supposed to taste like banana, they don't taste like banana, right? It's like grape. Grape doesn't taste like grape. Grape tastes like purple.
Right.
So when you said that it actually tastes like real banana, like, oh, all right, because I love banana bread too, Gator.
I am in on this.
Oh, there
I would
he
try
is.
this because here's something weird about me.
Potassium?
It's not the potassium. I like banana flavored stuff. I like the banana flavoring that doesn't even taste
That's what
like
I'm saying.
banana.
It doesn't
I
taste like
actually
banana.
like that too.
Really?
I hate strawberry flavored stuff. I think that's so off and nasty. But even the messed up banana flavor, I like
You like
that.
it? Yeah.
So I'd actually try this one.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be looking for this next time in the grocery store.
And that concludes another edition, a pre-diabetes edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, when the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of a game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the final whistle to the final buzzer. Plus, you can combine your bets, live games, same game parlays, shot at a bigger payout, however you want to play. Here's the thing. New customers get started with $150 in bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins, just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a whoa.
Yeah.
This is a big whoa. Not a good whoa.
No, it's not. And I'm still trying to latch on to, I believe it. Shams Charania. Others I saw it first, but when Shams tweeted it out, San Antonio Spurs All-Star Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the remainder of the season with a deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder.
Victor Wembanyama has a form of a blood clot in the right shoulder. He's out for the season. The Spurs believe this is an isolated condition. That's also from Shams. Wow.
Okay, I hope this has nothing to do with, well, first of all, I hope he's okay. Blood clots are scary.
Yeah.
But he was the one guy. I came out of All-Star Weekend liking him more because he tried in the All-Star game, even though I didn't like what he did in the skills competition.
Right.
I loved what he did in the All-Star.
Chris Paul's leading on that.
Probably. Blame Chris Paul.
Yeah. Yeah, but this guy playing both ends of the court. It's like leaping from the free throw line, dunking.
It meant something to him.
And then trying to prevent people from dunking, like Cade Cunningham.
Yes. And Cade left him, and then he did something that had never happened in an All-Star game ever before. He recovered defensively.
Right.
Then Cade turned around and goes, whoa.
Hey.
What the hell is that? Everyone knows when I get by you, that's it.
The blow-by,
let's go to the review.
All-Star protocol calls for you to stand there.
Yeah, we all know this, man. What are you doing?
So, he's in the West, and then we always do the same thing. How does it impact us? Well, it impacts us and then the Pistons. Or the Cowboys. And the Pistons play them tomorrow.
That's a big impact.
Yeah. Oh, this sucks.
No, I mean, he's a big attraction in the NBA, and in 5 years, he's going to be the biggest attraction in the NBA.
Okay. What was the injury? Where did you see the description of this deep shoulder thrombosis?
Well, from Shams.
Is that okay?
A form of a blood clot in his right shoulder.
That's scary. I mean, and here's the thing about. So it's going to sideline him for months?
Yeah. I mean, you have to have a doctor call in on this, but you want to make sure that you're free and clear of future clotting.
Without question.
You have to get your blood viscosity in order, and there's lots of testing and that goes back and forth with that. So, yeah, you hope if it's a clot, you hope it's not moving, and you're worried about a lot of things. But it sounds like they've caught this early, and they're going to take care of it. And they like I said, the tweet mentioned it's isolated, so hoping for the best. But meanwhile, he's out for the year.
Wow.
Oh, this is something you cannot take lightly.
No.
I mean, Asor Thompson had a blood clot at the end of last season, and he obviously missed the very beginning of this year.
I was going to say, wasn't that what kept us on?
Yes. So you take this
It's a
thing,
long time.
Yeah, very seriously.
I mean, I feel like if I had a blood clot, and of course you don't want it to start traveling and end up in your heart and killing you. I feel like if I got diagnosed with a blood clot, I'd be like, don't move. I'm not going to move. Because you don't want to do anything that jars it loose. But, yeah, I guess I don't know the first thing about blood clot recovery. But, yeah, I guess, Asar, it's an example of how long it can take.
I don't want to go crazy here, but like Chris Bosh had to retire from the league with blood clotting issues, I believe.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
That sucks.
So, I mean, you got to get first things first, healthy, just for living a quality of life before they get to basketball. So I think they're shutting him down for a very good reason. This is it's a process.
Wow, that's scary. That is scary. So it's Pistons' first game. Yeah, Pistons' first game tomorrow night is in San Antonio against the Spurs, who will now not have Victor Wembanyama for the rest of the year. As far as, beyond that, from a basketball standpoint, I think they become a prime team that starts tanking for Cooper Flagg. Could you imagine?
All right, great. Thanks for making me want to vomit now.
Because remember, San Antonio wins every other lottery.
They're going to do it again.
They're gonna get Cooper Flagg
So, Dave Robinson, Tim Duncan, Wembanyama, Cooper Flag.
This is happening
Shams,
all over.
Here's a tweet from Shams Charania. It has been confirmed that the San Antonio Spurs will now win the lottery and get Cooper Flag.
All right.
That's a totally made up tweet.
You know, when they win one lotto, they don't just win one. They have to win like two.
Yeah, you gotta get a
So,
couple of them.
Yeah.
Because you deserve it.
No, we did the data when the Pistons got effed again in the lottery. We did the data, and the data was that nobody's had lottery luck like San Antonio. Nobody.
So the Spurs are 23 and 29 right now. They are.
So how many games left is that? There's 52. So they have 30 games left. So they're going to finish the season 23 and 59.
They are in 10th place right now. 10th from the worst. So
they lose.
20th place, if you will. But in terms of the draft, being from position 1 to position 10, I think right now they're in the 10th position.
Tankathon, yes, they are.
And that's only going to change and move up.
They're going to be in the top three. They're going to be in the top three.
Mountain climber going up. The old Price is Right game.
And then they'll pair Cooper Flag with Victor Wembanyama.
Come on. I mean, that can't. Of course it can happen. Some teams just get the luck, you know? You get those picks early and they get them.
This could go either direction, though, right? Victor Wembanyama, blood clot, serious thing. And he said Bosch, it led to Bosch's retirement. It could be Wembanyama.
Well, nobody's hoping for that, but
No,
the way they're wording it, saying isolated, sounds like this is something that they can get a handle on. But this is like, if this, I mean, we're talking about the draft, right? If they end up with the top pick again, San Antonio has had that luck before. This can happen again. It's like the Chicago Blackhawks did it. Kane and Taves. You had Edmonton got it with, I don't know how many picks they had in the top 5 of the NHL, but getting it with McDavid and Draisaitl, among others. Nugent Hopkins and other players. I get nauseated when this happens because, of course, the draft luck with our teams, when they're bad, legitimately bad, doesn't really happen.
We've
Although
been
the Tigers
authentically
are
bad.
different because the Tigers, when they were bad, they got the top picks. They just haven't panned out.
It's Carson Anderson, 97-1 to take it. I looked over at Twitter with this Victor Wembanyama news done for the year. The number one thing trending in sports was Victor Wembanyama. The number two thing trending in sports was Cooper Flagg. Wembanyama, done for the year. It's got to be so the Spurs can get Cooper Flagg. Look, blood clot's serious thing, right? Serious thing. Don't wish any ill will on Victor Wembanyama. I kind of like Victor Wembanyama. But if they win another lottery, and the funny thing about it is, I feel like San Antonio is like the remote outpost of the NBA. Usually when you think the fix is in, it's for New York or Chicago or LA or LA or LA, but they wouldn't fix it.
You wouldn't think.
For San Antonio. In fact, is that the most obscure outpost of any professional sports team?
San Antonio?
Yeah.
It's up there. I mean, it's up there.
Right? Well, what else would we even have in that discussion? Winnipeg?
Well, it's the biggest city in Manitoba.
I forgot. My bad. But it is an obscure outpost on the grand scheme of things. So you wouldn't think that they would fix it. How about San Jose? I mean, again, these are big.
It's a pretty big area, though.
They are, but it's not the San Francisco Sharks. It's not the Oakland Sharks. It's the San Jose Sharks. Oakland Sharks would be sweet.
I think because they couldn't get a stadium deal done back then. That's why they had to play at the Cow Palace.
Green Bay is a
Green
remote
Bay is that's
Green Bay, Green Bay, San Antonio,
Green Bay
Winnipeg, and San
it.
Jose, the outposts of. Anyway, so that is it's actually sad news, but if they win the lottery again, it won't be sad. I'll be mad. We'll be mad. All right, so tonight we have got a hockey game. USA versus Canada. It's not popular, but you kind of got to give Gary Bettman some credit. I don't know if it was necessarily his baby, but it came out under his watch. The fact that we care about the Four Nations face-off. In your show sheet, Gator, you asked, did you care at the beginning and do you care now? I described, when I watched the first game, USA versus Finland, I had moderate emotional investment. I won't say that there wasn't an emotional investment, but it was moderate. Then the Canada game took place. And from the jump, everything changed. From the puck drop, everything changed. And the hockey that followed the fights was high-end stuff.
Great hockey.
And as soon as that game was over, I started trying to, okay, what are the permutations? How do we play Canada again? Because the idea of them playing a Canada again is incredible theater.
You probably had to stay up all night with only 4 teams involved in a tournament to try to figure out the way that this would happen again.
I kind of had to stay up all night because I was a few beers in, but...
Even Gronk, no, these two teams match up.
Well, it was weird because regulation wins, overtime wins, and nobody else had a regulation win other than the U.S.
3 points versus 2 points.
So I had to make sure. But, yeah, you could see that the path was clear. Canada just had to win in regulation over Finland, and they did. And that locked it up, and now we get the rematch. This morning I was watching PK Subban, who is Canadian, and he was on SportsCenter, and it was on Get Up. And I watched as he picked the Canadians to win the game and then come back next hour and pick the Americans to win the game. And I think it's because, first of all, there's not much to choose between these two teams. Secondly, is I think the fact that he flip-flopped, it feeds into my belief about when you have deep-seated insecurities with your sports team. When you really want it so bad, you go through you ride the waves of emotion leading up to the game like, we're winning this game. We are winning this game too. Oh my God, I think we're losing this game. When it's a really, really important game. And I think to Canada, it is. We've actually called out their hockey manhood. It's been challenged. And I'm not sure I can think of anything that a Canadian would find more unsettling than that when it comes to, obviously, sports or non-serious topics. There are more serious topics going on with Canada right now, but but challenging their hockey manhood on a day in, day out basis is something that they don't want to ever think is the real world. And I think we're going to get the roundhouse punch. They are
roundhouse punch.
They're giving a roundhouse punch. We are going to get their best shot.
I don't think there's any question that they're going to get Canada's best shot tonight.
Yep.
And I think the United States is ready for it. This is a team that plays a different style. It's a gritty team, physical team, and that matched up very well against the Canadians in the first game. Now, this time around, it's all on the line. You're not like, oh, well, we'll just make it up later. No, this is it. This is the final game. So I would expect both teams are going to come at it. I hope there's not a letdown. I hope it's as good as the first game was between these two teams.
Is there going to be physicality? We had people earlier in the show say Game 7 kind of feel where you're not fighting. You're doing everything you can just to win the game, and fights might not be a part of it. I'm going to be intrigued to see if Canada puts out their first unit that they put on the ice is one that can take a punch and give a punch, because they didn't add Tom Wilson to this roster. And I know that's had some people saying, oh, I wish they had Tom Wilson because he would have been able to, step up to the Kachucks. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I'll be honest. I'm a little scared for the Americans when it comes to the outcome. I think having a cornered Canadian hockey team is a scary thing, just from an outcome standpoint.
Fair enough. I expect it to be a good game, and I think that the game being played in Boston tonight, well, that's advantage United States. And I think that I would expect the crowd to be insane. We had the buy-in price the other day was, over $1,000?
Yeah, after fees.
When all was said and done with the fees, it was over $800 for just a ticket, but of course you could...
Which means nothing.
Destroyed in the fee part. Fee part.
Fee what?
The fee part. Sorry. The fee part. Well, it's going to be nervous in there.
Yeah.
Don't let it squeak out. I don't know what the price is tonight, but
it's actually gone down.
Usually it does on the day of.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a heck of a place, a heck of an environment, an atmosphere to be part of.
248-539-9797. Greg's in Dearborn, and he's on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, boys. So I think the Canadians are crazy for starting Binnington. I don't know if it's a locker room thing, but it would seem that Aiden Hill would be a much better choice to go with. But so that being said, like you guys are saying, they're going to come out like crazy. I mean, did you see how I know McDavid's fast, but when they played USA the first time, it was unbelievable how fast he was. He looked like everybody else was just, in boots out there, and he was flying around.
Yep.
But, our guy, sorry, man, I'm totally sketching right now.
Dylan Larkin?
Dylan Larkin, hello. He's actually the fastest player in the NHL as of 2023 ever, right? Still, I think he still has that record.
I'd have to go look it up. Fast.
But yeah, but I'm looking for a big game again out of him. 2 goals, probably 1 empty netter, and we're looking at like a 4-2 win.
Okay, you think Dylan Larkin's going to have two goals?
Yep, probably an empty netter at the end. Of course I'm worried about McKinnon. I'm worried about McDavid, but I think Binnington is going to let up another bunny here.
So Andrei Svechnikov had the fastest time back in 2023. Larkin finished 4th, actually. If Dylan Larkin scores 2 goals tonight, he's going to be named MVP of this thing.
He would be.
Having the game winner on Saturday and then 2 goals in this game. I'm going to be intrigued to see his ice time.
Assuming they would win.
Yeah, I guess. His ice time was down in game 1. We took some people saying, using that as an opportunity to kind of rip on Dylan Larkin a little bit. Then his ice time went way up in game 2. I suspect that there's a little bit of, and then game 3 didn't really matter, and they ended up skating with 10 forwards when it was all said and done. So all the ice times got skewed. Is Dylan Larkin play a more prominent role tonight? than he did in game one? Is Dylan Larkin even play a more prominent role than he did in game two when he scored a goal and had an assist on the empty netter? And I think he was fourth most in ice time. I have to go back and double check that, but I think it was fourth most in ice time. Does he play a more prominent role?
I think he's going to play a very prominent role because he's going to be killing penalties, because he's going to be put out there on a checking line, I would imagine, to match up against their top line. And because he's incredibly gifted when it comes to being a two-way player. He knows what it, and that's going to be his role, right? You got to neutralize the other center on the team if you can.
248-539-9797. Hey, non-hockey fans, I know some of you are out there. Has any of you heard this and thought, I got to watch this game tonight? Is this the gateway to hockey? Are you saying, yeah, okay, I'm all in. I'll watch it tonight. 248-539-9797. 97.1 the ticket. Want to have a healthier New Year? Start by giving your family the best water available just by contacting CGC Water. This month, save $500 on a Kinetico Premier softener and get a free Kinex salt monitor with purchase. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can also take care of all your plumbing needs. Save 10% off on any water heater from CGC Water, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. 855-339-4242. There's a story on The Athletic. I was kind of browsing a couple days ago about how back in the early 90s, 73% of the goalies in the NHL were Canadian. That number has dwindled down to 26% of the goalies in the NHL.
Wow.
Are Canadian. Back in the early 90s, 13% were from Europe. Now 52% are from Europe. And in the early 90s, 14% were from the United States. 23% are now from the United States. The story was titled, "Canada's Mind-Boggling Goalie Crisis Has Been a Decades-Long Descent." And, the previous caller brought up Binnington, who's, they're really building off the fact that he's the only one that's won a Stanley Cup. He's the only one that started a Game 7. And where did he do it? He did it in Boston, which is where they play tonight. Does that matter at all? Probably not, really. But, yeah, we seem to have an advantage between the pipes. 248-539-9797. Jay is in White Lake, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
So I'm a huge hockey guy, and I just love the fact that there's so much going on with this game and this whole series, and it's become something that I think even the NHL didn't even expect as far as the hype. But one thing that nobody really seems to be talking about that I'm kind of disappointed with, to be honest, local news, nothing. We got 4 hometown boys on the ice in this. We've got Hellebuck in Commerce Township, Dylan Larkin, Waterford, Zach Wierenski, Grosse Pointe, Kyle Connor, Shelby Township. This is a team that represents the entire United States, and 4 of our players on the roster are from Michigan. I just think that's a big deal. I think it's really something to celebrate, and I haven't heard anybody talking about it.
Well, we're going to talk about Larkin, obviously, because he's a Red Wing a ton. Wierenski and Connor I saw at Michigan, and certainly they are great players. And if you want to get into what's his name?
Hellebuck.
Connor Hellebuck.
Yes, I don't know much about him, but I did know the other guys. And, and part of it has to do with I don't think anybody expected this thing to be a big deal.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of buildup going into this, and now it's exploded, and now everybody's dialed in on this. It's like it's different than an Olympic team, particularly back in the day when it was pre NHL players. Then you would really kind of take ownership to that, and now it's not that we're not now, but it's a little bit different.
Right.
It's interesting to see the geographical areas that they come from, though. It's Michigan,
yeah,
it's Minnesota,
and Minnesota,
and it's Massachusetts.
Yeah, I just think as exciting as this is from a national pride standpoint, I kind of feel like, Michigan's got even one more thing, pride-wise to be excited about, and that's having, 4 of our boys on the ice. I think that's super cool, and it's yet another reason for me to I was already paying attention. I love it. I think the level of play is way higher than anybody expected it to be, but having our 4 boys out there too, I think is just absolutely fantastic, and just more reason to cheer.
Thank you for the phone call, and hey, I don't disagree. I think the where they're from matters. Where they're playing now, I'm gonna guess probably Detroiters were a little more dialed in with Lucas Raymond because he is a Red Wing now. But yeah, those guys are all from the state of Michigan, and probably, as you pointed out, the Olympic stuff, if those guys are still playing, and what's really cool? We've even talked about how NBC's got to be thrilled because a year from now, in fact, I think it's literally a year from now, we'll be playing Olympic hockey and NHL players will be playing. How many guys that aren't on the team right now watching this are going to be like, I really want to be on this team?
Probably a lot of them. If you're an American-born player, you absolutely want to be part of this because you can see how everything has changed in less than a week with the amount of interest that this is generating. And on the Olympic level, it'll be even way more than that.
Non-hockey guy, are you getting into this thing? 248-539-9797. Obviously, the hockey crowd has it, but the non-hockey guy, we've had a few of them call up and send text and just say why it has appealed to them. And, all hockey isn't like this, but this does it? I mean, Game 7 intensity tonight.
I mean, I remember as a kid, after the '80 Olympics, I mean, everybody was interested in hockey.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody started, hey, you know what? I'll go in there. I'll go play some pond hockey. You don't have skates. I don't care. Got my moon boots. I'm ready to go. Like, there was so much interest that it just spurred on because of what the Americans were able to do there. I'm curious to see how this explodes. We know it will in terms of the interest in watching it, but will it have a bigger impact as well? Will more kids decide, I want to play hockey? Is hockey picking up as a sport like that? Because an event like this is just being, I can't believe how the interest has exploded in a week for something that was just an exhibition, killing time.
I think I referred to it as, what's that thing they're doing? And that might be a reflection on me, but it's a brand new event. And who are the 4 countries? Ryan in Grass Lake writes in, I haven't watched a hockey game since it was Datsuk and Zetterberg, and I am watching this game tonight for sure. Chad in a truck says, I think these USA versus Canada games are very compelling. I did watch the full game the other day, and I haven't watched a Wings game all year long, even though I've been following along with you guys with the Red Wings. I really don't have a desire to pay to watch any Wings games, but if they make the playoffs, hopefully I can see them on some local channels. If you don't have cable. Sean,
sorry, Doug. I was going to say, I think tonight's game is going to, I don't know if it's going to break records, but it's going to be very near the top of most watched NHL, or hockey, not NHL, I guess. Well, is this a product? This is a Bettman organization. Is NHL taking credit for this? Is their All-Star game?
It was Bettman that made the announcement.
Because as a hockey game, I think this is going to be one of the most viewed in North America ever. And that's crazy because it's an exhibition game. And I'm talking beating Stanley Cup Game 7 type numbers. Because I think your average sports fan who's not a hockey fan doesn't necessarily watch the Stanley Cup Finals.
Right.
I think your average sports fan is going to tune in tonight and watch this game.
I think you're right.
From Sean in White Lake, everybody always says the best thing going into the playoffs is having a hot goalie or the better goalie, as they can steal wins for you. That's why I think USA has a huge advantage. By far, the better goalie. Both teams can score and also have great defensemen. Thanks, Sean in White Lake. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, which is why if someone in my family or I need an attorney for an accident, I'm sending them to my guy Steve and the crew over there at Michigan Auto Law. They have white glove service. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back from them. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So, Gator, I want to ask you how you feel about something.
Okay.
How do you feel about rebates? Rebates.
Like getting stuff back?
Yeah, like when you buy this refrigerator, it comes with a $1,000 rebate.
Yeah, it always seems like it comes with strings.
You mean
strings and hoops to go through?
You mean you're going to need a copy of your last 13 credit card statements?
Yeah, something like that.
Blood type, credit report, proof of home ownership,
yes.
Notarized by a bank. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going through that process right now of trying to get in on a rebate. It's creating hostility. Like the idea is the rebate is supposed to be something that entices you to buy said product.
Mm-hmm.
But it's now like fees are when you're buying tickets. I get more hostile because the rebate process is like solving the effing Da Vinci Code before you get anything back. And I'm trying not to get mad. I'm just trying to go, okay, you're getting my last 3 bills. Yep. Okay, you need this receipt too. Got it. Yep. Oh, I've got to scan them all in.
Yeah.
These bills are long. I'm going to be scanning like 70 pages, but...
Is this a continuation of your issue with changing phone carriers?
I'm not going to make any comments on it yet, but that is also something that has happened in my life recently.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because I know when I've had changing phones or whatever, when I upgrade a phone and then they tell you that it's going to be, this will save you money. And I'm great. And then I always say the same thing. I said, make this idiot proof for me. Stuff that I have to turn in, all that. What do I have to do? I need you to do that for me right now. And that way we can make sure it happens. What do I need? Let's fill out all I'm going to sit in front of you right now and fill out all the information I have to fill out. You tell me then what I have to do after that.
If you walk at the problem is, what is the definition of idiot proof?
Mm-hmm.
Because somebody will say, all you got to do is call this 800 number and go to this website and follow the prompts. That's all I have to do, huh? All I have to do is follow the prompts. And the next thing you know, I'm like trying to recover passwords for accounts I haven't used in years because I need to have a proof of insurance.
Right. And, one of those things, because this last time I changed my phone, which was within the last year, I feel like I didn't get the deal that I was supposed to. And one of those things was you have to, turn the phone in, your old phone, by a certain date or whatever. I'm like, I thought I did that. Did I not do that? Did I not get this? Am I not looking at my bill correctly? Yeah, I got all types of questions.
There's something else that I had bad luck with early and have never gone back. And it's simply what I had was useless. I was given a Visa gift card.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't work anywhere.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if I just had bad luck or was given a dud or whatever. I am now highly skeptical of Visa gift cards. Which aren't they just basically...
It's just money.
It's right. You've had good luck with them?
Yeah. Never had an issue with...
Kang, have you ever had a Visa gift card?
Yeah, I think you guys gave me one time.
Oh, I don't think so. I would never have approved that.
Yeah, this was maybe the early days of the Visa gift cards, yeah. And then you decide, that's not the way to go.
Interesting, because I would never, ever select to choose to give someone a Visa gift card after my experience. Because to me, it was like, here's nothing.
I think this was before your experience then.
Yeah, I would imagine it would have to be. I mean, I know.
Well, then you're welcome.
I've given them as gifts and never had any complaint about it before.
Nobody's ever said anything. Maybe they're great. I'm not.
Well, it's like for places that don't take cash, essentially, right? Like if you're giving someone a gift and you're giving them cash, they have to be able to use it at a place that takes cash.
I feel like right now, I'm not sure. Like the other day, I owe one of my kids money. I offered them cash and they didn't want it. Can you just Venmo me?
So did you give him crypto?
No, I did not give him crypto, but they just didn't. They don't use cash at all. But you had no issues with that Visa or any Visa gift card.
I don't like them personally.
Why not?
There's just listen. You have to call for a balance. I don't know how much is left. Things like that. Just cash. You know exactly how much you have in hand.
This is true. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
That's why. Personally. And then I don't have an issue with the cash thing because I'll just.
That's one of the times where I think I absolutely would take the cash.
And then it's always weird if you give a gift card. Like, are you supposed to put what the total is? And if you do that, do you feel cheap or do you feel like you're flexing? I mean, what's the happy medium? Like, here's the.
I say you write it down because so you just know what they're getting, what they're getting when they go to a restaurant or whatever. Like, how much do I have towards this bill?
Yeah.
Other than a blind surprise.
If you are somebody that works in an industry where your company offers rebates for things, do you think that the successful rebate process where someone actually gets the rebate that they're eligible for?
It's a low percentage.
I would bet it's less than 50%.
I think, yeah, because I think a lot of these things are designed to make you just, I give up.
When the person that invented the rebate, because it's just as easy as a rebate. Instead of giving you $500 back, we're just knocking $500 off the price. That's what we'd prefer. But the whole concept of the
just
rebate,
do the rebate. You get the cash back.
Yeah.
What?
Yes, you get it. You get it back.
Sort of.
We're going to need fingerprints. We're going to need the last time you crossed a foreign border. We're going to need to know your blood type. And we're going to need all that before noon. Got it. Guess what I'm not getting? The rebate. It's still going to be less money. It's still going to be less money. It's still going to be less money. Keep telling myself that. Did you see the other news out of the NBA today?
That a player was suspended for 25 games?
Yep. Tested positive for a performance-enhancing substance, violating the NBA and the NBA Players Association anti-drug program. Did you see who it was?
I did, but now I forget already who it is.
It's a guy I've been trying to get the Pistons to trade for forever. And in fact, started trying to figure out if they could trade for him earlier this week. Bobby Portis of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Well, hard to right now, given the trade deadline is come and gone, and now really hard because he's basically suspended for almost the rest of the season.
I've always wanted Bobby Portis, the stretch four. And his agent, Mark Bartelstein, said in a statement that Portis accidentally took tramadol, thinking it was a painkiller.
How do you
he thought it was the painkiller Toradol. So he took tramadol thinking it was Toradol.
Is that over-the-counter stuff, tramadol?
Tramadol is a painkiller and an opiate, according to the Mayo Clinic, and it's on the NBA's list of banned substances. Bartelstein said Portis' assistant gave him the tramadol pill and mistakenly said it was Toradol due to the similar names of the medications. Portis was taking Toradol while dealing with an elbow injury. The agent said there's a valid prescription for the tramadol, but did not specify whether the prescription belonged to Portis or the assistant. So it's apparently not an over-the-counter.
No, it's available only by prescription because it is an opioid, as you said. That is, I'm sorry, your assistant had access to this?
Yep.
Why does your assistant have access to that?
Because I'm going to go ahead and think that the assistant had absolutely nothing to do with it. But the assistant's going to take the fall for this one. Damn it, Bobby Portis. Unless you're trying to get your ass traded to Detroit, in which case I'm excited about this move. Kang, do I have a irrational love of Bobby Portis? Or do you not think he would help this team?
To answer your question, yes, it is irrational love of Bobby Portis. Do I think he would help the team? I do think he would help the team. But your long love for Bobby Portis, it's almost like he went to Purdue or something. Or
you're really proud of that one, aren't you?
I'm proud of your reaction. That's why it made me laugh. But yeah, I mean, hey, we all have our guys, right? That kind of like these fringe type role players that we just for some reason latch onto and always like, hey, I wish they were one of ours. Bobby Portis is your guy, and now he really might be after the end of the season. I don't know.
I don't know if you can't tell the difference between somebody that's legal and illegal. And leaving that up to your assistant was why would your assistant have access to banned substances from the NBA?
I mean, this is a serious question. Can you just send anyone to go get your prescription? Like, hey, go get this for me. I mean, that's what assistants are for, right?
I'm not sure if you need a prescription for Toradol.
Bobby Portis will come back this year with 4 games left in the regular season. But
this is actually good news for the Pistons, actually.
Milwaukee's a game ahead of Detroit for the 5th seed.
Yes. And then, by the way, the Wemby, I hope he's healthy, but they play the Spurs twice still.
Yep.
That's 2 games without Wemby.
Yep.
Toradol is available only by prescription, by the way.
There you go.
But if you've the question, I mean, this is so. I was given the wrong medication by my assistant. Why would you have the other one?
Right.
You're not supposed to have the tramadol or whatever it is.
Well, maybe like they read it wrong. I don't know.
Who read it wrong?
The doctor, not the
pharmacy.
Yeah, the pharmacist.
I mean, if that happened, okay, but I mean,
they read it wrong. They just filled it, gave it back to him. He took it.
They're pretty careful at the pharmacy.
Okay, so a team the Pistons played twice the rest of the way just lost Victor Wembanyama. The team a game ahead of the Pistons in the standings in the East just lost a key player for 25 games. And the last 2 games of the season are against Milwaukee, and he's only back for 4 games the rest of the year, and 2 of them are against Detroit.
Huh.
Son of a darn, that does not help. But hopefully they'll take the tank on some games between now and then. 248-539-9797. We were talking earlier about the Superman ice cream.
Yes. You claim it's...
I claim it's for children.
Yeah.
And you have had Superman ice cream recently?
Yeah, in the last year, absolutely.
I got this from a listener. Does someone hold your cap gun while you eat your ice cream, Gator?
Cap guns are fun.
Mm-hmm.
I made a statement. I think that the majority of adults still like Superman ice cream. If you have the opportunity, you'll try it out. You'll have a sample of it, or maybe even get yourself a cone. It's delicious. It's every bit as good as you thought it was when you were a kid. It's awesome.
Is it?
Yes. What turns you off about Superman ice cream? Is it the colors because you think that's childlike to have, the spectrum out there? Or
I
what?
don't eat Play-Doh.
It doesn't taste like Play-Doh.
It sure looks like Play-Doh.
Did you ever have Superman ice cream?
I think I probably did as a kid. I don't really remember.
Probably did. Maybe you should try it again.
Not likely.
Yeah, well, you don't eat ice cream, I guess. So
when I do eat ice cream, though, I've got my favorites. Like I'm a butter pecan guy, like mint chocolate chip, like some of that caramel swirl stuff, salted caramel, like that stuff.
So you would never go for like Blue Moon?
No, I would not.
Okay.
But given,
you're different. That's why I think you're in the minority.
I think this is one area where you might be in the minority. I don't know that adults. I don't think adults eat Superman ice cream.
I think it harkens back to the childhood. Like, I'll give it a shot. Daddy, what's Superman ice cream? It's the most delicious treat on earth, child.
Mm-hmm. Warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, lease a beautiful new 2025 Chevy Blazer for just $364 a month with no money down. That's a 2-year lease on a Blazer LT front-wheel drive with 0 down. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household with approved credit. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. a highly scientific poll of the 7 people I saw during the commercial break on my way to the bathroom and back. 6 of them do not eat Superman ice cream. The one that did said maybe a scoop.
That's all you need.
I own my unpopular food takes, Gator. Own yours.
Nope. It's delicious.
I'm not saying you don't think it's delicious. I'm saying your take that adults eat Superman ice cream, but more people do than don't, is the take that I disagree with.
Kang and his wife do. I do, and you don't. That's 3 against 1. And if you want to throw Bobby in a mix too, it's 3 against 2.
7 people.
I wasn't out there when you pulled that.
Yeah, I think he was talking to the guy in the mirror in the bathroom.
Yeah, I think he was too.
Powers was amongst them.
Well, he has a no onion policy. Can we listen to him?
Sure.
Great point.
I think other people are now asking each other. All right, so hockey tonight, you got USA Canada taking place in Boston. Fascinated to see how this one plays out. We shall find out after this if there's any carryover effect in any way. Will there be residuals of the bad blood between the Americans and the Canadians? You know what? I kind of hope so, because it doesn't impact us at all. But Brady Tkachuk's got to go back into that Ottawa locker room where he wears this C, and he's got to play in front of those fans. And based upon my interactions with my Canadian relatives, right now the Tkachuks aren't particularly popular in Canada. In Florida, 2 members of that Florida Panthers team play for Team Canada, Sam Bennett and Sam Reinhart. They have to go back in with alternate captain Matthew Tkachuk. I want these teams to implode, and I want the Red Wings to take advantage. And right now, if you look at the standings, I want Brad Marchand to get into a fight tonight. Would there be anything that would feel better than seeing Brad Marchand booed in his home rink? Nobody likes Brad Marchand. Even Bruins fans, actually, they probably do like him. But could they turn on him tonight?
Tonight could be the night.
Will they understand? Will the Bruins fans get a small sampling of what it's like to play against this twerp?
They're not going to boo him. They won't boo him.
Probably not.
I don't know if you might hear a smattering of cheers if he scores a goal because he's their guy, but otherwise there's not going to be. No, it's all pro USA. I imagine the vast majority of people in that stadium tonight will be Americans.
I would think so. As we mentioned earlier, the price has come down. The buy-in price now on the ticket was listed less than $700. I still think it's over $1,000 with the buy-in fees or the fees that go on top of it. Still not a cheap ticket to get. You think is this a bar night or is this a home night? This doesn't feel like a game that's so big that I would have to be sitting at home paying attention to everything.
Yeah, we'll see how I feel. If I do go, it'll be to 24 seconds and watch it there. And I've thought about this, but I'm also thinking I kind of like to be at home and watch this one.
When I was young, it was when the Miracle on Ice took place.
Yeah.
Kang,
me too.
Yeah, Kang, will you have your daughters watch this one tonight?
Not unless Bluey's on the ice.
Okay.
Bluey and Bingo on the ice? No?
They might.
Yeah, this won't be their Miracle on Ice moment. I don't think so.
No. Too young.
Yeah, too young and too much don't care.
Have they gone ice skating yet in their life?
Yes, the older one has over
Okay.
at Troy. And that was an experience.
Did you go?
No, I had the wife go out there. Are you kidding me?
All right.
It's too cold.
It's a rink.
Kang hates winter. What? We're working together forever.
I know, but you won't even
It's
go
cold in here, guys.
You won't even go into a hockey rink?
Remember that was the day I think I told you guys about lacing up the skates? It was impossible.
All
I
right.
felt bad for parents that had
Dude.
to lace up their kids' skates all those years.
I only have one kid that played hockey, my oldest, and when he quit was the year that season the kids started lacing their own skates. And I'm like, you can't quit now. I've laced your skates for years.
You see these scars on these hands?
Right. Dude, you get calluses from lacing skates. Rico's got a look on his face like you can't believe it. Yeah, it's true.
You think at some point the technology takes over, and it's like, can't we just like pump the skates?
Oh, they had those
around the
Reebok.
ankles?
They had the Reebok pumps.
Made of barbed wire.
Dude, just trust me. Because
you have to get them tight.
You have to get them tight, and the lacing of skates.
It's a pain.
It is so incredible.
That'll turn anybody off to playing to skating.
I mean,
At some point, did you just think of like putting on like workman's gloves to do it?
You couldn't really get enough purchase to really tighten them that way. So the workman's gloves, it wouldn't work.
Didn't have purchase.
Hockey dads, you know what I'm talking about. What's up, man?
Gator, did Doug lose a bet? Why is he wearing a skull cap in here?
Cold.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I thought he lost a bet to you. I was giving you a chance to
Doug,
gloat.
he keeps the
He
hair
keeps
he's
it-
got
no.
tight. So if he had just shave the head again, then it
He keeps it real. That's what it is.
Well, he's
He
keeping
keeps it
warm.
Yeah, I am keeping warm.
You keep it 100, Doug.
Building is not warm.
You keep it 100.
Hey, good luck at that rap battle later.
Yeah, I mean,
yes, many rappers show up wearing a spider ski hat.
I mean, you
Throw
beat
him
the
off.
Kang. He beat the last guy so bad he went on to become Captain America. So you can do it, Doug.
Oh, Papa Doc? Yeah.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
I love Papa
I
Doc.
forgot it was Anthony Mack.
Yeah, he's now Captain America. We're going to talk about the Four Nations plus something interesting, but we'll play a little game with the listeners.
Okay.
Let's just say right now the betting favorite is the Minnesota Vikings. Will get Matthew Stafford. Stafford comes to this division.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make the Detroit quarterback the fourth best quarterback in this division?
All right. When are you getting to that?
Goff. I mean, Stafford comes here.
Uh-huh.
Caleb Williams.
So
Jordan Love.
you think Caleb Williams is better than Jared Goff?
Caleb Williams with Ben Johnson, Jared Goff minus Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I think Jared Goff's the best quarterback in the division. I don't think it's close right now.
I don't, but this is why we have the discussion, Gator.
Have a good one. Stay safe, everyone.
And we'll be respectful.
Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Spurs star Victor Wembanyama is out for the rest of the season with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. According to the statement from the team, it was an issue that was discovered after he returned from the All-Star game. The Pistons are preparing to play San Antonio tomorrow night. That's head coach J.B. Bickerstaff here. Tomorrow's game right here on The Ticket. Jaden Ivey was spotted at practice today without a boot. The automated balls and strike system will be tested out throughout every game at Joker Marchant Stadium this spring. The Tigers threw it in their live BP today as well. The first to use it was Jace Young while he was facing Jackson Jobe. He lost that challenge. The first edition of Michigan State and Michigan tips off tomorrow at 8:05 at Ann Arbor. Tiger announcer Jason Benetti will be on the call with Bill Rafferty and Robbie Hummel on Fox. Milwaukee Bucks forward Bobby Portis has been suspended 25 games by the NBA for violating the league's drug policy while recovering from an elbow injury. Quote, Porter made an honest mistake and took a pain-reducing anti-inflammatory pill that is not approved. I feel horrible and recognize that I'm responsible for what I put in my body, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in. It is Four Nations Face-Off Thursday. Who's excited? I mean it. This is a rare thing in the world of sports, Rico. A game everyone's watching. It doesn't involve a Detroit team.
Yeah.
There are people who don't even know hockey exists they're watching tonight. They are going to do a massive TV number.
Yeah. They're going to get that fringe fan that only watches the Super Bowl. Or, yeah, because this game's going to have that feel of a Game 7, winner take all, bragging rights on the line.
This will be a national crisis in Canada. If they lose, again, I can't wait. And this also, by the way, this shows you the NHL has something here. Do you know the 3 most wagered on hockey games this season are Four Nations Face-Off, including tonight?
Yeah.
And here's the problem.
I saw it won't be around for a while.
No, money is pouring in on America. We're in trouble. I want to ask people, though. I just want to go right to the lead with it. We're going to get to a Lions topic at 3. But, I mean, you're watching. I'm watching. I don't know who's not watching this tonight. And I don't even care if you like hockey. You don't even have to fully understand the rules. This is a rare sporting event where the two teams don't like each other. It's real. The players are going to give you everything they have, and it's not a Lions game. Mm-hmm. And yet everyone is tuning in tonight. Part of me, oh my God, if the USA beats Canada at their own game, after bullying them the other night, and then Canada's going to bring you everything they got. But I
could just see the Coast Guard going up and down the Detroit River with her flag, just with a boat. Giant, blasting that.
But people, let's get into it here because, look, this is must-see TV. If you disagree, I need a reason why. But for me, look, I enjoy watching stuff like this because are there people actually invested? Of course there are. But this really is about Canada's got a lot more to lose. This is like a national emergency if they lose to the United States in any international tournament. We talked earlier. Dylan Larkin's goal, it's one of the 2 or 3 biggest goals in the history of USA hockey. It rivals the Miracle on Ice because when Zach Parise scored to bring it to OT, they still lost to Canada. So I'm into it. It's February 20th. We have nothing else. We have a league, the NBA, that doesn't care about even going to work. No one cares about the NHL. Football's dead and baseball hasn't started yet. You know what? If you're not watching tonight, when's the next must-see event for you? I could argue it would be the Lions opener.
Tigers opener.
Okay.
So I got you.
Yeah,
But
go
that's
ahead.
a while away.
Sure. I want to hear from the people. 248-539-9797. David, are you... Now, here's my question. Are the kids locked in on this? Is this a family thing tonight?
No, it's just a me thing.
They're not even going to watch?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Raising some little communists.
I've tried. I really did on Saturday. I tried. It was good Saturday, but I don't think it's going to last today. So it's just me watching. I'm anticipating this game. Can't wait for it.
I'm worried.
I am too.
Too much money on USA.
I'm just very worried that Canada's going to turn into like Leviathan. This is going to be a bit of a problem tonight. Now we have the advantage with Hellebuck. So we've got the best goalie on the planet. We got to goalie somebody. But I'm hoping for fights. I'm hoping for violence.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get the
You
fight.
shut your face and let me live the fantasy. Damn you. You know what you are? You're Debbie Downer. You're the character from Saturday Night Live.
Because I said I don't think it's going to be fights.
I want... It's Rico,
How is that
close
Debbie
up.
Downer? Yeah,
No, I want 17 fights tonight.
I'll see you guys tomorrow at 2.
Come on.
97
Tell me
more.
there's going to be violence tonight. I want NHL 94 where you can make players' heads bleed.
I think that was Saturday.
The Hanson brothers. Let's get after it. What is going to happen tonight? Is it going to live up to the hype? Will it be a Canadian revenge spot demolition? Will the game lay an egg? There's so many angles to it. And guys, listen, name for me the last time there was a non-Detroit must-see event. And don't say the Super Bowl. Plenty of you people were like, I can't bear to watch. Even one of your heroes, Alex Anzalone, said he was watching Beauty and the Beast. So what is the last time that everyone universally was going to tune into something that had nothing to do with us?
That's a great question, Mike. Too bad you kicked me out. See, I look at this game as tonight it's really who gets that second goal first. I think that's the team that wins. I think it's going to be very tight. I think it's going to be a game where you don't want to give the other team an advantage. That's why I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer. I don't think you're going to see the fights because you don't want.
Did it again, David.
You want because both are trying to win. I don't want to give the other team an advantage for doing something stupid just so everybody like, yeah, but we lost. But yeah, did you see that fight?
Right off the top, right on the opening face-off. Let's run it back. Come on. 248-539-9797. I want to hear from the people on it. We're going to talk about this a couple times today. We got a great Lions topic for you. I think it's interesting. I think it's debate-worthy. Some of you will be upset because you can't handle even the lightest criticism about your team, but we're going to do it. It's going to be something I'm looking forward to at 3. But again, tonight versus tomorrow night, Michigan State, it's not even close. From a TV number, from an amount of people tuning in, college basketball will not approach this. Now, locally, you want to tell me Michigan State does a big number tomorrow night? Maybe.
Probably.
Problem is Friday night. That's a horrible night for a college basketball game. Not horrible for you. I'm saying horrible for humans.
No, I'm just saying, but if it's an event, Mike, I think people would watch it regardless. If it's a big enough event. Doesn't matter today.
David, early reviews coming in on Team America tonight.
It's a family event. My 11-year-old son and 9-year-old daughter are dialed in. That is from Tom. Someone says, usually only care about college football and hoops, but I'm on the very fringe of the hockey watcher, and you guys got me on. I'm hyped for tonight's game. Someone simply texts, America. That's it. That's all we need.
I'm telling you, if they were smart, they'd have alternate jerseys on tonight where it just said America. Bald eagle, machine gun, and maybe some Stars and Stripes trunks like Carl Weathers in Rocky IV.
Well, this person's not American. I have to work tomorrow early on 3:30 in the morning. I got to get up, so I'm not watching.
Respect.
Un-American.
No, it's not, dude.
That's
I'm just messing with him. I'm messing with him.
That man needs to sleep. You kidding me? I'll tell you what. You want to say that? You go wake him up
I'm
at 3:30.
messing with him. I know. I'm
And
just
then I
messing
need to
with
know what
him.
he does for work because I may need him alert.
That's very true. Very true. That's fair. That's a fair statement. Someone says the Tyson fight was the last must-see.
No way.
Must be the fight, actually, not the one that we just had, right?
Oh, what a waste of time that was. See, that's my fear tonight, too, though. Not about the violence. Don't you dare. I'm saying the game. The game is so hyped. It's so anticipated.
Can't live up to it.
Does the game just lay an egg? That's my fear.
I'm trying to think. It's like if Kenny was here, I would ask him, like, it's one of those WrestleManias, like an event that everybody watched. That
Oh, where's Kenny? Oh, wait.
he's in Boston.
Oh,
Let me see. Let me see his bloated head on TV and see what happens.
What if he's wearing an America shirt?
I don't care.
No way. Someone says, I actually think the pressure is on the United States tonight. If we lose, the win on Saturday means nothing. Nobody would have cared about the round robin win if you lose in
Right,
the final.
but the pressure on Canada, if they get swept by the United States, lose in the title game, lose back-to-back,
Lose at their sport.
pressure's equal.
No, I think there's still more pressure on Canada. United States, really, we've already beaten you. If we lose, most people, let's be real, most people forget about this.
No.
But if the United States wins, you'll never hear the end of this. Because if Canada wins and they're like, yeah, we beat you in the, okay, yeah. And you'll blow it off, brush it off. United States wins, every Canadian person you know for Christmas and for Boxing Day and for whatever holidays that they have, they will get cards from all of their U.S. relatives and friends saying, oh, by the way, we beat you. Not once, but twice.
David?
Puck dropped the
Try it again.
I was going to do this.
Hooked on phonics works for me.
Kachuk brothers will be throwing down again. Set the tone early.
Yes. McDavid launched into orbit again.
Please.
Yes.
That would make my
Somebody
night.
take a run at a goalie. Yes.
Yeah, the goalies fight. That'd be nice tonight.
All of it.
Oh yeah. I played NHL hockey, the video game when I was little, just to fight. I'm all in tonight. USA.
They owe us a fight tonight.
Mhm.
Another one.
Yep.
Guys, are you locked in on Four Nations tonight? And what's the last time you were this amped for a non-Detroit sports event? I mean, you can't say the Super Bowl. I spent 2 weeks listening to how you didn't care. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the phone calls next. Listen, and plus it's a Thursday night. This is perfect timing. You get Michigan State tomorrow night. This is a very nice little respite from the void. You get a couple of games worth watching. They're going to be in short supply. No disrespect to Red Wing or Piston fan. Rico, curiosity, will you please?
No. It's cold outside, but don't worry about it. Koi Construction is working all year long. They will design and build a deck for you. Get a Trex deck like I did, and trust me, you will love it. Come summertime, you're going to love hanging out on your new deck. And come next year when your neighbors are washing and staining and cleaning theirs, you won't be. Why? Because Koi Construction will make yours out of quality Trex decking because they are a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. And as I said, they will design and build the deck for you. They got 40 years of experience and they're family owned, and they will build it in the wintertime. But you got to get on their schedule now if you want it ready for the spring. Won't take that long for them to build it, but you got to get on their schedule. Call Koi Construction today and get your weekends started right this summer on your new deck. So call Koi Construction and get your deck project started today.
Let's get to the people. Four Nations Thursday night, USA, Canada. I don't even care if you like hockey. It's fun. The ability to, God, if the USA pulls it off, and just to see the Canadian meltdown. That's the joy. That's sports. The USA loses, yeah, you got to listen to them. What are you going to do? I mean, they already act like they invented the sport. Maybe they did. All I know is they can't win the Stanley Cup. Haven't seen that in 30 years. And I'm tired of them booing the anthem. Had enough. No booing the anthem tonight either way. Cut it out. It's ridiculous behavior. Players don't make policy. Stop it.
So says Mike.
I'm just telling you, it's ridiculous behavior. Go to Sam, 97.1. Sammy, what's going on, bud?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, Mike, I love you, man. I just got to tell you that.
Oh, thank you.
Listening to that opening song. I had an idea because you were talking about how U.S. bullied Canada, and I loved it. And I was thinking, instead of playing the national anthem, we should play the James Brown Living in America song in Boston as our national anthem, just to, like, screw with Canada.
Apollo Creed dancing around the ring.
Listen, get James Brown out there living in America. I don't care. I love it. I mean, Sam, to me, it's like you got to have some fun with this stuff.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I'm not a hockey guy. I just started watching hockey. And I watched it Saturday, and it was like the first 8-10 seconds, like, holy crap.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping that's what happens tonight. Just
Same.
beat the crap out of them.
Same, because, I mean, Sam, think about it. All the sports you watch, how much of it actually delivers on what you're hoping for? Very little of it. Very little.
Yeah, very little.
Heck, the Super Bowl didn't.
Okay, thank you again, Debbie Downer.
No. I just agreed with you.
It doesn't matter.
You know what? I got nothing to say.
I'm kidding. You're right.
I just agree with it.
I know.
And I'm Debbie Downer.
Because David did the sound effect, and it's all I could hear when you said what you said.
Because they just did the character on Sunday, so I did my mind.
I got nothing. You're fine. Relax. Go to Raymond, 97.1. Raymond, what's up, buddy?
Not much. Okay, Mr. Privileged. You keep laughing over there. At least your team has actually won Super Bowls. You know, my team, can't make it if we tried. And, another guy can't make it unless Eli Manning is his quarterback. So, anyway, Four Nations Cup.
Wait, how did I say? My team hasn't won since the 90s.
It's war.
The 90s.
Violin, Rico. Smallest violin.
It's absolute warfare to start today.
Jaden Daniels wasn't even at the bottom of a tequila bottle.
Oh, man, I am so pumped for tonight. Four Nations Cup. I mean, even on Saturday when the United States took on Canada, everything from the national anthem with the whole stadium singing "Oh Canada," that was awesome. And then just, you could hear the crowd level. I'd almost rival it to Ford Field's playoff atmosphere as far as how it was in that arena, just from what it sounded like on the TV, to when McDavid scored the goal on, Hellebuck and whatnot. I mean, you're talking the best player in the NHL scoring on the best hockey goalie in the NHL. I mean, nobody would know that, just average, viewer, but it was just incredible hockey to watch. And then the United States, comes back. Larkin, the hometown hero, helps the United States win. I mean, how could you not be pumped for tonight to be able to put Canada to bed once and for all?
No, and Raymond, that's the point. Like, this is one of the rare sporting events. Like, who's not watching tonight? You gotta go far and wide to find somebody. At least when Rico talks to friends, I talk to friends. You listen to callers. Everyone's in on this tonight. Why not?
Yeah, it's absolutely fun. I think we're all going to be tuned in, and tomorrow we'll be talking about it for ages.
You know the problem?
I think it's going to deliver.
Let me tell you the problem, Raymond. And this is my Debbie Downer moment. I got a bad feeling Canada ends up smoking us tonight. I got a bad feeling. This could be like a 4-1 Canada snooze fest, and then I'm Rico. I'm Debbie Downer.
David? No?
Yeah.
I don't want to be right. I'm just saying.
No, you're right, but this may be the most watched because even with Olympic stuff, it was time delayed and was on at weird times of the day or in the morning. So no, I've been trying to think. This may be an event. The Tyson Paul, I'm not even going to count that because no, I'm not counting.
That was not a real event.
No,
I refuse to acknowledge that 20-minute.
That ranked right up there with the WrestleMania Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. That Wasn't real.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's up, bud?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Excellent.
I think I actually agree with you guys, and Mike, I do agree with you. I really hope the only good thing is McDavid can't finish anything. It seems like so. I kind of feel like the U.S. does have a chance, but we're kind of banged up too, aren't we? I think the best defenseman's out, and is the Kachuk brothers going to play? You got to ask yourself those questions too. But as far as like sporting events, I'm just as pumped for Michigan State tomorrow on a local level, but I know that's probably few far in between. That might be like how Rico feels too, because you have Dusty May, Tom Izzo. And then I guess the next thing is like the playoffs that the Red Wings or Pistons make it, but I guess the Tigers and the Dodgers being on national TV opening day, does that interest you guys at all?
Of course, really? Of course. I just think because this isn't local, it's not anything to do with our teams. It's so rare you get something like this in sports. So that was kind of my separator. Yeah, you're right. Tomorrow night will be a bigger deal, but
I don't think stations across the country are talking about Michigan State tomorrow night. Everybody's talking about this game tonight.
Can I ask you one quick question about who do you think Michigan or Michigan State needs that game more tomorrow?
Rico?
Michigan. If Michigan gets that game, then they pretty much have locked, at worst, a tie for the Big Ten. They're going to have a 2-game cushion over everybody else, which gives them one game to just kind of throw it all away. So, yes, I think if they win, they're gonna at least have a share of the Big Ten.
And my last question before I let you guys go, you guys both feel Canada tonight is going to win?
I want to be wrong. But, yeah, beating the same team twice in a week is difficult. Plus, the USA embarrassed them and bullied their ass in their home turf. This is going to be a tough ask. If the USA is going to do this, Hellebuck's got to stand on his head.
Have a good day, guys.
You too, right. Mikey. Hey. That's fantastic, by the way. Excellent work by you. I'm sorry, that's all I heard when Rico was like, the Super Bowl was a bit of a disappointment.
It wasn't even close.
Hey,
unless
look.
you were an Eagles fan.
Hey, look, Kenny called in again. Okay, I'll leave it alone. I'm sorry. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, pal?
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
How are you, sir?
I'm going to give you some bad news, and I'm going to pump you up, though.
All right, what do you got?
Bad
Give us
news.
bad
you
news
don't
first.
Hear it? We're going to boo the national anthem because we're in Boston.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty nasty
that's
tonight.
Be what leads to the fight.
Okay, I'm in. Boo away.
The
boo away. If it generates fights, boo them both. Let's go.
That's what's going to happen. And I think the NHL is a very they didn't mean to benefit from this timing of everything going on between the two countries, but I think they're going to reap more benefits than anyone thought. They just very fortunate to have this while nothing else is going on too. So
I think
it's going to be fun. Everyone's watching. Managers at my work, they don't know anything about hockey. I'll be watching tonight. I want to stay up. Blah, blah, blah. It's cool.
No, and listen, Joe, the reality is this. Too often, sports don't want to try risky things or weird things. The NHL tried something very weird that admittedly, a month ago, I made fun of. But then when you see it actualize, and the players deserve all the credit for this, we are living in a time where one of the biggest debates and dialogues in the sports world is how the second most popular sport doesn't try. This NBA thing is a major storyline in American sports. Well, then you see the Four Nations, and these guys are putting it all on the line.
Well, I think juxtapose that to the NBA All-Star Game, which was a clown show, and then you have, as much as you loved, fight, pride, nationality.
Yes.
You know what? This meant something to them.
100%.
So you don't get to see that effort all the time. So, yeah, I do think that there's going to be a lot of people watching this. It feels like I said, when the Olympics come around and you watch sports or events that you normally don't watch, except for once every 4 years, you want to watch and see, okay, who's going to win this? Or, Steph Curry doing the night, no-look three-pointer at the Olympics. And it's like, yeah, you feel pride because, you're the United States. You can't lose in basketball. That's how Canada feels tonight. You're Canada. You can't lose this game. It's hockey.
Yet they can't win a Stanley Cup. It's the damnedest thing. It's really got to burn if you're Canadian, doesn't it?
Yeah. I love that streak. Keep losing it.
I'm sorry. All right, 248-539-9797. Moran Chevrolet, officially the #1 Chevy dealer in the state for 2024. Look, they are celebrating the new year with some of the best deals to start the year. Moran right now, a 25 Blazer, $299 a month, 24 months. 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both are only $999 down. If you need the certified service, they've got you covered. You go to MoranExpress.com, you get the work done, but you get the free loaner. You just drop your vehicle off, you'll be given a vehicle, go about your day. They'll call you when things are done, saves you time. And honestly, we all know it. Taking your car in is a pain in the ass. So go to Moran, they get you taken care of right. Or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, coming up 3 o'clock, we will get to, I've got a Lions question. Saw some interesting betting odds on a player coming to your division, and I think it could make for something uncomfortable. I think it could make for something you need to pay attention to. So we're going to get into that. We're talking Four Nations face-off, USA, Canada. It's just one of the rare sporting events that doesn't involve one of our teams. It's must-see TV tonight. If you disagree, call in and tell me why. But we live in a time right now where the discourse is about how one league doesn't try, and then you watch the Four Nations face-off where these guys are laying it all on the line. I think it's a reminder of what sports is supposed to be about. It's why I have gotten so disgusted by the NBA or MLB. Not the NFL, because if you don't try, you get murdered. I mean, you can literally lose your life. So this is what we deserve as fans. Like, this is what sports is supposed to be. So all in. Am I worried about it tonight? Yeah, I am. I'm worried that Canada's going to win. Yeah, go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
I'm not, because I agree with both of you. I think Canada's going to win tonight.
All I saw is everyone's betting on America, which means, oh, God, the book needs Canada. I already said it. Play it. I'm not sensitive about it.
No, I'm him. No.
Yeah, I'll give it to myself.
But
I'm sorry.
I'm shocked your sons aren't going to watch the game, no, Dave.
Well, I don't think they will. We'll see tonight. I just don't expect them to.
Because, look, I know this dates me, but I remember 11-year-old me staying up trying to watch The Miracle on Ice when it actually happened, having Bill Bonds ruin it for everybody because he told everybody who won the game in the news tease. Make sure you stick around. We'll tell you all about the United States win over Russia. Wow.
We'll see tonight.
That actually happened.
I'll see if my kids love America tonight. We'll see. We'll find out real soon.
So yeah, I'm shocked that they're not, because it is one of those things that whether you're a big fan or not, it's an event. It's something that you want to see because there's pride on the line.
Go to Danny, 97.1. Danny, what's going on, pal?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I kind of, I'll start off kind of somber here with that Debbie Downer drop. I agree. I have a bad feeling with Canada coming out on top tonight. That up-down theory just, I don't know. I need Hellebuyck to step up. I am so pumped for this game. Starting off the tournament's first game against Finland, it was like, all right, this is all cute. And then, Saturday's game against Canada, I look over at my dad, those first two fights, and my dad's an emotional guy, right? And I'm like, are you crying? He's like, man, these guys just love their country. I'm fired up, man. We're high-fiving and whatnot. But
That is why we need Russia in this tournament. Leave the politics out. Get Russia in this thing. Imagine the emotion with that matchup.
Oh, 100%, 100%. I hope everyone forgets about Jack Eichel. McDavid was the first pick. Time for Eichel. He's got the cup. Time for him to step up and, prove his worth. Same with Austin Matthews. I'm fired up. Like I said, I got that eerie feeling about Canada. I hate that I feel that way, but I hope I'm wrong, guys. I hope I'm wrong. Continue the great show, guys.
Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it, buddy. I'm just excited because we got Thursday night. You got something really important to watch, and it's not like nerdy important. Everyone's watching. You'll be able to talk about it tomorrow. I know you're doing a huge preview. Michigan State. I'm surprised you're not doing a live shot tonight outside of Chrysler. You flying the Foxhawk or whatever it's called?
Skyfox.
Yeah, Rico's back in the copter tonight.
Foxhawk, I love it.
No, I'm good. Gave those days up many decades ago.
All right. Let's go to Skyler, 97.1. Skyler, what's going on, pal?
Gentlemen, how we doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Good. I just want to kind of change the tone a bit, but remind you guys that you guys have been our little brother in hockey here over in Canada for a long, long time, and you guys finally won a meaningful game. So if you guys do happen to win tonight, I just want to remind you guys that we've owned you for like the last 12 years or so.
Now, may I ask you a question, sir?
Absolutely,
the
sir.
senator from Southern Ontario. I want to ask you this. Skyler.
Yes, sir.
The Stanley Cup, could you find it with two hands and a flashlight?
We couldn't, but how many of our players go on your teams and win them for you?
Because it's much like life. You got to come to America to enjoy the best. I can't help
This is true. So I appreciate the call. Also, I do want to point out the booing of the national anthem is absolute BS.
It's nonsense. I'm with you.
Sorry that we did that.
No, and again, it doesn't make up. Americans are going to do it tonight, and I don't like that either.
And Skyler, it may be the reason why you do get the fight.
It's an unfortunate thing because both countries are, got their things they love, and that's an unfortunate thing to happen.
It's going to be nasty tonight, though, because it's in Boston. That's second only to Philadelphia as far as savagery. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
So it's almost like if the Canadians don't fight at the beginning of the game, they have no national pride.
That's right. That's right.
No, seriously. I think that went into the whole with the the U.S. team. Like, okay, really? Okay, you booed her. Okay, let's go.
I want to see Wayne Gretzky out there with a folding chair trying to take it to someone's spine. I want theater. I want Radio Gold, damn it. Could you imagine Gretzky in a suit, just meandering his way over because he's all old and broken, and then just chair to the spine of Hellebuck.
Tiptoeing on the ice, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Bring him down there. Brett Hall comes down there for America.
Right, he comes out like the Undertaker. The lights go out. All of a sudden, Gretz is purple, and he's just got, he's got a chair on fire. Bam! Right to the back. That's what. Listen, you laugh, but I'm being serious. As sports in 2025, it lacks true passion. What Draymond Green said about the NBA, I know I have major issues with Draymond on a number of levels. But what he said about the sport is true. The games lack substance. Think about what he said. Like the actual players not liking each other, players actually trying, stars playing, the games having a level of drama, the game not being totally homogenized, right? You can play different stuff. The NBA lacks it all. So maybe that's what's drawn you and I into this Four Nations thing, because it's the opposite of all of that.
Mike, and I think it's as simple as just country pride. It's why the Olympics work every 4 years. And you watch stuff that you don't care about, and you sit there and you're rooting for the United States. Be like, okay, well, what is this? It's the biathlon. What do they do? I don't know. They ski and they shoot, but we need to win.
The biathlon.
Yeah.
Do you mean triathlon?
No.
Is there a biathlon?
There is a biathlon. Yes, it is.
Did you cover that while flying?
You ski and you shoot.
They ski, and then they get to the next point and they shoot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, these okay. That's got to be that's got to be dominated by Finland.
Once
that's
every
got
4
Finland
years.
written all over it.
Yeah, it's like they do cross country skiing, and then they have to stop.
Yeah, the
they gotta shoot at
Netherlands or
targets,
something dominates. Yeah.
and then they go back and they finish cross country skiing.
Okay.
I don't know how that became a sport.
I was going to say, I'm sure it's a riveting event. Let's go to Giacomo, 97.1. Giacomo, what's going on, bud?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Mike, I'll give you, as a Canadian in Windsor, whenever, I'm a Leafs fan, love all the other Detroit teams. I used to like the Lions, but I don't like them for a different reason. But anyways,
okay.
So whatever a Canadian team gets knocked out, like whoever the last Canadian team is, I'll be rooting for. So I'll grant you that we haven't won the Cup since '93, since Montreal won. I mean, so as a whole world, obviously gaining us talent-wise, World Juniors, a number of professionals in the NHL, the number of Americans, like our percentage keeps going down and everybody's gaining on it. So obviously we've been losing ground. But the Stanley Cup thing, I mean, the other guy before me you kind of answered the question. Yeah, I mean, we don't like it. But I don't think that's an indictment on that one particular thing, an indictment on, we're losing ground because we don't have a Stanley Cup in Canada. I think all the other things I said are, that's why we've lost ground, and all the other.
I agree. Listen, I think you're making a fair point, Giacomo. Let's be fair. I was hit with we win tournaments and things, and I'm like, okay, well, how about this? So yes, everything you're saying is sensible. I was just being a ball breaker.
And when you answered the other guy's question from Canada, I kind of knew your tone would be more being a ball breaker to people that were breaking your ball.
Yeah, that's it, because we're having fun. I mean, listen, bottom line, there's a lot on the line for Canada tonight. Now, you will have to admit this. If you lose tonight, that's a bit of a black eye. No?
So I was telling Rieger, if we were to lose, I would think, oh, it's not a big deal. It's not to me, if we lose, I'd be like, oh, well, I'm not really worried. We lost one tournament. These guys have been together for 7 days. I'd be like, it's a one-off, right? These guys haven't been together for a month or 2 months, or even, let's say, the Olympics where they're together for 2 weeks. And if we'd win, I'd be like, oh, we're back and we're the best in the world. So I'm kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth. But I don't think if we lose, I don't think the sky's fall. We've lost ground. It's official. You just look at the numbers. If we lose tonight, I don't think we're back, and I don't think if we win, all of a sudden all our problems are solved.
All right, now, Giacomo, I got to be honest now. I'm shooting you straight. I'm hearing a little bit of emotional hedging there.
See, I think that it does matter, because when it's your sport, I mean, look at what the United States did when they lost in basketball in the Olympics. Screw that. Dream team. Let's get everybody. Let's get the best of the best, and let's beat everybody by 100 because we're never going to lose again. So even though you haven't been together for months, it's still pride.
Losing
because
to the
it's
U.S.
your
twice
game.
in 5 days.
Yeah.
Come on. You lost in your home turf. McDavid got launched into orbit. 3 fights. I mean, one of them, my God, poor TJ Miller. He was half the size. My point is, you can't lose tonight. If you lose, now, come on, Giacomo. You're not going to go to bed happy. That's ridiculous. That's besides the fact you live in Canada. Not going to be happy. David, you okay?
I can't wait for tonight. That's all.
I know. It's exciting. I'm just happy we've got something really interesting, and you've got something interesting tomorrow night. Like, these are rare moments in the winter. All right. Let's be timely. We'll get to some football if that's okay with you guys. And then top of the hour, Lions. We'll get back into the Four Nations a little bit later today. College basketball, big game tomorrow night, Michigan State. Michigan favored by 2.5. FanDuel, you get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. I'm sure Rico tomorrow will have plenty of SGPs for you centered around Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Jacoler. It's going to be very exciting. If you haven't gotten with FanDuel, now is a great time to. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can get in on all the hoops action before March takes over. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get some football in the mix. David, if you'd be so kind.
So yesterday we did mock draft mania yesterday. So based on that, I wanted to go through what ESPN did was they surveyed a bunch of NFL execs on questions for the draft, and then they graded the positions on how many first-round picks are in certain position groups. So let's go through this real quick. First question they did was, will the Titans trade or keep the number 1 pick? The majority voted they will trade the pick.
I'm the opposite. I think they keep it. I don't think anyone's moving up to number 1 to take one of these QBs because the word is out. Tennessee doesn't love him. Honestly, if Abdul Carter's going number 1 overall, that's the only place Tennessee's getting him.
Right, but I'm saying Tennessee may look at this and say we can truly rebuild if we get a lion's share. Somebody really wants either Abdul Carter or if somebody falls in love with a quarterback at the combine. I'm with the people. I don't think that they are going to take the pick. I think they kind of got the number 1 overall pick by mistake because your Giants screwed up. But they didn't. They were like, wait, we got the number 1 pick? We don't really want it. They're going to be smart about it, even if it's just moving down a pick or 2 and collect a lion's share. No, David, they'll trade it.
Next question was, will the number 1 pick be a quarterback? This
No.
is all over the place.
I say no. Rico just said yes. So there you go.
Yeah, it's going to be no. So let's lean over to, based on that question, lean over to what they grade the quarterback. So how many quarterbacks do you think they believe are first-round selections?
I'm going to go 4.
2.
0. They believe that there is not a first-round graded quarterback in this draft.
There you go.
They
Yeah, this
believe
is
they're
where Mike
behind
takes his
all of the
victory lap.
quarterbacks from last year, all of them from last year in the first round.
Yeah,
They're behind.
we talked about it. I mean, it's whatever. Teams are going to be desperate, mine included, but it doesn't mean that they're high-end prospects. I mean, Cam Ward has a lot of holes in his game. Plays very free and loose. That's not going to work.
I still think Shador is a first-round quarterback. I'm anxious to see what happens if he actually has a real offensive line and doesn't have to run for his life on each and every play.
Yeah, well, based on that, on the other side of the survey, they did vote Cam Ward as the top quarterback in the class. They don't give them any first-round grades, but they do believe that he is the top quarterback over Shador Sanders. It says one player personnel exec called the top of the draft generally good, not great. The National Scout said Ward and Sanders would have been ranked similar to Bo Nix coming into last year's draft.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not high at all.
Like right now, if Michael Penix was coming out, if Bo Nix was coming out, I think they go ahead of these guys. More polished, more tape, more structure. When you look at Cam, you look at Shador, the big problem is they're both running for their life. They have no offensive line play. They learned a lot of bad habits. Now, I don't question Shador's toughness. He's tough as nails. But Cam is going to be boom or bust. And Shador, I just think, has a more limited ceiling. I'm not going to scream if my team takes one. We're desperate.
Got to have a quarterback.
Do I feel nearly as good as last year? No. Would I move up to get either one of these guys? No.
It feels very similar to the Kenny Pickett draft.
Yeah.
They weren't high on picks. The Steelers, however, needed a quarterback. 20, why not? That's how
true.
it feels with this draft. But the quarterbacks will go higher than 20, but they're just not. We'll see. We'll see.
Real quick, Dave. Hey, Mike, if you could go back and
Yes.
and take Bo Nix or Penix instead of Malik Neighbors, would you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I can admit it.
I mean, I'm not trying to be funny,
No,
but yeah, this
Malik is
one
a
of-
really nice player, but okay, you caught 111 balls on a 3-14 team. The idea that a wide receiver is going to affect winning is just folly. It's ridiculous.
You're preaching to the choir.
I know that. I knew you'd appreciate that. And I love Malik Neighbors. And the kid never quit. He gave it his all year. I'm happy we have him. But you're asking me right now, it's no quarterback, no chance. We're sitting here thinking about trading for a 37-year-old Matthew Stafford. And again, very good player. But if you don't have a quarterback, you got to do some dirty things to get one. So, yes, Rico, yes.
Would you make a move for JJ?
McCarthy?
Yeah. From that last year's draft?
Dude, I'd trade for JP McCarthy at this point. I don't care.
I don't know what his 40 time is.
It doesn't
But
matter.
go ahead, Dave.
I'll take
Arm
whatever
strength.
you want. I'll trade for whoever. I'm desperate. What don't you get? Homeless guy, mattress store. You think he cares what mattress you're buying him? He's homeless.
Fair.
So next is best prospect in the draft. There's no question. We believe Abdul Carter is the best prospect in the class, regardless of position, who would you believe is next on that list in this draft?
Hold on. Say this one more time.
Best prospect in the class, regardless of position, they believe is Abdul Carter.
I can't argue it. I mean, but
So
it's
who's second?
So who's second?
I'm going to say Mason Graham.
I'm going to say Travis Hunter.
My problem is, what is he?
Well, I'm glad you said that, Mike, because they did put Travis Hunter as the second best prospect in the draft. And they also, on the other side of it, have him as the only first-round graded wide receiver. That is a question mark of where he plays, though.
You know, actually, David, and I guess maybe I'm in the minority here. This is when I'll figure it out once I get him in the camp. I just know he's good, and I'll figure out whether your offense, defense, whether you do 10 plays on the other, either side of the ball. But I know you're special, and I need you on my team. All of that stuff, like but you can only be a DB at the. I'm not limiting this kid because I think that unlike Russell Wilson, he truly is Mr. Unlimited.
And they only have 2 first-round graded cornerbacks, Will Johnson and Barron, out of Texas right now. That's what they have.
No, this is a class that is strong with big people. Really good DN, D tackle class.
And O-line.
Yeah.
Yeah, the edge, of course, Abdul Carter's a first-round grade, of course. But then behind him, they have Jalen Walker and Mikael Williams, both out of
Walker out of Georgia, yeah.
Williams, same thing. He was not healthy all year. James Pierce, inconsistent. There are 2 players right there, and Mikael Williams and James Pierce. Combine's going to be vital. They have got to show out because the tape isn't there. It's just not. When you're hurt, when you're inconsistent, you got to show out. You got to nail the interviews. But I would imagine they'll both move.
I'm thinking they're top 15.
When it's all said and done, you're probably right. There'll be the slander phase. You know they're going to call one of them a crackhead. And then they'll build their stock back.
Yeah, pro day. He showed up out of shape.
He was wearing sunglasses.
Right.
Mason Graham, by the way, is the only first-round graded defensive tackle there.
I think the world of Mason Graham.
Really?
Yeah, the only defensive tackle that's graded a first-round pick, yes.
Not Derek Harmon or
not Kenneth Grant.
Nolan?
Nope.
Walter Nolan?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
Mason Graham, to me, is a destroyer. I think he's a guy that reminds me a lot of Chris Jones. I think he's a guy you'll be able to turn into a bit of a joker outside and inside. He's a disruptor. He's mean. I love him. If the Giants took Mason Graham at 3, I'd be elated.
I'm just laughing at this because it's like, well, David, who's going in the first round? Because
Well,
they basically
again,
said,
these are just
but hold on.
this is the slander stage.
Yeah, but one thing's important is this happens every year, is that just because 16 players have a first-round grade, you still have to conduct the draft. What I think you're going to see is a lot of teams trying to move out of the later rounds or move up. And the teams that move up from the second, maybe they think there's 23 guys with a grade or 24. But the draft is still going to happen.
No, it's going to happen, but it's just funny. Like, well, this guy's not a first round, and this guy's not a first round. And there's only one first round.
But that's why the combine and the workouts are so important, because you might be very close to being a first round grade for a team, and they say, this takes me over the top. When I saw them do this, it took me over the top. So
I've always been one. The combine to me is it's like you want to see the fast guys, but that's really about it. All of the other stuff,
certain things have to match up with the tape.
Because I'm watching all your game footage, not you out there in the underwear Olympics. That's just me. Your pro day, it's either going to cement what I think about you or make me say, well, maybe I didn't think you were that good. You know, I thought you were quick, and you go out there and you run a 5.3. It's like, wow, you really weren't quick. But I'm all about, I look at your footage, I look at what you've done for the last 3, 4, 5 years, and I'm going to base it on that.
No, you're right. A 40 you may have a slow 40 time, but you look faster on the field.
Right.
And vice versa. You may look fast in shorts, but I don't see that speed showing up on the field.
You're Nick Bolton. Did you just go out there and just devastate people at Missouri? Or didn't have a great combine, but.
You know the historical best example of this in history? Terrell Suggs ran a 4.88. Just put the tape on.
Yeah.
Just put the tape on at Arizona State. Dude, murdered people.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's where you overthink things like, well, but this guy ran, and then you draft somebody that really isn't that good. But
you mean fast. John Ross, who ran one route at UW? Ooh. Yeah, and flamed out of the league. Or Darius Hayward Bay. I mean, I got a
Yeah.
million of these. You're 100% right. How about the corner Vegas that used to be Oakland drafted? Kelvin Hayden out of Houston.
Yeah.
Fastest corner at the draft. Cutscene. He works at a gas station.
Works at your local Sheets.
No, Rico nailed it, man. I'm just giving you the examples because I laugh my ass off when teams do that stuff.
And that will happen again this year. That is your in football today.
If your furnace isn't running right in this cold, you better get it fixed and fast. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They have got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft is your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about the Winter Bundle Up discount. It's mastercraftheating.com.
The Red Wings were back in the practice ice today. Todd McClellan got after his team a little bit. He thought they looked better the previous 2 days. Obviously, still no Dylan Larkin, who's running to play in the big USA and Canada matchup in the championship of the Four Nations tournament tonight. President Donald Trump placed a call to Team USA today, wishing them well. Tigers rookie pitcher... I knew that was coming. Tiger rookie pitcher Jackson Joe threw live to hitters today. His heater averaged 98. Quote, I was really happy with the curveball. I was able to land it. I was able to get whiffs on it. I got punchy on it. Everything felt pretty good, end quote. The Pistons are prepping to restart their season tomorrow against the Spurs. San Antonio will be without star Victor Wembanyama for the rest of the season. Meanwhile, Jaden Ivey was seen out of his walking boot at practice today. ESPN released their list grading some of the best college basketball transfers. Michigan big Danny Wolf is 6th on that list. Quote, Wolf is one of the more fascinating players this season, as Dusty May has utilized the 7-footer from Yale as a point center, the ball handler in pick and rolls with 7'11" Vlad Golden, and it's working. Wolf is averaging 13 points, 10 rebounds, 3.5 assists, and 1.5 blocks, while shooting 37% from three-point range. He's a tremendous matchup problem, and he's capable of carrying the Wolverines in March, end quote. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock, good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? We still got people who want to rap about the Four Nations face-off, which we will, because it's must-see TV tonight. But I want to mix this in and work with me on something. And I have a feeling David's going to play the Debbie Downer thing, but I can defend this case. So we've joked here the last couple of weeks. This Matthew Stafford to New York thing, I have no idea where it's from, but NFL reporters are starting to lean into it. So I decided, all right, let me see the betting odds on this. Like, what does FanDuel or DraftKings or what do the books have to say? And to my surprise, the Giants were the second choice on the list. And the first choice piqued my interest. And I immediately thought of the topic I'm going to present to you. The first choice on the list at plus 300 is the Minnesota Vikings. Now, what the trade would look like is unimportant. Whether it's J.J. McCarthy picks, it's not the point of our topic. The topic would be this. We've talked about the NFC North being the best division in football already. So what happens if Matthew Stafford replaces the soulless ginger pumpkin? Because I could make a case to you that with Stafford's arrival, Jared Goff would be the worst quarterback in the division. Now, when I say that, don't get a visceral response because what I'm about to say next, think about it. You could be the worst QB in the division if all the QBs are in the top 10. Now, why would I say that? Well, Love was not good this year. Health. Go look at what he did the back half of 23 and damn near beat the Niners. When he's healthy, he's got top 5 upside. Caleb Williams is getting Ben Johnson. Jared Goff is losing Ben Johnson. And Matthew Stafford is better than Jared Goff. Period. You could, in a heartbeat, go from chanting this man's name at a grocery store to him being the 4th best QB in the best quarterback division in all of football. Now, if you want to say, hey, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, I'll say Dak Prescott and Tommy Porkchops. If you want to say, oh, well, what about the West? What about it? Homeless Geno Smith, whoever the Rams trot out, combine driver Purdy. Like, we can play this game. Baker Mayfield, Michael Penix, a Mardi Gras parade float, and Bryce Young. No, guys, this division is going to be the best QB division in football already. But if Stafford comes here, what is your reaction to that as a Lions fan? Because this is a part of my concern for the team. Now, I'm not going where Rieger's going. I know Rieger's doing this whole miss the playoffs thing, but he's more right than he is wrong. Not totally right, more right than wrong. Is that people want to dismiss Ben Johnson leaving. That flies in the face of everything you guys fought so hard to tell us the previous couple of years about how he won't leave us, his kids love the schools. If he's good at his job, which he is, you must accept that, he is going to make Caleb Williams better. And if you dig into the numbers with Caleb, he did not have a bad rookie year. And there could be a major jump for him. And if I take the guy who saved Jared Goff's career, and he's in Chicago now, what if Goff regresses by 10%, 15%? What if he's just not quite the same? Now, while everyone's yelling, let Brad cook and we don't need Myles Garrett, you might have the worst of a great group of quarterbacks. But who's drafting Jared Goff over Caleb Williams if they're starting a team? No one. Who's drafting Jared Goff over Jordan Love if they're starting a team? Not many. Who's drafting Goff over Stafford? I don't think anybody. Do I still like Jared Goff? Of course I do. But if you're in the best quarterback division in football, and now all of a sudden like this, Jared Goff has the best season of his life, and he ain't going to live back up to that. Other guys are getting better, and Matthew Stafford lands with weapon. I mean, come on. Sam Darnold was able to win 14 games.
No, I'm laughing because you're correct. Like last year, Goff was the best quarterback in the division. If you came in, it's like, oh, yes, he's better than rookie Caleb. I think Love was probably the only one, but nobody thought Darnold was going to do what he was going to do. But you're right. You put him with all of those weapons.
Pretty scary.
Yeah, because you look at what he did out with the weapons he had with the Rams. Yeah, he's going to put up some offensive numbers. And I think the selling point for me, the tipping of the scale is Ben Johnson leaving. Because, yes, even though I thought that Caleb Williams was just oversold to me. But when I actually go back and I look at the numbers, it's like he didn't have a bad year.
No.
He was on a bad team. No O-line, really. He needed a lot of weapons.
Fired coach.
And a coach who's an idiot who just basically froze up on Thanksgiving Day and is like, I don't know what to do. You give him Ben Johnson, and that could be the tipping point. Because, yeah, Love, I like what he did at the end of that year. Even when he played Philly out in Brazil before he got hurt, he was really competitive. And then it took him some time. I think he came back way too soon, and you saw that. He was out there on one leg. But Green Bay had to, and you know, this isn't the NBA. He's going to play. But when you really look at it like that, yeah, because I'm like, no, Goff's going to be better than Caleb, but no, it's going to be Caleb and Ben Johnson.
And again, just to highlight the year Rico's talking about here, and I think it's important you look at this. You're talking about Jordan Love in 2023, right, when he was healthy, age 25 season, 32 touchdowns, 11 picks. 65% completion rate and damn near 4,200 yards as a 25-year-old in his first year starting in the National Football League. He was hurt all year this year, from day one with the knee to midseason with the groin. I'm just making a point to you. Stafford coming to this division would be a distinct problem. I would be terrified of having him back here because, candidly, the trade worked for both teams, but if I have to say who won the trade, it would be the Rams. I know you agree with me. They won the Super Bowl. You have not. It worked for both. But if Stafford came here, he could end up costing you double time. Because if Matthew Stafford is on the Minnesota Vikings, I can't say with a straight face, oh, yeah, you're better than the Vikings. Was I hallucinating when in the last game of this season it was a winner-take-all?
Nope.
Would Stafford elevate the Vikings or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
So not redheaded.
All right. Then we factor in the Bears are going to be better. I think you factor in the Pack are going to be better.
See, I think you got to factor in the Pack are going to be better.
Fine. The point is, what is your reaction to that? Because, look, it's all hee-hees and ha-has, and it is fun for radio if Stafford became a Giant. It'd be hilarious. It'd be great for this show, for sure. He'd probably show up and break his spine or something ridiculous. But if Stafford comes to Minnesota, and for whatever reason, they're the betting favorite, does Sean McVay like JJ? Is that what that is? I don't know. But bottom line,
I think
I'd be terrified.
The reason why I think Minnesota is because you could probably work out some type of a trade and you can ship JJ there and McVay. He's young. That team will be under the cap and they could really kind of jumpstart the Rams. You got a defense that's already good, so you don't need JJ to be great. So, yes, that's probably why I think the Vikings are the betting favorite because they would ship JJ to L.A.
Also, just want to point this out. The last 5 weeks of this season, when Love started to get a little bit healthy, 15 touchdowns in the last 5 weeks. You can sleep on him. You can hate him because he's a Packer. You can hate him because he's got a weird-looking face. He's got that pouty look. You could hate him because he throws the ball off his back foot. You can do whatever you like. The point is, Stafford coming here, what's your reaction to it if it happens? If he goes to Minnesota, I'll tell you right now, that would put me in the Rieger territory.
He goes to Minnesota. I mean, yeah. No, I mean, because now I'm thinking you probably.
And notice these people ain't calling.
You're not winning the division.
He
goes to Minnesota, you ain't winning the division.
They know. They're scared. That's what this is right here. This is the sound of fear.
Because Sam Darnold took them about as close as you can get.
Look at what you played this year to go 15-2. I don't care. I'll say the quiet part out loud. You played a rookie quarterback who had no guidance and a fired coach. You played an injured Jordan Love, and you played a soulless pumpkin. Now flip that into next year's edition. Healthy Love, Caleb with the wizard Ben Johnson, and Matthew freaking Stafford. This is the sound of trembling. So let's talk about it. And if you disagree, you can have whatever reasons you want. But why are the Vikings the favorite? Where did that come from? My point to you is you want him on the Giants. You do not want him in this division. In a year, you lost 7 coaches.
In a year where your offensive coordinator is now in Chicago.
248-539-9797. Football season is wrapped up. You got the Four Nations face-off tonight. You got Michigan State tomorrow. Hungry Howie's has got you set up for either matchup with the mix and match deal, $6.99 each. Anything on the menu, from the Howie bread to the flatbread, salads, subs, you name it, it's available. Mix and match as much as you want. Get your game day set. Tonight you got, puck drop at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the Big Fox, as they call it. Let Hungry Howie's take care of the food and beverage. They got you covered. $6.99 each on that mix and match. Take advantage of it before it's gone. It's Hungry Howie's.
The final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up. Get in on all the action on ESPN Sportsbook. New ESPN Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bet and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Look, odds and lines are subject to change. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, David, I know we were way too verbose. I want to get your take on this, catch up on the text, and then we've got people who finally want to talk. It's just simple. I don't think it's provocative to say you do not want any part of Stafford coming here. Why the Vikings are the betting favorite, no clue. But the conversation about, in the span of a year, I think you can have a conversation about 4 of the top 10 QBs in football would reside in the North, and Goff would be the weakest of them. That doesn't mean you don't like Goff. It just means you're living in a potential reality. That's scary to me. It's all the more reason you're hearing our show talk about people like Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, upgrades, boldness. David, what do you make of all this? And feel free if you want to make fun of me. I don't give a damn.
No, I could disagree on the Jordan Love portion, but he has the potential to definitely be better than Goff. If he meets that potential, Lions fans, you better look out. What you also should look out for is Stafford to Minnesota, because if that happens, that may be the top 5 offense in the NFL already. Stafford with Jefferson and with Addison, and then whatever they do in that run game, offensive line, whatever they do there, that would be scary. And I don't want to hear from people saying, well, Stafford's old and he's not better than – yes, he's better than Goff.
He has dragged the
Yes, he is.
He dragged the Rams to the 14-yard line with 2 cracks to win in Philly in the snow. Mm-hmm. You had to survive him twice in the span of a year in overtime. Like, it's okay to just say he's still balling.
Correct. And that would be very scary in Minnesota.
And think about it. He did that opening week with no wide receivers. He lost them both during that game.
Stop using facts. How dare you?
My bad. You know what?
No.
No, that's facts, not downer. Facts.
What did the Ticket Text have to say before we go to the people?
Ticket Text says, if Matthew Stafford gets traded to Minnesota, they will win the Super Bowl. I will literally guarantee it. Playing indoors, knows the division with those weapons on offense. That is from Marlin.
I'm not going to go that far, but I'll say this. If Stafford ends up in Minnesota, you're not winning the division.
Yeah, it's Minnesota's division to win. I think they will be one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the NFC.
I agree. Love has top 10 upside, but I think people need to cool it on him a bit. He's literally played half a good season. People act like he's Lamar of the North.
No.
Well, is that a good thing?
No, definitely not. No, and listen. There is an element of projection to this, but the projection works both ways. I also think Goff takes a step back. I don't think you're just replacing Ben Johnson. I don't think it will work as seamlessly. They had a very good relationship. It was symbiotic. Mm-hmm. It's okay to say Love steps forward with health, Goff steps back with lack of continuity. That's not provocative.
And think about this also. Ben Johnson had his choice of jobs and said, you know what? I want Caleb.
I know, and again,
I can do some stuff with him.
You can't tell a Lions fan that. I stop with your facts. Facts are mean. Cut that out.
I'm out. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 2.
All right.
97.1.
Rico will see you tonight at Chrysler. He's got a live shot on the 6 o'clock. Let's go to Brian on a cell. Brian, what's going on, buddy? I don't know what Brian's doing. It sounded like he was operating a forklift. We'll go to Mark in Rochester. Mark, how you doing, pal?
Hey, Mike, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I got 2 things I want to talk about. First, my reaction to the Stafford thing, and then I have a theory. I'm not trying to derail your topic, but I have a theory I want to run by you and see if you agree with me.
Okay.
So Stafford, listen, yes, that would be terrifying. I would immediately place a wager on the Vikings to win the division before the odds spiked. I mean, there's a lot of things in Minnesota that would be familiar for Matthew Stafford. Jay Jettis would be the closest thing he's seen to Calvin Johnson since Megatron retired. Kevin O'Connell is from the McVay coaching tree, so there'd be a lot of familiarity in the system most likely. And then you look at what does he have to work with. Listen, the Vikings have two bookend offensive tackles in Darisaw and Brian O'Neill. They draft a guard. They maybe draft a fresh running back to pair with Aaron Jones. And then on the defensive side, listen, you can disagree with Brian Flores about his blitz rate, but it led to the Vikings having the second most turnovers in the league.
Yes.
You don't think Stafford can take advantage of those turnover situations?
Yeah.
It would be terrifying. No, I don't want. Well, why did you bring this news up to me, Mike? I didn't need to hear this today.
Well, Mark, Mark, I think you also forgot something. He also has his security blanket that he's familiar with in his tight end, T.J. Hockenson.
That's also true. No, it would be terrifying.
No, and that's go ahead. Now, what was the other thing you wanted to get to?
Yeah, so I believe that NFL fans are getting smarter. I believe that the general NFL public opinion should be valued more. And the reason why is if you look at the past decade, fantasy football has gotten bigger. Sports betting has gotten legalized and gotten bigger. Data analytics in general, and just like speculation, has gotten bigger. And I believe that's brought in a larger crop of data nerds, of smart fans. I believe that has grown the percentage of the NFL fandom population into there's more people that know what they're doing and know what they're talking about as opposed to 15 years ago. Now, why does that concept matter and why am I telling you about it? Is that let's look at two schools of thought for general managers, Brad Holmes versus Howie Roseman. Brad Holmes will be smug and be like, oh, you guys don't really understand how complicated this is. And then we'll take Jahmyr Gibbs in a shocking way. Versus Howie Roseman goes, oh, everybody says Cooper DeJean is the guy. I'm going to go take Cooper DeJean. I'm going to go take Nakobe Dean. My point is that maybe the draft nerd, the sports betting nerd, much like myself, is they have a larger influence now. And the public opinion, because of that influence, should be valued more by these front office executives as if pushing off we don't care about the massive big board. And that's kind of all I'm saying here.
Yeah, no, and I buy into that. And again, when I say this, people think it's disrespectful. It's not. It's just I laugh when these GMs act like they're curing pancreatic cancer. They're playing fantasy football. Okay? You work for a billionaire and you buy and sell millionaires. That's it. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't take a life's work or commitment, but if all your life is doing this, all right, I'm not asking you to do anything else. This is your job. Yeah, no offense. There are harder gigs out there. I just laugh because we deify these people as if they're playing the game. Your job is to draft good players. You get to interview them. You have professionals scouting them. You get all the data. You have private investigators that know the last chick that they had sex with. All of it. I mean, you have former detectives, FBI agents. That is the NFL security division. Yes, I'd hope you could make a pick. The point that Mark is making is true, is that sometimes 2 + 2 = 4. Yeah. Jalen Carter, good player. Cooper DeJean, good player. I don't need to be outside the box. Nolan Smith, Nakobe Dean.
Right, but it goes back to what we talked about during that blitz. You see this, but man, did you see, the combine run? Did you see the 3-cone drill? Did you see this? Did you see that? And it's like, yeah, but I also saw him destroy Texas. He couldn't be stopped. Yeah, but and then he went to LSU and dominated that. Yeah, but he looked a little out of shape and he didn't run quite as good as numbers as this guy.
It was very interesting, right? Mark calls in with this point. Okay, so did you see the draft grades that were given out yesterday? Which, again, I don't love draft grades. It's just something fun to talk about for 30 seconds. Right. What was the impact value of the draft grades last year? And I read this, and I forget what site put it up. The Lions were bottom 5. I mean, think about it. Terry Arnold wasn't good. Rakestraw was hurt. The kid that Vaki just was a special teamer.
Manu
didn't play. So you look at that, and then you comp it to the Eagles draft, and you're like, oh, 2 guys that could have been Defensive Rookie of the Year that were obvious picks. It's okay to have either approach, right? Brad Holmes does a very nice job doing it his way, but Howie Rose's way has yielded more results. Just call it what it is. He's been to 3 Super Bowls in a pretty close span.
Yeah, it was on NFL.com, by the way.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that, buddy. 248-539-9797.
But you know what? I'd rather the grades the year after,
of course,
than the grades right after the draft. Oh, you nailed the draft. How do you know?
Yeah, and again, it's just for fun. I don't think it's gospel any way, shape, or form. But When people want to talk about let Brad cook, well, I don't have time to have another draft class like that. And when you're picking 28th and when you're – look, I would much rather take those things and get actualities. That's why we've been talking about the stuff like the Garrett, Hendrickson, Parsons, Crosby, foursome here. That's what it's about, especially when a team like Minnesota sitting there is a betting favorite to have Matthew Stafford. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in cooking. I'm interested in I need an answer for that. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
Oh.
Jesus. David, hit the
button.
button.
No. I'll explain later. Anyway. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. The judgment-free environment where you can go and feel free to get strong your way on your time. Feel the strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Brand new plate-loaded machines like the Hack Squat and Supine benches. This also includes free weights, treadmills, Stairmasters, you name it. Planet Fitness has it, along with convenient hours to fit your schedule and your routine, which means they'll work around your time because they're going to be open for some great hours. And if you need some additional help, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. You get all of this for just $15 a month. That's it. Walk into any Planet Fitness right now to get started. $1 down, $15 a month, and there are over 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area. So you really have no excuse. You promised yourself at the beginning of the year you'll be a better you. You still got time to make up and live up to that promise. Find the nearest club and join today. You can do it in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
All right, we'll get to the people. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We opened the show with the Four Nations face-off, the game we're all waiting for in about 4.5 hours. We'll get back into that later today. This hour, for whatever reason, betting favorite for Stafford is the Vikings. I think that's a disaster if you're a Lions fan. We talked through the quarterbacks. This could be the best QB division in the entire league. And unfortunately, it is not outside the realm of possibility. Goff would be the weak link of the division. Yes, I do think Ben Johnson's going to turn Caleb into a top 10 QB. Yes, Jordan Love healthy is. And yes, Stafford is better than Goff. And by the way, Goff losing Ben Johnson, problem in my world. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I think he comes back to the pack too. So, something we were rapping about. Let's go to Paul. He's up next, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Well, good afternoon, my old friend.
Hello,
Rico,
sir.
David, how are
Paul.
you guys?
Good. Excellent. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm probably in the minority, Mike. But, we all kind of saw the North becoming a powerhouse a couple of years ago. And it's happening before our eyes. And I actually embrace it. If Stafford comes to Minnesota, so be it. And as far as Goff regressing, he was top 5 last year. He's only gotten better since he's been here. And I know Johnson had a lot to do with that. However, it's still St. Brown, it's still Laporta, it's still JMO, it's still the running game, it's still the offensive line, and Holmes is not stupid. He's going to probably think to himself, well, I'm going to have to build me one hell of a defense. And I embrace it because I love good football. I would love nothing more than this thing to come down next year between Goff and Stafford.
Oh, man.
This is radio gold for you guys.
Why do you think we're talking about it? It would be, it is everything wrapped in one. Now, listen.
And then I don't have to hear about a soulless ginger.
Right. For ease of use, send Stafford to the Giants. Leave the Lions alone. But for radio purposes, no, Paulie, you're spot on. This is a pot of gold. Stafford could finish his career ending you. That's terrible.
Oh, Kelly Stafford sending carrier pigeons to 97.1 with all her complaints. This would be awesome.
Oh, God. Hey, Paulie, who you got tonight, USA or Canada? Talk to me.
USA. We're going to do it in Boston for the Beantown.
Okay.
And you know what? It's going to be one hell of a game because Canada's going to come out firing on all cylinders. And, it's not widely talked about. A guy brought it up on Karsh's show. But there are 4 hometown boys on that USA team, man, that are playing some great hockey. So I'm telling you, you know me, I'm a Nista. I coached for 25 years in the youth leagues, and this is my passion, man. I am going to be tuned in, locked and loaded, and ready. I
can't
got
wait.
Team USA.
I can't wait. I hope you're right because it would be hilarious to laugh at the Canadians. I just worry they're going to come out like Voltron tonight. My personal opinion. David, ticket text, and we will get it moving.
Common denominator for the Vikings, Packers, and Bears is a weak offensive line. If we get Miles or Crosby, I could care less if Stafford ends up with the Vikings because he'll be running for his life.
Okay, time out. That is just factually not true.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can say it about the Bears, but the Packers and the Vikings are two of the better pass blocking leagues. Pass protection offensive lines in the league. Like, let's not make things up because it makes us feel better.
And it's February. It's not like the other teams can't fix.
No, don't you get
offensive
it?
line.
No, you don't get it. No one else gets better, only the Lions.
Oh.
Stop it with your cursed facts.
Let Brad cook. Got you.
Right.
Kyle and Howell. If we get Myles Garrett, I don't care if the Vikings sign Dan Marino.
Well, that's
I'm
okay.
not worried.
I would be with you, except I don't think we're getting said player.
Correct.
That's why Rico and I talk about wanting said player. Now, if Stafford doesn't arrive here, we can take a breath. But the fact that he's in the pole position to go to the Vikings? No.
With all the toys that the Vikings have.
Well, and juxtapose that with Myles Garrett right now, the odds are not in Detroit's favor.
No, because I don't want to be mean. I'm
just talking
I got
for the
vacation
texters.
coming up. I'm not doing it. It just, that's the whole point, is that can you imagine an offseason where Garrett goes to the Bears and Stafford goes to the Vikings, and I have to listen to let Brad cook. In an offseason, we lost 7 coaches, including both coordinators.
And your first pick is pick 28 unless you trade to move up.
Which I'm not doing. Because it's just the cost.
Oh, no.
Which means not an impact player in year one,
David,
possibly.
I'm not doing it because there are so many defensive players that will slide down. You're not going to get the best one, but this is one where he's going to have to pick the right one. What you don't want to do is kind of like what the Eagles did. You went out and drafted 2 corners. They drafted 2 corners. They had 2 impact corners. Yours, not so much.
So what you're saying is you don't want to react and then trade up to get Terrion Arnold because you didn't trade up to get Quinyon Mitchell before the Eagles did.
Yes.
That's what
right.
you're saying?
I want proven commodities. I think the time of drafting is over if you plan on winning the Super Bowl here in the next 2 years. Your young players will get better. We know this. But what we need is an immediate.
And also, I need to see what's going to happen with these 7 new coaching on the staff. Like, I don't know what the defense is going to look like. Defense may look more like that, but then again, he may want to become his own man. Offensively, I have no clue because the relationship that he had with Ben Johnson, I don't know if that's going to translate. Is that going to be almost like a stepfather situation where it's going to get awkward at times? Where, you know what, Goff is just going to kind of freelance because I didn't really care for that play. And Ben Johnson would have called this play.
Correct.
Well, Ben Johnson's not here, son.
And it matters. I don't want Lions fans. You're not going to learn that in the preseason.
He's not going.
You're not going to learn that in practice.
And you know what? You're not going to learn that in the first 2 games. By game 3, you'll know. Like, okay, this is the Goff we have. So,
and he's very good.
Yeah.
The whole point is it's okay to say, you know what? I don't think he's getting better at this stage of his career, and he might take a slight step back because you've got a whole cast of new coaches. That's not insane, and that doesn't mean he's bad. So no, I mean. Look, if they're able to make a seamless transition, they will have executed what the Eagles did, which is the rarest thing ever, considering it's the first time it's ever happened.
A seamless transition in
losing both coordinators, continuing on, and having a better year than the year before. It's the only time it's ever happened in the history of the NFL.
Well, they fell off for a year, and then they came back.
No, you're not allowed to say that. It's just,
okay.
Okay. I've had enough of you.
America!
You're not allowed to say that. Let's go over to Riley, 97.1. Riley, what's going on?
Hello. So I get off of work and I turn my radio on, turn the car on. The first words I hear are Jordan Love is better than Jared Goff.
I said can be. I think he'll take a step.
He's the worst quarterback in the division.
He might be if Stafford comes here.
So I don't like what Jared Goff did against Commanders, but in no world is Jordan Love better than Jared Goff.
All right, well, the world...
Even in the 3 years.
No, the world does exist. The world, it's called 2023, where Jordan Love had the exact same season as Jared Goff.
What about this year?
Yeah,
Even
when Jordan Love was hurt all year, yes. What I've said is him getting healthy and Goff losing his offensive coordinator who's a wizard, I could absolutely see a shift. I don't think that's crazy, Riley.
Goff wasn't
So
injured.
you think Stafford's better than Goff?
Yes, I
right
do.
now.
Yes, I do.
What about in the playoff game against Philadelphia?
Where he in the snow moved the ball to the 14 and had 2 cracks to beat the Eagles?
In the last drive.
Yeah. Did he fumble the ball or did Kyron Williams?
I'm talking about the last drive where he overthrew Puka Nacua by 20 yards.
Okay, so one bad throw, Stafford sucks. That's what we're doing?
But Riley, we can do – did you see the game the week before where it was the Lions and the Commanders? And
I said I don't like what Jared Goff did in that game, and he can't have 4 turnovers in the biggest game of the season. But I mean, if you look at per game stats, I mean Stafford or Jordan Love doesn't even compare to Jared Goff.
Again, I just said it to you, Riles. He had the same year as Goff in 23 in his age 25 season. He was hurt all year this year.
All right, we'll let time tell. I do agree. I think Caleb Williams will be better though.
Okay,
so I'll give
fine.
Caleb Williams, but Jared Goff in 3 years, I don't think Jordan Love will be better than Jared Goff.
All right, and I want to leave you with this. I want to just help you with something, right? You're knocking Stafford. Yeah, you're right. He was terrible at Philadelphia, throwing for 324, 2 touchdowns and no picks, and having a chance to win the game, even though his running back fumbled it twice, including on his own 10. Is that really what the hill you want to die on?
Well,
Stafford in the snow at the Super Bowl champions, and he had a shot to beat him.
Oh, I would even say if you want to go the whole route, well, you know what? Look at what Jordan Love did. Jordan Love was injured, and let's not forget this. Pretty much all his wide receivers were injured. He was throwing to just random guys they pulled out the stadium. Like, His number one receiver, gone.
I'm going to need you to stop
All right.
with the facts. Okay. They're not nice. Stop it.
Just saying.
I don't think it's crazy to talk about a 25-year-old quarterback, healthy, returning to a form and getting better, and for a quarterback who is 5, 6, 7 years older, losing the best offensive coordinator not named Andy Reid in football and saying, you know what, might be a little change there.
Now you're starting with the facts. You're going to be a problem.
I am. Personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who've been injured. So David is ready for your phone call. If you've been injured, you need an attorney, you call David, he answers personally. 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Well, Rico has breaking news. Let's take a listen. Go ahead.
Mike, it looks like MLB will be experimenting with the robo-ump in the spring training.
Oh, boy.
Not every game, and you're not going to get rid of the umpires. But what will happen is the umpires will do their job, but then the manager will get two challenges. that they'll go and they'll check to see. And apparently this is faster than replay in football and replay in the NBA and replay whatever. And they'll come back and say, you know what? Nope, that was a ball or that was a strike. If you win your challenge, you keep it and you can use it again. If you lose your challenge, that's it. You only get 2 per game.
I'm good with it. I've had enough of MLB umpires, excuse me. I'm to a point. Do I want the game to slow down? No. But some of these umps are so egregious. And, I mean, when you get in these playoff games, that first strike, I mean, the difference between 1-0 and 0-1 and what the outcome of the at-bat is from a percentage standpoint is massive. You don't have the ability to make those types of mistakes in huge at-bats. The difference between a 2-1 count or a 1-2 count or a count going square 2-2 instead of 3-1. I mean, these are massive moments. I'm good with it. I just think there needs to be more accountability because you have a number of just bum-ass umps who are terrible, and you know it, the dugout knows it, the player knows it. You got to have recourse. Now, do I want to see 14 of these a game? No. But if you use it in the right spot, let the robot dictate, and I'm good with it. I know it flies in the face of baseball purists, but yes, I would love to see it full-time. I've had enough.
Yeah, I think baseball purists would have to say that, there's some games you're like, wait, that ball's a foot out the strike zone, and you just called a third strike, really? So now you can go and challenge that and be like, actually, that was ball 4, and take your base. So just wanted to pass that along. And it's not every game, but roughly every team will get 20 games this spring training. I'd love because it's due to stadiums and technology.
My fear is we're not going to see it fully implemented until the new CBA in 2027. I think there'll absolutely be a labor war because right now you got Dodgers and Mets. They make up 23% of the total expenditure in the league payroll wise.
Well, you got the Dodgers who found the loophole in the system. Like I said, it's basically the shift in baseball. Yeah. It wasn't illegal, but it was like, come on, are we really doing this? Well, but again, you tell us we can't stop.
Dodgers, Mets make up a quarter of the league's payrolls. Right. Come on, man. You got 10 teams who spent less than $50 million this offseason. It's more than just a loophole. The league isn't trying.
Right. No, I was talking about the Dodgers and paying you 10 years later.
No, I know. The deferred money and all that crap. Please, all of it. It's a mess. And then Manfred comes out yesterday and he doesn't want to criticize the Dodgers. Yeah. How about the Dodgers getting a TV deal that pays them $300 million a year? What are you kidding me? They own their park. They own the parking lots. They own the TV. They own it all. So they can do everything. And you're like, okay, that's fine. But if the rest of the league's not trying, do you realize the St. Louis Cardinals, that are one of the great baseball cities in America, one of the best organizations in the league, did not sign a singular free agent? 0. Did not sign a soul. The least they could have done is dig up the body of Jack Buck. Sign him. They signed nothing.
That's not the Marlins. That's the historical St. Louis Cardinals.
Well, I think, David, the best thing that the baseball can do, if you're not going to have a salary cap, you have a floor. You have to be competitive. You have to spend at least this amount of money.
The floor should be $150 million, period. Floor. League average right now should be the floor. If I'm not going to cap the teams up high, the floor's got to be 150. And if you don't like it, go to another effing league.
True.
I've just had enough. 10 teams spent less than $50 million. What are they doing with the revenue sharing money? I'll tell you what they're doing. They're violating this covenant. They're supposed to spend all that money.
Or we can just bank it and...
I know. All right.
Give you new menu items.
God.
That's across the board. It's not a shot here.
I know what you were doing. Yeah. You're fine.
Thanks, Mike, Rico. This conversation has me convinced more than ever now that I'll die never sing a Super Bowl, and I'm only 28.
That's not the case. You don't want this guy in your division.
Root for Radio, Stafford to Minnesota, Garrett to Philly, Parsons to Chicago, and Crosby to Green Bay. That is from Mike.
Yeah, and Brad cooking. And let me know if you end up in the Super Bowl.
Wait, where's Parsons going?
Chicago. It says Parsons going to Chicago. That's his root for radio.
I think the root for radio you'd much prefer is Stafford to the Giants, and he's in a wheelchair by week 6 with arthritis.
Or like Aaron Rodgers, 3 plays in.
And dead.
Season's over.
Look what he just did. I said arthritis. This guy's got him blown his Achilles.
Well, no, because when that happened, I just thought he had buyer's remorse. I didn't think he got hurt. He was just sitting there like, there's 3 plays in my offensive line. It's like 4th and 52. We're going to do this the whole time? And then I was like, oh, wow, he's really hurt. He just looked like he was disgusted.
Someone says Lions should just quit now. They're asking me to play the drive.
See, this is the problem. You're turning into a soft-ass fan base. Nobody said that. Nobody said you're not going to be good. But this is what happens when other day parts play dress up and put on sunglasses and tell you you're the prettiest belle of the ball. If you want reality, here it is. The other teams get paid too. You had a very fortunate season this year, and it still netted nothing. And now there's a very real shot of, yes, a Hall of Fame QB with a Super Bowl coming to this division on a roster that only lacked said quarterback. You're right. We'll play pretend. You losing 7 coaches didn't matter. Goff won't have any regression. Brad will cook. It's all good.
Well, I was just laughing at the caller who broke down Stafford's final, drive in Philadelphia.
He got mad at one throw, and then he throws for 324 and 2 touchdowns in Philly in the snow with a chance to beat him.
And I'm like, but we're not going to act like Goff's game at home.
Oh, yeah, I didn't like the way he finished. Well, then which is it?
So, yeah, that was
Look,
just
if I've got one game to win, regardless of roster, and I can choose Matthew Stafford or Jared Goff, I'm taking Matthew Stafford. And you know what? So would the NFL GMs.
Yeah, here's the
I
thing.
hate to break that to you.
And here's the thing. When that one game where you came down in overtime, that was all David Montgomery.
Yeah, 100%. So hold on. Think this right. Life on the line. Like, if you're an NFL GM and there's a gun to your temple, life on the line, you got to win a game Sunday. 72 hours to prepare. You taking Stafford or Goff? Nobody's taking Goff. And that's not a shot at him. I like Goff.
Or, you know what? You got one final drive, one timeout.
You're taking Stafford every time.
85 yards. You got to drive down the field.
Every time. And it's just like, oh, so if we put it in a different context, then it's wah-wah. No. 248-539-9797. We got a blitz to do. And then I have got PK Subban audio you do not want to miss, because I think he is speaking truth about everything wrong with sports right now, and maybe everything right with hockey. I want to play the audio for you. We'll do that in about 15 minutes. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Lions will have a decision to make this offseason on whether to pay Carlton Davis. Sport Track says his free agency value right around $14.6 million a year and will likely garner a 3-year deal. Yesterday, the NFL said the salary cap would rise at least $22 million next season, and Detroit has some of the highest space in the league. We found out yesterday that Kenta Maeda would start Game 1 for Detroit. A.J. Hinch explained why. Quote, he's come here to prove something, and he's off to a great start because of his preparedness, the strength, the power in his stuff. We're really judging him based on his preparedness to enter a game, so he's just going to start the first game because he's the most ready. A much anticipated final, the Four Nations face-off coming up tonight as Canada battles the U.S. at 8. Red Wings forward Dylan Larkin on what he thinks the atmosphere will be like at TD Garden. The first game of spring training is underway between the Dodgers and Cubs. It's a game that's using the automated strike zone technology. Chicago wasted no time to test it out in the first inning and won, reversing a ball to a strike. The Mr. Basketball finalists were released today. UD Jesuit star Leroy Blyden, Detroit Mercy commit Lance Stone, Michigan commit Trey McKinney, and Ann Arbor Huron's Makari Moore are all vying for the top prize. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, music, please. Let's see what the hell you two have brewed up here. Oh, God. Yeah, great. The day that Wemby misses the rest of the year. Horrible. Go ahead.
You know what, Mike? And because of that, let's just start with the Victor Wembanyama news. He's out for the year with blood clots. Simple question is this. Do the Spurs just kind of go into tank mode and try to get a top 5 pick?
Sure, why not? Yeah, it's the only option. Season's toast. I mean, all the development by Stephen Castle and Wemby has just been splendid. It sucks, man. It sucks. Awful. Yeah, I guess. But at this stage of the season, with 36 games to go, I mean, yeah, you'd probably be in your right mind to lose 35.
They're right. They're at 23 and 29 right now.
Yeah, you just tank it on out. Pray to God you get a lucky spin like they did when Sean Elliott and David Robinson got hurt and they got Tim Duncan, and you just
get.
Look, I'll tell you this: if they get the number 1 pick and end up with Cooper Flagg and Wemby in their front court, you know what? Shut the league down.
Which is funny because
just shut it down.
Of all the teams, you would think like a New York team, an LA team.
San Antonio's always had the voodoo. Right. You get De'Aaron Fox with those two, forget about it. But yeah, Rico, that is the sad reality, yes.
All right. A couple of potential trades, not trades. Giannis was quoted as saying, hey, he may want out of Milwaukee if he's not going to get a long-term deal. But then he comes back and says, I never said that. Is Giannis going to be a Buck next season?
I don't care anymore. I hate everything. I'm so sick of this. This is a never-ending carousel of, oh my God, things aren't perfect, cry, demand trade. Okay, fine. Giannis is with the Heat next year. Is that what you want to hear? Because that's what's going to happen. Great. The league is a joke.
Yeah, he gone. Giannis wants to look like a nice guy. Oh, well, I didn't say that. I'm sorry. Everyone knows how NBA stars act. Everyone knows what NBA stars want. You're out of here. You're not winning. Dame didn't work for you to win again. So you're out of here. You're going to go somewhere else. Bye-bye.
Well, let's just stick with that. Other rumors came out about Ja Morant. And is he going to get traded? So much so the Memphis Grizzlies had to just come out and say, I don't know where this came from, but we're happy. Ja's happy. He's a Grizzly. Leave us alone.
It was a very weird thing because they're having a great year, but there is a looming decision. I mean, Jaren Jackson Jr. Was taken out of a game for Ben Carter, but yet is up for a $354 million mega max. I don't understand unless there's something going. And again, Ja had his rough period. It has been all quiet on the Western Front. They're good. They're dangerous. He's not having a great year if you look at the numbers. But you're right. It came out of nowhere.
Yeah, so much so that they were like, yeah, please stop calling. we're good. We this is now spam calls.
Yeah, they're lying. It came from them. I truly believe that it came and was leaked out of their facility. I think they're thinking real hard that if they don't do anything in this playoffs coming up, that they will move on from him. I think this is the effect of Luka Doncic getting traded.
So
they would
an
have
organization
to commit.
deciding we don't want to be in the business. Well, one problem, you already paid him.
I understand that, but you can still get rid of him. Okay. And he's a star, and they can get a lot for him. I think they leaked this.
And then Jaren Jackson Jr. becomes the face of your franchise?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, at that point, he has to bring Ben Carter on the team.
Must.
Draymond Green made some news. We kind of talked about it earlier. He had a quote saying, the NBA, it's boring. It's not smart basketball. It's just who can run faster, who can hit more threes. It's no substance. I think it's very boring. Is Draymond speaking the truth of the future of the league, or will the league hear this and say, maybe we need to fix this?
It's absolute truth. The analytics have wrecked the league, and this player empowerment movement it's gone too far. The idea that players, the first time there's adversity, get to do whatever they want to do, it has blurred the lines of the employer-employee relationship. And while I like players having the ability to go, you know what, I've given you 10 great years, I can't do this anymore, that's fine. Or free agency, which is as fair or more fair than any sport. Free agency is very fair in the NBA. Look, it's gone too far. I don't know how the league's going to save itself because it begins and ends with the players. They lack any self-awareness. They lack any ability to identify with the average American. I think the league will have to crash and burn first, Rico. It's disgusting. Yeah. Think about it. The only news you get with the NBA is soap opera crap.
No, I guess it was a little bit of soap opera crap because then Hall of Famer Oscar Robertson comes out and says, basically, who cares what Draymond has to say? And
I agree with him. Who cares what Draymond has to say? While in the end, I think he's quote unquote right, but he's part of the problem. He wants to be that star, and he was. Oh, I'm upset that you paid Jordan Poole and not me. Get him out of here. He's part of the reason why the NBA is the way it is. So you can miss me with his comments. I'm sorry. I don't need to hear from him.
Yeah, you also can't cold cock a teammate in practice and just expect
the drama of the NBA.
I mean, I agree. Thoughts and prayers. In lieu of what we see with the Four Nations, Giannis did have this suggestion. Should the NBA consider the All-Star game U.S. versus World Team?
I just cancel the whole thing. I don't even care. There's no equivalent to what the Four Nations has put out there because these players don't give a damn. So I leave this to David, and I cede my time to the Senator.
You know what? Now, here's the funny thing, because I thought the same thing, and then a good friend of the show, Skinny Vinny Goodwill, was saying basically the NBA makes a ton of money off of this event, so it's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't care. Okay, stop. I don't want to hear that as an excuse to continue trotting out a farce. I don't care about the league's financials. They make money hand over fist.
No, but what I'm saying is maybe you'll have, just like in the Four Nations, people care about the country they're representing, World versus U.S. The World team's like, hey, we want to come out and show you we're better than you now. And the U.S. is like, hey, this is still our game.
There is something mentally different between hockey and basketball players. There just is. They don't care.
Yeah, I agree with you. They don't care. I don't think that, oh my gosh, Steph Curry's going to care now. Ja Morant's going to care now because they have USA in there instead of an all-star East or West.
An unemployed 5'10" white guy just won the dunk contest. That's the most embarrassing thing in history. The guy doesn't even play in the league, and he's a 3-time champion. You think any of the stars would step up and body bag Mac McClung and put an end to this nonsense? Nope. They all stand there with stupid looks on their face going, whoa, he did it again. How about you participate?
Mike, this one's for you. Very simple question.
What?
Kyrie Irving has won a gold medal. Speaking of pride, won a gold medal for the USA. Now he says in the next Olympics, he wants to be on the Australian team. Should he be allowed to play for Australia?
I don't care. David? I am not going to discuss a clinically insane human. I don't care.
Yeah, he should be allowed. He's never
Because
going to play.
He was technically born in Australia.
Correct. He's never going to play for Team USA again. That relationship with Nike has ruined that opportunity. That's never going to happen again because of his comments, because of what he said, what he speaks up about. So, yeah, the only chance to play in the Olympics again is to play for Team Australia.
Yeah.
Unless they're a Nike. I don't know if they're Nike or not.
Grant Hill said that's not true. So they just pick players. They pick the best players.
Uh-huh.
And we all believe Grant. Let's finish it off with this. These two teams made trades at the trade deadline. What do you think is going to happen with Jimmy Butler and the Warriors? Is Jimmy Butler going to be enough to get the Warriors back to being a serious contender for the NBA title?
No, they're just not athletic enough. They don't have the quicks in a 7-game series to beat Oklahoma City or Memphis. They just aren't athletic enough. I know that sounds basic, forgive me.
No.
But it's really the easiest way to explain it to me. David?
No, you're right. They don't have enough. They just don't.
Okay.
Too old, brother. I mean, they're fun. It'll be a cool series. But they are old. You realize Steph's 35.
Oh, this is the final goal.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They're old. I mean, Draymond has gray hair. It's ridiculous.
I mean, I'm shocked that they held on to Steph this long. I thought that, you know what, after the last time, let's just go ahead and break this thing up.
But that's when they got the 2 lottery picks, and they thought they were going to save themselves. They got Wiseman the 1 year, bum. Kuminga, still waiting. Marcus Moody, never happened. They blew 3 lottery picks amidst being a title team, and that's why they're dead. If they had hit on Wiseman or Kuminga or something, the whole thing changes. They did a bad job drafting.
Yeah.
AirPod is pretty good, but they did a bad job drafting.
Yeah, kind of like the Pistons with Darko.
David, once again.
Finally. No, but that's what happened. They were in their championship. And
I am
number 2
aware
overpick.
we did not need to be reminded of it gratuitously.
Ben Carter. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, despite what you saw last night, Luka and LeBron, can they play together? Can they bring a championship to L.A.?
No and no. I mean, the team needs complete retooling. They need a center. They need a front court. They need spacers. I mean, look, to me, the best thing would have been if LeBron would have agreed to it. LeBron should have gone up to Golden State. There's no point to this with Luka. Last night, losing to the Hornets.
Old folks home.
No, and Luka doesn't even look good. That's the difference. Now, I know what's going to happen. Oh, next week, he's going to light up the Mavs, who, by the way, no AD and no centers. Gafford and Likely are gone. I don't care. I'm not convinced it's going to work. I'm not.
Every other player on the court needs to play defense if you're going to have Luka. I can show you the video. There's a 7-8 minute video of them at the end of the game. Charlotte just, anyone as Luka's guarding, give him the ball.
That's right.
And they won the game because of it.
All right. Little NBA Fast Break Blitz 97.1. College basketball is in full swing, and you know what? I need high-speed internet to watch all the games on all the streaming apps. That's Xfinity. That's what Xfinity is here for. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with that great price, Xfinity allows me the fastest internet on the largest gig-speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network, so I can enjoy all my favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the hoops action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or simply just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
When the IRS comes calling with a collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Jerry used to work for the IRS. Knows all their angles, all the plays. They will get on the offensive for you. They'll fight for you. And Maurice and Jerry will save your time and money. So don't let your tax problems get worse. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you don't ever have to deal with the IRS again. All right, I want to play something for you guys, and I think it leads us into our 5 o'clock topic about the Four Nations face-off tonight, USA and Canada. It's one of the must-see events of the year, and it's fun. I mean, it's just something everyone's watching. But PK Subban, former Montreal Canadian, Predator, the Nashville Predator, the whole bit, like, you know, a player people know. Now he's got a media career. But he went on, I thought, one of the most lucid streams of thought, fantastic rant. And it was this discussion of, look, I mean, this is the NHL All-Star break, and look at what they're doing. And then look at the flaming clown car that the NBA All-Star break was. And PK Subban, we're going to play just some of it. And I know we'll bump back with a little bit more at 4:30. But this was like standing ovation type stuff for me, because I think he said what everyone's feeling. And he did it. He got into an argument with Stephen A. Smith, who naturally took the side of the NBA because it's the league he covered and he's got a lot of relationships. And it's, no, it's not acceptable. And I don't want to hear you make $300 million and that earns you what? You still owe your teammates and you still owe the fans. Take a listen to this. I mean, literally, you just golf clap. Ooh. But he's right. And the reason I played it is this. Do you think it is time for a little bit of a reckoning with sports? I mean, guys, the cost for you to attend games has never been higher. The barrier to entry has never been harder. And yet, how many of the stories we talk about in the world of sports, whether it's Anthony Rendon, I got other stuff to do. How about this year in baseball? Waited right until spring training to have back surgery. He's going to be out another year, making another $30 million. Like, you end up with the Alex Bregman type thing. You end up with how many stories in the NBA? What Subban is saying is right, and it's right in front of our face. That's why everyone wants to watch USA Canada, and nobody wants to have anything to do with the NBA right now. Argue it. Argue it. Tell me where he's wrong.
No, I think the line he said was there's a difference between being injured and being hurt. And, yeah, a lot of NBA players, you know what, I'm not really feeling it today, stubbing my toe. Go ahead and sit out the next couple of games. Or you just pride. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Just, you know, with Jordan Love in Green Bay, he shouldn't have been out there. But you know what, guys? I'm going to give it a go. Whereas you don't get that attitude in the NBA where, you know what? I'm going to go out there and give it everything that I have, and we'll see what happens. If I got to leave with 2 gigantic ice bags on each knee, I'm going to play and see and try to help my team win. Where now it's the league comes across as soft and it comes across as uninteresting because it looks, and I've said it before, and I'm going to say this again, it looks like the players don't care. And if the players don't care, Why should the fans care?
Case in point, I'm reading articles this week and they attach screenshots. Paul George has been an abject failure in Philly. He's been a complete effing disaster. No pride, no picking up the slack while Embiid's hurt. Garbage. What's he doing? Showing off his all-star break vacation. Do you know why you're on vacation, Paul? Because you're not an all-star, but you're paid like one. You want to go on vacation? Go for it. You know who doesn't need to see it? Sixer fans who continue to blow their paychecks to watch your ass loaf. There's no self-awareness in the league. We just had Luka Doncic traded because he's fat and he's drunk. Think about that. You just had a top 5 player who is so egregiously lazy that the team said, you know what? Bring coffins to the arena. We just don't want to pay this guy $350 million. That's how bad his habits are on the court and off the court. Imagine that storyline in hockey where Connor McDavid, a top 5 player, maybe the best player, fine. Imagine the Oilers going, you know what? We can't pay this guy. He's such a problem.
But I think that's also adding to the disparity, Mike. How much the NHL players make versus what the NBA players make. And the NHL players are making less than what they pay in taxes.
Yes.
And they're still going out there giving it their all. And the NBA players are generational wealth. And I don't really feel like it.
Well, that's why the league has to dead cat bounce if it's ever going to change. But what PK said, you want to play the other audio? I don't care. We'll do it right now. Because he went on one. And I love the fact he butchered First Take. He butchered them all. Play the second cut. Never. Think about it. Do the NBA players care about the guys who paved the way for him? The fact that Michael Jordan made $3 million on average in his career? It was only the last 2 years that Jordan made 30. Yeah. Then LeBron enters the league making $200 million off the court. Where are the players to step up and go, the logo matters. The league matters. This matters. Right. So he's right.
No, he is. I remember watching Jordan. I say the whole every game he would have to near the end he would have to get his knee drained. He's got bags of ice on there, but he never missed a game. He went out there and gave it, and whether it's the flu game, whatever it was, he played. And in the All-Star game, his final All-Star game, he was apparently sick and said, "Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to ever have another one of these. I'm playing." He could have sat it out. Nope. I'm out there, guys. Stay away from me. I don't want to breathe on you, but I'm going to play in this game.
I would love to know how it changes. I don't have an answer. I know that doesn't make for the best radio. I don't have a hot take on how it changes. I think the NBA is basically utterly disgusting. I think its players are disgusting. The product is disgusting. It's vapid. It's not interesting. It's hollow. There's no substance to it. There are no rivalries. There is no anything on a night in, night out basis. You don't know if the players are even going to play, or if they're playing, are they really, heavy quotes, playing? And then the best part is the best players are the biggest bleep holes. Kevin Durant is a splendid basketball player, but even he is still on his holier than thou, you're all stupid. Here, I'll tell you what, if the league's so bad, don't watch. Kevin, that's what you're taking out of this? Okay, then. The problem is there is something about and this is where, again, I wish Kenny was here today because he could add to this, but there's something about in the NHL, I never feel like players are coddled, no matter who you are. Whether it's my cousin Calabrini in San Jose or Bedard, who's this Mike, Jedi. They never walk into the league feeling like everything's been handed to them.
Mike, you're not coddled because going back to playing in the juniors or wherever, just peewee hockey, heck, I'm sure you could ask TJ with his kid. You're taught, okay, are you injured? You're hurt, okay? Because if you can play, you're playing. That's ingrained in you from a child, and it carries over into the league that, yeah, you see people out, they don't even want you to know what the injury is. It's upper body. Sir, you don't have an arm. I got the other one. I can play. I can still skate. I'm going out there. That's NHL mentality. That's hockey mentality. NBA, because now
it's Jimmy Butler pooping his pants.
No, I mean, because now if you're a kid and you see, well, the stars sit out games, so why should I have to play in every game? It's that culture. And the NHL does the culture correctly where you're taught. You got to go out there and play because it's about not just you, it's about your teammates. It's about the man or woman sitting next to you. That's why you're going out there and giving it your all.
I think it's every sport. I think baseball, football, basketball, hockey. Look, there needs to be a reckoning because the bubble's going to burst. What people are getting charged to go to games, what the ask is of you, the fans. And look, even today, Rico has a news report of, oh, geez, is Giannis staying in Philly? Basically, the NBA, you just spin the wheel. What star wants to be the aggrieved martyr? Whee! And it never stops. Like, I have less than no interest in the NBA this year. Am I root for one of the best teams?
Yeah, you're coming off of a title.
I just don't care. Look at it. How about the Celtics openly stating they're bored? Oh, okay, well, guess what? The owner just paid a $500 million tax bill. I don't want to hear from Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, who both got mega, extensions. You're bored. I don't want to hear it. Fans don't want to hear it.
No, I think you could sum it up best, Mike. The NBA is very tone deaf. They don't realize the stuff and they're doing and saying is really rubbing everybody the wrong way. Sorry, Dave.
All right, winner, brutal on your roof. Victor, the owner of Victor's Home Solutions. Couple of things to look out for if you have questions. Staining on the ceiling, icicles from the gutter, or uneven snow melt, you have a problem. All of these are obvious signs of winter roof problems. And if you see any of them, you got to call a licensed roofing contractor immediately. That's Victor's Home Solutions. They're open 52 weeks a year, no matter the weather. They could be at your home within 24 hours. They'll do a 21-point roof inspection. They'll go over their findings with you and recommend a course of action. They can repair or replace your roof no matter the conditions. And if it is time for a new roof, Victor's offers an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means if anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. So make sure your roof is ready. Take on another brutal Detroit winter. Schedule that 21-point roof inspection today, 734-773-1100, or make an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, David, ticket text quickly. People respond to this. I'm happy to do it. And it's a perfect lead into the Four Nations face-off discussion of America-Canada tonight. But the PK Subban audio was awesome. And I think he hit on every point. And if you didn't watch the full segment on First Take, you can. I thought he dominated. Dominated Stephen A., dominated the whole thing. And he's right in everything he said.
What was the Stephen A. rebuttal?
Oh, please, the whole player empowerment crap and all that. And it's like, all right, dude, enough. I don't want to hear it. And you know what? PK had another rant when they came back to him. I don't know if we have that portion of it. The point I'm making is he goes, I don't want to hear you make $300 million. All that means is you have a bigger responsibility to your teammates and fans.
You better be careful. You'll get Monica McNutt. Just never go back on the show again.
I don't think Subban cares.
No, I know.
He does not.
I'm joking. She challenged Stephen A., and we've never heard from her since.
Someone says the players are so rich in the NBA, they don't even care, and they're out of touch. Someone else says the days of MJ not missing a game for 3 years in the mid-'90s are long gone. That's why he's the GOAT. Rick in Rochester.
Right, but how did we get to the point where in the prime of your life at age 25, I have to hear about load management? How? Imagine the concept of load management in an NHL playoff drive. Like, come on, man.
Guys, I'm no NBA expert, so I have to ask you guys because you guys are the experts, but did the loss of David Stern cause this problem? Is Silver at fault?
I can't answer that, but I can just tell you if David Stern is watching, he's rolling over in his grave. I mean, I did this is not his NBA.
Yeah. No, it's not. Like he was all about pushing the envelope. Like he's where the NFL is now. We're going to try this. We're going to do this. And, yeah.
Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, pal?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Love the show. Love the show. I'm telling you. Mike, Rico, David.
Thanks,
you guys
buddy.
crack me up. Well,
appreciate it.
I listen to you guys talk about the hockey, and I agree with you. I coached my son in travel hockey for his whole career. And I always told him, if you go down, you get hit hard, get up, get to the bench so we don't have a man down. And you guys are correct. The hockey players, those guys have just got the grit. And you don't see or hear of too many of them missing time. And if they do, it isn't for months.
No, and it's also, look, John, I think Subban makes a great point, but I don't think it's acceptable to act like you can coast on an NBA floor. We've only made that acceptable. Like, no, you shouldn't be able to coast playing NBA basketball. You should be the weak link. You should get roasted. I mean, John, imagine questioning the effort of your players. It doesn't happen. You are out of the league in the NHL.
Yeah, I agree. 100%, Mike. I tell you what, I listen to you guys from the time I get out of work to the time I get home, and then on. But your chair, when you crash that chair, I'll tell you what, I laugh every time.
Well, I'm glad. It has turned into quite a thing with this show. John, don't worry. Here, they'll be here. Watch this. Look at this. There you go. A couple more for you. But no, I mean, why is it acceptable? You know, it's almost like the league is going to have some form of like labor strife or something to recalibrate this, where it's like, all right, here's the deal. There is no more rookie max. There is no more super max. You get what you get. If you are good, you can make as much as you want. But this whole trade demand stuff and not showing up for work, missing team flights, hey, I'm on Insta. Oh, it's just, I don't know how you fix it because it's generational and there's something cultural here because what PK's talking about, it's almost this foreign language with the NBA.
Mm-hmm. No, it goes back to it's just the mentality, especially with the younger players coming in. And I mean, Mike, to simplify, man, it's like watching them in AAU and all that. That mentality is there. You know what, David, I don't really care playing for you. So you know what? Next weekend, I'm playing with Mike. I'm quitting this team, and I'm going over there, and then we're going to form this super team. We're going to we start losing more games. Okay, I'm going to go hang out with Bobby. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that.
You're nailing it, but expand it to football. I think you have a major problem developing, and we're not seeing the final results But all these players in college who can't handle a lick of adversity, now you want to go to the NFL. Well, guess what you don't get to do? You don't get to call your agent. You don't get to cry to mommy. And the team, they'll bury you.
Yeah.
I mean, it just it's something where the average person is being asked so much right now to be a fan, whether it's streaming, pay to play. I mean, take a kid to a basketball, a hockey game, a football game. Please, the cost is absurd. And yet, look at how often we got to question effort.
That's just it. I think what we really want as fans is just give a damn. Just go out there and show me that you care about this team as much as I care about this team. And I'm just the one buying the tickets and the gear and the swag. Just show me you care. I want to support you. Just give me an inkling. And we've dropped the bar, David, where it used to be I want 100%. Can you give me 60%? And I can live with that.
See, and that's the thing. That's why would I ever go to an NBA game right now? Why? When I don't know if the star's going to play, I don't know who's playing, I don't know if they're going to give me the effort that I want to see as a fan. So why would I ever spend the money to go?
Like I said, it was why I knew I was in the minority. I said I would rather watch college hoops than pros because I know tomorrow, both teams, unless somebody is dead, both teams are going to bring their best players and give a maximum effort in that game. Scoring may not be NBA scoring, but they're going to care. And you're going to see it on the court.
248-539-9797, Northville Lumber. They sell more Trex decking than anyone in the state. That's because Northville's got the best prices in the state. Everything in stock all the time. And right now, you can get Trex decking as low as $1.59 a foot. Buy your Trex decking, railing, lighting. Get it where the pros get it. And they'll even intro you to said pro. It's very simple. Visit Northville Lumber's showroom. You can take home some samples. Get on their schedule so you can get that deck built in about a month, 2 months, and get your outside living space all set up for when Mother Nature stops hating us. Call Northville Lumber now or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The automated balls and strike system will be tested out throughout every game played at Joker Marchant Stadium this spring. The Tigers threw it into their live BP today as well, even some challenges as well. Ohio State football officially announced today that ex-Lions head coach Matt Patricia has been named their next defensive coordinator. The first edition of Michigan State and Michigan tips off tomorrow at 8:05 in Ann Arbor. Tiger announcer Jason Benetti will be on the call with Bill Rafferty and Robbie Hummel on Fox. Flint native and women's heavyweight boxer Clarissa Shields has been suspended by the Michigan Unarmed Combat Commission for a positive marijuana test. Shields admitted on X that she did in fact test positive for weed, but she's never smoked it. Her suspension is, quote, temporary until she goes to trial for a, quote, petite amount, end quote. Spurs star Victor Wembanyama is out for the rest of the season with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. According to the statement from the team, it was an issue that was discovered after he returned from the All-Star game. The Pistons are preparing to play San Antonio tomorrow night. That game will tip just after 8 as well, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jaden Ivey also spotted at practice today without a boot on. USC and Texas are two recent college football programs to drop their annual spring game. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yes, 5 o'clock on a Thursday. Great to have you with us. And everyone is ready for the Four Nations face-off, America, Canada. I can't wait tonight. I know it probably has no chance of delivering on the hype, but damn it, I'm ready. 8 o'clock, I'm psyched. I don't care. You don't even have to know what the red and blue lines mean. It doesn't matter. I want to know if you guys are amped up for it and what's going to happen. We just did a topic that we still have some callers who want to talk, and I want them to. Because think about what we're talking about. Four Nations face-off. It's the NHL All-Star break. We're talking Adam Fox from the Rangers saying this might be the most important game. He'll be more hyped for this game than any other game ever. Cutscene, the NBA had a farting contest as a part of their skills competition. Like, this is rare. No Detroit teams, and everyone's watching.
Yeah.
So I would love to know where you're at with it. Rico has already ruined my day. He said there won't be any fights.
See, over under. First fight. 3 minutes, 50 seconds into the game.
It better be under. I demand violence. I already told you earlier. I want to see someone take a chair to Gretzky's back. Right in the stands.
So fight starts as soon as they hit the last note in Home of the Brave?
Yes. Somebody smacked somebody with a sousaphone.
The refs are like, we haven't dropped the puck yet.
Don't care. Details. Brett Hull versus Gretzky, chair match. Just do it. But I want to know, A, are you locked in tonight? And B, what's going to happen? Look, it's of major consequence to Canada. Canadians can lie and say, well, it's just one tournament. We've dominated. Yeah, you also can't find the Stanley Cup with two hands and a flashlight. It matters. If you get aced out by America twice in a week, especially after you got bullied. The 3 fights, McDavid getting launched into orbit, you got goalied. Look, I think it's a big deal. Now, look, I can't control what happens before. I hate the idea both anthems are going to get booed. I think that's dumb behavior both ways, but people are dumb. But I'm excited for the game, and I'm hoping it's violent. I'm hoping there's fights. I'm hoping it's passionate. And yeah, obviously, I think it'd be hilarious if America won. And if they don't, we'll have to listen to the smarm from the north. But I would like to know where you're at with this. And if you're not locked in, if you just don't care, it's okay. I don't know who those people are. It's Thursday, February 20th. This is must-see TV. Look, first of all, tonight you get this, and then tomorrow Rico's got live coverage live from Chrysler all afternoon. Michigan State on Big Fox, 8 o'clock. You got a couple really interesting things that between now and opening day, you can say March Madness, but the reality is that's just largely gambling related. This is one of the only things that you have. I'm excited for it, but I know this is where our sad trombone comes in. The game probably won't live up to the hype, and Canada will probably smack the U.S. tonight. I know. I'm terrified. Everyone's betting on America, which means Canada wins. Really? Are you locked into what? All right, come on. Are you eating one of your 5-alarm dinner items? Super spicy Rico's back for the game tonight?
Yeah, eat one chicken sandwich.
No, but I mean, even you. Yeah. You're going to do the hockey tonight.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, even Saturday, we had all the screens up at the sports bar, and we're going back and forth. And the ironic thing is, no one was watching the slam dunk contest. No one was watching the NBA. We were focused back and forth, the MSU-Illinois game and USA-Canada.
The Founders Club was popping in L.A. last week. Rico had a sports fiesta. David, I know you said you can't get the kids to watch tonight. I have a feeling if you are, they're going to circle around Dad tonight.
Probably.
They'll get in on this.
Yeah, that is my hope when I'm wearing red, white, and blue. And they're just sitting around me as I'm singing the national anthem, getting hyped for this game.
Is there any chance you're dressed as Apollo Creed and Rocky IV
I should. I should tonight.
And then as soon as you finish, will you body slam the bad son?
No.
Oh, whoa,
no,
whoa,
no,
whoa, whoa.
Okay. No.
David, he did it again.
You said you wanted fights.
Not between Dad and his kid.
It's toughening him up.
Okay, all right, up next.
That's a different level there. No, but I'm excited for tonight. I'm pumped. After Saturday's game, I mean,
that was theater.
The neighbors probably should have called the cops on me because I was screaming so loud. It was exciting. Okay.
They probably used to calling the cops if that's the case.
I'm excited. That's all, okay? I'm excited.
248-539-9797. But here's the problem. David doesn't want to say this on the air. He feels like I do. I mean, all the hype, all the sizzle, all the excitement. It's really hard to beat the same team twice in a week. Canada's entire life is on the line here. This would be a national emergency if they lose to the States twice in a week. Mm-hmm. David, you think Canada's winning tonight, don't you?
Yep, America's not winning this game tonight.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Jeff is just yelling at me back here saying America's going to win. America's going to win. I think he's just trying to convince himself.
I hope they do. But I'm excited. I'd like to know if you guys are. And look, if this isn't your bag, no problem. Odyssey.com rewind. Betting favorite to land Matthew Stafford is the Vikings. I laid out a nightmare scenario for you, including a division where Goff could be the worst QB. Still a top 10, top 12 guy, but be the weak link. You can go get that if you like. David, early ticket text coming in about the Four Nations face-off.
My coworker, Howard, isn't watching. He says it's on too late. He's a scum of America.
Howard is a communist and a loser.
Well, he goes on to say, I'm pretty sure he was rooting for bin Laden, so he's un-American.
Okay, that's the ticket texter. I didn't say that.
That's wild. Means nothing. It's an exhibition game. All these guys play together in the NHL. It's all about the Stanley Cup, and that's it.
Yeah, but that's not how they feel. The players are open about this. And if that's your belief, you're telling me you didn't watch Saturday. Saturday was peak sports. So you may feel that way, but that's not what the players feel. And they're laying it all out there.
So pumped for this hockey game. I hope neither sides boo the anthem. But if so, they boo us, we boo them. I want the U.S. fans to attack. Jared in Fenton. The last must-see event might be Mark McGwire's home run record.
Take it easy.
Wow.
Please, it's 26 years ago. The hell's the matter with people? Come on.
There has to be something after that.
Go
Come
ahead.
on.
What is wrong with? I bet that's Rico's. That's one of his friends.
Mm-hmm. I don't want a bunch of
That's
fights.
Howard or whoever you were hanging out with last weekend. It's one of your friends writing stuff like that.
Get out. Let's go ahead and start.
Founders Weekend.
Someone says, I don't want a bunch of fights because Canada has their grinders fighting. We have our stars fighting, and I want them to stay on the ice.
We do not back down.
Sure don't.
Will you please?
Mike wants a full-on brawl.
Yes, I want Mike Milbury in the stands beating somebody with a shoe.
Someone said, you want Hellebuck going against Bennington?
Yes.
You want everything happening.
I want a chair Gretzky's spine.
Where'd the shoe come from?
Oh, hey, look, it's Wayne Gretzky in the crowd. Bang!
Someone says Madonna should come down and just body slam Steve Eiserman.
Bang!
That'd be
So
amazing.
who you root for if Eiserman's out there fighting?
I'm rooting for whoever's
Not
against
Eiserman.
him. He's
The
not my
American.
GM tonight.
Yeah.
Go ahead, hit it, Mike.
Ah, bang!
No, the American.
Oh, sure.
He's not my GM tonight.
Nope. Lay him out. Take a run at him, but he's wearing a suit. I don't care. It's so funny to me because you know how nervous Canadians are for this game because it's embarrassing. You can't lose to little brother.
It's their legacy. It's what they're good at.
Except they can't win the Stanley
They
Cup,
can't.
and I can't get beyond that.
No, but they'll say, as one caller, yeah, but your teams are filled with Canadians.
Yeah, the smart ones,
but
who left that country to come here.
Yeah, this is their legacy. This is the equivalent of whenever you see USA lose international basketball, there's always a panic. Oh, we can never let this happen again.
That's what's hilarious. And you'll get to deal with the fallout tomorrow. By the way, Rico is going back in time. He's flying the Fox chopper tonight. Going to have a live hit on the 11 p.m. news from Chrysler. You're going to love it. Special segment.
The LED roof at Chrysler.
Go ahead, David. Then
Someone
we'll get to the
says
people.
the interesting dynamic tonight is hearing Boston fans booing Marchand.
No, the dynamic is going to be every anthem's going to get booed, which I don't like. I wish people wouldn't do that, but whatever. Chair.
And of course, we got someone saying go Canada.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I just raised your tariff. I'm done. 248-539-9797. America's favorite place to watch football. Everybody calm down.
You got to say it the right way.
If Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games. You know it'll be hopping tonight for Four Nations face-off. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view at a big screen at Circa Resort Casino right in the heart of Vegas. Go to circalasvegas.com and book your spot today. All right, to the people as we get ready, less than 3 hours from puck drop. And I'm hoping a game that just lives up to at least some of the hype. America, Canada tonight. We lead it off with Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Good.
So I'm with you, Mike. I want a brawl. I want a USA versus Canada version of March 26, 1997, Fight Night at the Joe. It would give us an American win in overtime, some drama, and fights galore. I'm ready for it. I've been ready for it since USA won 3-1 last weekend. I've been waiting for this all week long.
That's you know what? Look, Rico's going to be right, but I'm just not going to tolerate it while I'm on the air. He's right. It probably won't happen, but I would kill to have one of those games tonight. Because it's theater.
Well, I think
I agree. Yeah,
it depends. You
the
make it your
never
fights.
Usually gets met when this happens, but I have hope. I have hope.
You may get your fights, especially if the Boston crowd boos the national anthem. I think at that point, the Canadian players have to represent their country and go out there and say this is unacceptable. And right off the rip again, Mike, you'll have your fight. But I think after that, it's back to real hockey.
No.
Is that okay?
No.
Okay.
Yep. Not exactly, but I do agree, Rico. I have had that thought in my head of that might be the case. I'm just hoping it's not, but you're not wrong in thinking that. Be thinking with your head, not your heart. You're not wrong thinking that.
No, we're all
And
just.
if I could,
go ahead.
Just one tiny trade for Myles Garrett. I heard yesterday about trading Broderick Martin. I feel if we can put together a Broderick Martin and Josh Pascal and a first rounder for Myles and a second and a fifth, if we can make them agree to that, I would love that in a heartbeat.
Okay, well, the way that happens is you put a gun to Adam Berry's head. That's just Ryan. I mean, let me know if you're bringing the ski mask and the gun. That's about the only way that deal's happening.
I mean, yeah.
How else would that deal go down? I have a very particular set of skills.
I was about to say.
I will find you and I will kill you. Here's how this is going to go. A first, a dead body, and Josh Pascal. And you give me Garrett and a 2 and cook me dinner.
Either
What?
that or you find out that the Browns owner has a favorite horse.
Yeah, right, exactly. Here, Tom, I want to show you something really beautiful. Let's go to Julian, 97.1. Julian, what's going on?
Gentlemen, bottom of the afternoon to you.
How excited are you? How nervous are you tonight?
Well, so first of all, you guys hit the nail on the head, okay? The Canadians, us boys, are I don't want to say terrified, but, the U.S. is essentially playing with house money. Now, the players aren't. I agree. For the players, this is everything. But the world doesn't expect the U.S. or anybody to beat Canada, right? The expectation for every tournament is that Canada wins, whether it's the gold, whatever. Now, the reality is very different. I mean, the U.S. team was the odds-on favorite pre-tournament, and I agreed with that because on paper, especially in the goaltending department, they're the better team. Now, where I disagree with you guys a little bit is I actually think this game will deliver based on history. If you go back, right, Salt Lake City, 2002, gold medal game, must-see TV. Vancouver, 2010, round robin and gold medal game, must-see TV. Sochi was a little bit of an anomaly because Canada just, blew everybody away. But when Canada and the U.S. meet, especially in whether it's a gold medal or championship game, it's must-see TV, it's theater, and I expect big things tonight. Now, Mike, there's a lot of other things I disagree with you on in terms of this topic, but I do want to break bread on something because I think it needs to be said. And take this from, on behalf of all sensible, common sense Canadians.
Yes.
I vehemently denounce the booing of the anthem.
Yes.
I think it's classless. I think it's pathetic. I would argue that it's un-Canadian to do something like that. And I think it's unfortunately telling of how divided we've become, almost taking a page out of the U.S.'s book of division over the last several years.
Yes.
Where I almost got into a fist fight with one of my close friends during the hockey game with the U.S. because he cheered as people booed the American anthem. And I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, and look, it's going to go the other way tonight too, and I don't stand for it. It's ridiculous. It's going to be ridiculous tonight in Boston. That's second only to Philadelphia in the Savage rankings.
Well, Mike, let me take a quick trip down memory lane that you'll appreciate to show you the hypocrisy now, which drives me insane. 2001, 2002 NHL season. Leafs, my beloved Leafs and your beloved Islanders met, I believe, in the opening round of the playoffs.
Michael Pekka. Yes, I'm aware of this series. Thank you for this.
Inexplicably, okay, the New York Islanders fans on a number of their home games decided to boo the singing of O Canada, okay? The outrage in Canada was as if we were under invasion by a foreign body. Don Cherry, Ron McLean, every sports desk, I think a member of parliament made a speech. How dare those arrogant Americans boo? Who are they? How classist? And to be honest, they were right. Now, at the end of the day, who cares? It's free speech. But here we are, after thumbing our noses for the past, however many years, here we are, no better. And I have to denounce it because it's an embarrassment. It's an absolute embarrassment. So
it was also embarrassing. My team's best player may have been Adrian Aucoin during that phrase, but yes, I'm with you, Jules. No, that honestly, it's crazy when I look back at that. That was one of the better Islander teams of my life. I think they went like 43-26 or something. Whatever. But no, the anthem stuff missed me with it. Jules, I'm with you completely. There's no room for it. It's dumb. It's dumb.
As people now, everybody has to do it because they did it the last game, and and not only that, they'll have to record themselves and put it up on social media.
I just view Canadians like Michigan fans. We invented the sport. We're above it all.
Did you know? Wait, did you know they invented concerts this September at the Big House?
I'm staying away from it because I know what you're doing. Let's just go to Joseph 97.1. Joseph,
how you doing, man?
Joseph, you good, bud?
How you guys doing, man?
Good. What's going on?
I gotta agree with the guy before. I told the screener I just crossed into America. I'm going to be the only Canadian working here tonight. They're all looking at me already.
Oh, no.
The booing is, too bad it's political. It's horrible that they're doing it. I'm Canadian. I wish they would stop. And then any Canadian that says that, we're dominant, we're this. No, this means everything to all of us. We all watched the other day. We're all watching all the time. It's going to be on every screen in LCA tonight. All the guys at Justin Timberlake will be in the hallway watching while the girls are watching Timberlake. And this means a lot to the whole nation, like you said. We haven't brought it. Last year, I was at a friend's house. They had one of those big circus tents. They left it up an extra couple of days for that Game 7. There was 27 of us in there. Not one person was an Edmonton fan, but we're cheering for them because we're Canadian. Every commercial on Canadian TV was cheering for Edmonton.
Yep.
This is a big deal to us, and I hope it lives up to it tonight.
So wait, are you going to a concert?
Yeah, I work at Little Caesars Arena. I'm in the hallway right now. We got Justin Timberlake in town tonight.
Okay. I thought that's what I thought you said. I'm like, wait.
And you can tell Joseph is super pumped.
Oh, he's bringing sexy back.
I'll be hiding in the hallways instead of my buddy's basement watching it swearing. So
that's right.
Cool tonight.
Yeah, Joseph, I hope it lives up to it because honestly, we're in short supply for actual organic big sports stuff. People could say opening day. That's great. That's over a month away. Whatever it is. You got Michigan State. If your team's not playing, you're not watching.
I'm about to say that's niche, though.
Oh, very. Yeah. Very. That's like right up there with like billiards on ESPN in 1989.
A little bit more than that, but okay. I see where you
are. You already excited? Are you already excited for tomorrow?
Just go.
Are you wearing a Kohler jersey tomorrow night to Chrysler?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Would you cut your hair like Kohler?
Absolutely.
Where does one go for a Kohler cut? What is that? It's not a mohawk, but it's not a
barber school. I have no idea.
Somebody tried out something.
Did he blindfold Izzo and have him use the shears? Like what?
No, that haircut looks like what happens when you lose your fantasy football league.
Right.
Like, you know what? Give me the clippers. I'm cutting your hair.
He's blossomed into a good player, but do me a favor. You know everybody. Ask him, what the hell's up with the lettuce? What are you doing?
All right, I'll ask him.
Well, it's harmless. Okay. Just be like, what the hell do you call this? Is that the Utah blast fade? What is that?
Where's he from? Yeah, he's from
He's from Utah.
Yeah.
What is that? Is it Mormon style? Is he a Mormon kid? What's his deal?
I know what's next, so we're going to move on.
All right. Listen,
David knows too.
When the game tips off, NBA has got you covered. FanDuel. Listen, I can't tell you the players care, but at least you can. You play an SGP. I don't know. Find out. I did it again to Rico. I did it again. Listen, go to FanDuel.com/ticket. Join today. If you're new, your first $5 wager, you get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren, 14 Mile and Mound to be exact. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff, guys, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet and choose from the great deals they have on their lineup of new 2025 Chevrolets. Selection is best right now, and get this, they're ready for immediate delivery, no waiting. And this includes the February Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $279 a month for 36 months. You walk in with $995 down, tell them you want the Rico deal, and you'll drive away with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive. Four Nations Championship game tonight. USA, Canada. It's going to be a big game. I don't think it's going to be a ton of fights. Maybe at the beginning. Here's how I see it. If they boo the Canadian national anthem, the Canadian players will have to fight. Because you can't lose the game and get your national anthem booed. So that's like the insurance. They boo the national anthem, you fight them, and therefore, even if you lose, you can go back to your country. Because if you lose and you don't fight them, yeah, good luck with that. Jeff Rieger.
What's going on, Rico?
He's going to be with you for the next 4 hours.
That's right. Wojo's still in Lakeland. I'm sure he's hammered right about now. At about 8:20, I have topics, but maybe we'll turn this into a USA hockey watch party, kicking Canada's ass. I believe the United States wins today. I don't care if they fight or not, but I bet you they do fight today just because in international play they can't.
I think early, and then that's it. Because I think this is going to be one I'm taking the under.
That's Wojo right now.
I'm taking the under. I think it's going to be like a Game 7. Whoever gets to that second goal, that's your winner.
I don't know if people are aware. I'm sure they are. Like, what this will do to Canada if they lose. This is the equivalent of Michigan losing its power in football when D'Antonio came in and then you guys started kicking their ass and they never got over it. This is the equivalent of, let's say, Michigan basketball overtakes Michigan State in basketball. Like, this is that, but on a more extreme level. They would not get over this because they see the footsteps. Everybody's catching them.
No, this is losing USA basketball in the 88 Olympics. And it became the overkill. The next time we go out there, I want Jordan, I want Magic, I want Bird, I want all the superstars. We're never losing this again. No, I get you.
You know what I'm going to do?
What's that?
Tomorrow, when the United States wins tonight, I am going to I usually do this when the Maple Leafs get knocked out in the first round of the NHL playoffs.
Do some trolling.
Well, definitely going to troll, of course. But I'm also going to probably listen. I'm going to go down the dial from Montreal radio to Toronto radio and just hear the Canadians.
Do that.
Oh, I do. Yeah. Hear the Canadians whine and cry. It's going to be fabulous.
You know
and
what?
I do believe the United States wins today.
You know, Rieger, I can't get mad because, back in the D'Antonio era, it was fun, like reading the Michigan message boards and stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, it's funny because I think I told you this, but like I was in here for you guys on Monday, President's Day, and I told Doug at the crosstalk, I'm like, I really love when Canada loses. Like, I want Canada to lose more than I actually want the United States to win. And he's like, well, you and I are just wired differently. But I think every fan is like that. Every fan has that one sport or that one team that they love to see suffer. And like you were just saying, you go on their message board, you go on the radio from their city. I mean, it's part of being a sports fan, I think.
I get it. You take it to another level.
I try.
You call in.
Oh, I don't call in. I might call in, though.
You will.
Oh, I might call.
You will.
Oh.
You will.
Well, that's a great idea.
What you got coming up? By the way, Rieger's going to be joining me tomorrow on the show.
Oh, yeah,
Mike's
me and you.
Be off. Yes.
Me and you getting you ready for Michigan State. Big game.
Yeah, we'll recap this game and we'll preview the Michigan State game.
Today, until 10 o'clock, I got interesting dynamic with this game coming up at 8 o'clock or about 8:20 when they drop the puck. I thought, a great topic yesterday. Bobby was here. He could vouch for me. I asked the question yesterday. A lot of traction. Are fans starting to fall out of love with Jared Goff? And the phone lines lit up, and not everybody. In fact, a lot of people agreed that maybe that's the case. I have a different spin on it today. So we'll get to that maybe in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll have a little fun.
Okay. Jeff Rieger is going to be here. He's going to be here tomorrow as well. We'll recap all of this stuff. But by the way, who you got tonight? USA?
Oh, God, yes. Yes.
Now, is this your heart or your head?
No. I got the Americans by 2 goals. I think Binnington is... You know what's weird? Jordan Binnington, the Canadian goalie, he actually won a Game 7 against Boston at Boston's place to win a Stanley Cup for the St. Louis Blues. Like, he actually won that game in Game 7, but he's going to lose tonight.
I mean, I can't believe you just did that, Jeff.
What's that?
You just double-digit discoed the USA hockey team.
No. You win. It's kind of like the last game.
No,
it'll be
we're
a
going to
one-goal
lose
game,
now.
but with the empty netter.
This is now Lions Commanders.
David,
There's no disco ball in here.
This is what I really want to know with Rieger. You can have one. Guarantee.
Don't do that.
Either the U.S. wins tonight or Michigan Hoops wins on Friday night. You can only have one, and the other team's going to get destroyed.
What do you think I would take? What do you think I would take?
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Honestly,
I want both so bad.
I think he would take USA Hockey to win just because he wants to listen to Toronto radio.
Listen, I don't like. I went on a Canadian radio station and called them arrogant and host it like that. But now I probably take Michigan.
Really?
Yeah, because I want you guys to be miserable too.
But they're going to play again in a couple days.
I know, but I don't want to lose to them both times, and they play at Breslin the second time. So I'd probably go Michigan, but I want both.
Anybody can win. Indiana won at Breslin.
I want both, but it's a great question. It really is for a guy like me because I really want Canada to lose.
I know how you feel. That's what I'm saying. You can only have one.
That's a great question.
And the team that you don't pick will get destroyed.
Oh,
not just lose.
Oh, could you
imagine disco?
You imagine like Canada wins 6-2, Crosby gets a hat trick, and those Canadians are going to be so freaking arrogant. It's going to be awful.
Either that or Cohen Carr is just doing Lob City at Chrysler.
They'd both be awful. I'm going to take Michigan.
All right.
I think.
Jeff Rieger coming up next.
Can I change my mind?
No. Jeff Rieger coming up next, 97.1. Hey, Rieger, he's a